Test 1 2, testing 1 2. Test 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 1 2 1 2.
Yep, easy. I can hear you, Josh. And
Yep, I can hear you.
Fantastic.
Good morning and welcome to the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race from live here in Alice Springs. I'm Rihanna Korean and I'm joined by Keziah Dawn, and we'll be hosting throughout the weekend. So excited to be here. The sun is shining. It is a little bit brisk, but it is Prologue Day and we cannot wait to get all the action underway. Keziah, we were here last night, the official opening for scrutineering. All the cars, all the riders, all the bikes were here. What did you find out from last night?
Well, it was really fun to get out, even amongst the bikes. We've got Welshie obviously going for that record fifth win here, King of the Desert title. So it was really good to have a chat to him. He's on a new bike. Some of the cars and the buggies, we've got a lot of father-daughter combinations, a lot of families, the Patriot campers. They're obviously two twin brothers and then their dad and his brother in the truck as well. So that'll be a good one to watch because they've done quite a few modifications to their truck. But then we've got the big names, obviously Lounsey making his debut out here. You're very familiar with him. So there's a lot of really exciting stories to watch across this weekend, but today is the day where they set the pace. So this is where those fastest cars, they're going to get in under that 4-minute mark, hopefully, and that sets the pace for the rest of the weekend. So, yeah, I guess who are you keeping your eye on? Because I'm hoping you get out there and chat to Lounsey, because a little bit about why he came out here. Do you know a little bit about that story?
Yeah, exactly. Prologue Day is all about setting the pace, setting those fastest times to qualify for the Finke race. And as you said, Lounsey is here. It's his first time racing Finke. He's been here many times before, but he is actually going to be behind the wheel in that 4x4 production car, the Chev, going up against Ford Performance, who took the crown in that class last year. So cannot wait to see what he can do behind the wheel of that Chev. But we're about 5 minutes away from the first car heading off on their prologue, kicking things off at 8 o'clock this morning. And then every single car and bike will have a chance to go around this just over 6 kilometres in length this circuit is. Bit of rain in the lead up to this weekend, but it's beautiful and dry at the moment. How do you think that's going to play out?
Look, a lot of the riders are talking about the whoops out the back, and there's also a little bit of a change at the end of the prologue track as well. So that'll be really interesting to see how everyone accommodates to that. But a few of these drivers and riders, they would have had a bit of a trial run on this track earlier in the year. So this rain, I actually think, has settled a lot of the dust. Even for us out here, I think you can notice. Last year we were coughing and sneezing because it was just so dusty, but right now it's actually quite moist. So that could be good for the pace for the cars, might cause a bit of chaos. We can see what that is. Great for spectators, not so good for those behind the wheel or on the bike, but we always like a bit of good entertainment, and it might mix it up, you never know.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking for a good time this morning is around that sub 5-minute pace. Toby Price in the trophy truck last year, the winning time was 4 minutes 36. So incredibly fast. Unfortunately, Toby's not here this weekend, but so many more other big names that we're looking forward to seeing how they do out there. And I think, everyone just wants to get things going here at Finke. It's Finke fever. It hits the town. It starts so early in the weekend and we're finally here. Prologue Day is upon us and cannot wait to see what these cars do. So I think we'll head it up to the commentary team. We've got Josh and Dan. They'll be here all weekend talking us through all of the action and cannot wait to kick off in just about 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, super exciting, Josh, here. It's the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race, and it's going to be an absolute perler. As the girls said, there's going to be some dastardly quick times here today. I know this is going to be, make or break for a lot of these guys. We talk about it for those top 10 true, want-to-win competitors. They've got to be right up the pointy end today. And again, conditions are absolutely primed for a super fast run here today. The other side of that is that we have had a few little track changes in the prologue, which is very interesting. We've been looking out. There's an S-bend at the start-finish line this year. How that affects it. There's a few guys that are, obviously been out at the Brekkie Bash, but lines have changed since then, Josh. You've had that unseasonable rain during the, start of winter here, and that's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out, because you were talking about, even with the bike riders have been out, practicing their lines, and a lot of that has changed now.
Yeah, it definitely will be with that unseasonable rain here in the Alice around about a week ago. Everyone's plans have sort of gone haywire, and it's all about sort of getting out there and making sure you use your sight lap to your advantage this morning and later on this morning for the other bike competitors. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very hard to gauge what the track's going to be like. So
Now, Josh, if we're running on time, it's going to be pretty quick here with this Method Race Wheels Prologue here today. 8 o'clock was the official kickoff time. I believe everything's going to schedule, and we're having a great morning. Again, if you're listening from anywhere around the world, welcome. I hope you're having a fantastic Finke weekend. I know we are. It only kicked off, as the girl said, on Friday night or last night with the scrutineering here. Under lights, we had the fireworks, we had the atmosphere, we had the weather. Everything was absolutely perfect. And now, again, beautiful shots of those ranges there, Josh, on our live stream. And, you know, the sun's just peaked up just a couple of minutes ago. It was actually dark still at pretty much 7 o'clock, wasn't it? So, you know, it's going to be an amazing race here. And again, we can see already, we saw it in sighting lap. Normally it is, you cannot see the second car.
Yeah.
None of that at the moment. Again, I'm not suggesting after 110 cars go through it that that's not going to change a fair bit. But at this point, the track is holding together beautifully. It looks like it's going to, you know, really, again, rut up and get those corners going in. You know, it's going to be very interesting to see how this track plays out. And I guess just quietly, Josh, we saw a few guys that looked quite, you know, I'll use the word politically aggressive. You know, they're having a look in sighting lap. Obviously, it is just a sighting lap, but you know, they're obviously you know, making sure that they've got their braking points right. They're using that time to their advantage because, again, as we keep alluding to, and every racer knows, this prologue is going to be key. Yeah. If you're out in front, it's easy to stay out in front versus if you're coming through the pack, and I'm not saying that it can't happen, but if you work your way from 13th, 15th, something like that, it's a tough day in the office on race day one.
Yeah, no, it definitely will be, and it's going to be interesting to see how all these vehicles get up and boogie this morning. So it looks like we'll start off with our side-by-sides. We go, and I don't take this in any wrong way, shape or form, but we start off with the slower cars. And then,
limited classes. Josh, absolutely.
And then we get up to our big
pro car unlimited classes. Again, in Australia, that's actually not really a true thing, is it, Josh?
Yeah, no.
Unlimited isn't a thing. We actually run a 7-litre rule or a V6 turbo, like you can have charged or, you know, forced induction on anything up to 3.5 litres. So that's the way it's going to be. And, you know, again, those cars are going to come up later, probably about 10 o'clock local time. We're going to be, you know, cranking along with all our unlimited pro class cars. I tell you what, we're going to throw back down to Rihanna on the grid.
Very exciting. We are on the Prologue start grid. Brad Lovell and his son Byam back here again to defend the title. Brad, how are you guys feeling?
You know, we are really excited to be here. All the confidence in the world in this Ranger Raptor. We did a bunch of pre-running down there, or what we as Americans would call pre-running. Ranger Raptor was super fast, blasting through the whoops, so feeling really confident right now.
Now today is Prologue Day. It's all about setting that fastest time. What are you guys thinking? What are you anticipating?
Well, it is very important out here in Prologue to get a good time, to get yourself further up in the field. I do think the Chevy's going to be pretty fast out here. There are a lot of long sweeping turns. They got a lot of power in that thing, but we're going to do whatever we can to make up some time in the whoops and the rough stuff and put a little bit of time on it before the race even starts.
And how cool is this? Once again, back here with your son in Australia, just racing a Raptor.
Yeah, it certainly is something special for us as Americans. We've been very involved with Ford and Ford Performance with their products, so to have the opportunity to come over and here at Finke, it's a race we've watched for years, and it's definitely a sprint race, so a lot of different tactics for us.
Yeah, we wish you all the best. Enjoy, guys. Stay safe out there.
Thank you very much. We'll see you in Finke.
So cool to speak to Brad and his son Byam, who are in the Ford Performance Ranger Raptor. Now, the other side of that coin is, of course, the Chev Craig Lowndes Supercar Champion. You are here at Finke for the very first time racing. How are you feeling ahead of Prologue?
Yeah, really good. I think that having that sort of like observation lap really sort of showed where the puddles are still laying. But, you know, of course, we were one of the first to go through. So I'm not sure what the other cars and trucks and buggies did, but really excited. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
First time for you in this kind of race format. I mean, what is the mindset heading into Prologue? How do you attack this?
I think Dale and I talked about it. He's used to the rally term prologue. I'm used to the term qualifying. He then said, it's like a top 10 shootout. Okay. So that's the mindset I'm at the moment.
Yeah, cool. And just that pre-running on the track, just give us a bit of a snapshot of what it's looking like.
It's not too bad in some sections. There's areas early in the week that was still wet that's now dried out. So that's a good thing. But again, don't know what they've done with those puddles, whether they've sprayed some water up on the berms. But look, we'll take it what we can see.
And the first car is off, so we wish you guys all the best for today.
Cheers, thank you.
Boys, how cool getting to chat to the two guys that are vying for bragging rights between Ford Performance and Chev.
Yeah, definitely is, Rihanna. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how the Chevy and the Ford goes this weekend. Great insight from both drivers there, and it's great to see the Americans over here once again, the Lovels, and back as well. So first off the line, on the line now is the 6683 of Sophie Cramond and Stuart Glover, and they're from Tarara in Victoria in their Polaris RZ R1000. So here we go. Side-by-sides Sport out here this morning are the first of our competitors.
Yeah, Josh, that first one slipped off the line in front of us. It was all happening again, as we mentioned. So good seeing that Ford versus Chev battle. I tell you what, it is exciting because, you know, Ford, the Ranger Raptor, touted as the Australian product, and the big Chevy, it's almost like David versus Goliath, isn't it, that race? And it's going to be amazing to see. And what's actually interesting, I just thought about it, it's an Australian driver in the American product and an American driver in the Australian product. We've really mixed it up. Fink is truly international feeling.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And last year, ladies and gentlemen, Eden Evans was the quickest around the Prologue track in the side-by-side sport. So their time last year was 6 minutes 17, and that's the time you're looking at around about for these side-by-sides to be pushing out this morning.
Now, interesting, you mentioned Eden. She stepped up to the 636. She's going to be in a pro class side-by-side this weekend, so that's very cool. So that's all. Oh, and quickly, I was going to say, normally they have a starting gap between the classes, but they're pushing them through, which is fantastic. Obviously, the dust not a huge factor this weekend. You can see that beautiful Ford Ranger Raptor running through the outback desert at the moment. The 773 of Brad Lovell.
Yeah, last year's Prologue first in class for production four-wheel drive did it in 6 minutes and 2 seconds, an average 79k around the track, which is pretty good for a production four-wheel drive.
Very fast, Josh. There's no question about that. And an amazing thing, you know, again, we've got the turbo V6 versus the big giant Chevy V8. So, you know, it's really cool to see this action. And again, Brad had come through. Wow, look, even the helicopter's got some great action there. We're enjoying the view here of the helicopter chasing the Ford. But again, just putting it out there. Again, talking about the Chev. Sorry, guys, there's plenty of action happening. We just saw a recovery crew running out there, so there might be some action on track that we're keeping an eye on. But again, Craig Lowndes now off the line in the giant-killing big Chevy.
And it's great to see that thing getting out and pushing. Definitely not holding back this morning as we look back into the section. It's great this year. We can actually see the cars from our combox up here in... here in Alice. So we're watching that Ford Performance machine make its way around the track. It's going to be very interesting to see how that thing goes. And next on the line is that lovely turned out 78 series.
78? 76?
76, sorry.
You got it, brother. You got it. We're going to work on this over the weekend. We do love our Toyotas around here. So, you know, the 76, the big racing wags. And that's Hank Parker and Mark Robinson. They're out of St. George in Queensland.
Plenty of soot out the side of that thing to start off.
Absolutely. Those boys have a real good crack in that. I actually believe they swap some driving duties every now and then too. Yeah. And they, because Mark Robinson has a old Bennett-built C20 trophy truck, the old famous one. Bernie Gwynn used to have that truck, made famous by jumping down there at the Fink end with both arms out the window. Now, we don't recommend that. Oh, that explains. So they're actually on siding lap.
Yeah.
Right, that's Ivan Schmucker, I think, on his way back. Single seat. early element. But they'll get that sorted. I'd say it's something very simple, get it out racing. So that was that vehicle that we saw before. Some of our class 5s, gee, some of the classes are going to come through pretty fast here because we've already run through our production four-wheel drives. Again, just real quick chat about the production four-wheel drives. They are production style suspension pickups. They've got to have full, chassis underneath them. They need to have the original bottom end. So you could theoretically put like aftermarket heads on your V8 or, slightly modified turbos and bits and pieces. Again, I don't want to get into all the rules because I don't, claim to be a guru on production four-wheel drive rules, but it is an interesting class because you can do a couple of little mods, but you are limited. It is that production style vehicle. So these things very close to their road-going counterparts, just with a few little modifications, little tune-up on the chip and that sort of thing.
Well, here we go. The first of our vehicles to make their way into the stadium section, the Honda Talon. Great shots here from our awesome production crew. So make their way into the stadium.
Yeah, there you go. So that was John White and Jack Briggs out of West Ulverston, Tasmania, in that Honda Talon. And yeah, very cool to see a Honda out here having a run. They entered the side-by-side market, I wouldn't say a long time ago. They obviously had a lot of their off-road style farming, Honda, side-by-sides, but then they got into this, I don't know, let's call it a lifestyle range or performance market. And the Talon, I know that in America, that is a very good bit of a gear. And I mean, let's be honest, it's a Honda. It's going to be a quality piece of equipment, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely will be. It's going to be interesting to see what sort of time it puts out, because this will really gauge to see what that track is like out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to be interesting because, again, they're going to be so separated by other vehicles once you're talking about the side-by-side classes that, it's going to be super important because, 15 seconds, as we've talked about, can sometimes be 10 positions on the road. And, if you've got to work past those 10 positions, interestingly, off the gas there.
Yeah. Not all the way to the line. But with that chopper coming back in so quick, I do believe the Ford Performance Machine's in the stadium section already, so that thing is absolutely flying.
Yeah, and is that the Ford or the Chev that we can see coming out into the big rolling whoops now? So there's definitely a bit of a race on. Again, we're just looking at the positions on the track. Again, it is a beautiful year. We can absolutely confirm at this point the dust is a absolute non-factor here in Prologue at the moment. Again, not suggesting that won't wick up once we start getting to our Pro Class cars, but at the moment, there's the Raptor right there. Wow, and going quick.
Yeah, Brad Lovell and Brian Lovell all the way from the United States of America. It's great to see them out here, but we go back to our side-by-side as they make their way across the line.
Wow, that is an amazing bit of footage that we've got of the Raptor.
Wow.
Wowzers. Every little bit of track and every little bit of throttle.
Off the loud pedal again.
No, so I'd say, Josh, that's got to be the finish line. So they've modified. You don't go under the banner anymore. I'd say that once you hit that corner, the time's there. So
Brad Lovell has gone under 6 minutes. 5:59.779 with an average speed of 80.4.
In a production four-wheel drive, that's absolutely insane.
Craig Lowndes out there now pushing it into the stadium section.
And I tell you what about that V8 sound? We can hear it in the commentary box.
So good to hear. It's going to be very interesting to see what time. 7-time Bathurst winner, multiple-time Australian Safari champion. Look, gets it a little bit hairy there, but collects it. And look at that. Craig Lowndes across the line in the Silverado. What time does he do?
Wow, that was super impressive. That was a committed drive through those final S's.
Craig Lowndes goes top of the timesheets, 5 minutes 51.09 with an average speed of 82.02. Wow. Production full drive has opened up, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, the first punches have been thrown in that amazing Ford versus Chevy battle. And I tell you what, Craig Lowndes has had a great run there, but no doubt Brad Lovell, also knows exactly what his plan is, what he's doing. Again, both of those times under the 6-minute mark. That is silly fast. I tell you what, here's the 76 with a big puff of diesel coming out. Smell it. Little bit of performance there from the big 4.5 V8.
Yeah, Norman Parker and Mark Robinson. They're from St. George in Queensland. And really pushing that 76 series here this weekend.
Do you know, Josh, when you just said that Norman Parker, I didn't know his name wasn't Hank. I've never heard him called anything other than Hank the Tank. He is the man, the myth, the legend, always enjoyable. They run races at Gundy. They've done Don River. They're quite, they do a lot in the Queensland scene as well as the national scene. So awesome to see this 76 out here. And I tell you what, another flying wowzers. That got a little loose at the end there. Have we got a flat tyre or something? Or is that just a tactical break that might have been? That's called the Scandinavian flick right there. Got her into the corner. Leafs and Lockers, that's where it's at, team. Now, Josh, we've been talking about the action in the stadium, but interestingly, am I on the right track that we've had a little bit of a break here, and now the production two-wheel drives, or the performance two-wheel drive, sorry, I lied here. No such thing as a production two-wheel drive. These things are modified, but they're the door slammer of the trophy truck category. So again, opening and shutting doors. They've got a certain amount of chassis rail in them. They can have modified motors, as you can see, massive, big, long travel suspension in these bad boys. And again, the performance two-wheel drive off the line now. Again, some amazing results there.
Yeah, no, definitely some very interesting times there. Still can't believe the split there between Craig Lowndes and Brad Lovell. But we're going to go back down to the start line with Rihanna.
I'm here with Chelsea and Bernard, one of our first father-daughter couples or partnerships that we're going to see going off here this morning for the Prologue. Chelsea, you've been racing since you're about 12 at Speedway, but what made you really want to do Finke for the first time this year?
I watched Dad do Finke a few times when I was younger. It's always been something we wanted to do together. We got the buggy about last year and knew that it's something that, we had to do and tick off the bucket list with sitting beside each other. So, yeah, we're real keen.
And have you had much of a test of the track? Do you know what to expect out there this morning?
I've heard it's a little bit rough, but from the Prologue truck we had a little run around and we're feeling pretty good about it. We know what we need to drive around, so we're just going to go have some fun. So.
And do you have a bit of a target for what kind of pace you want to set this morning?
This is more of sort of a fun thing for us. We'd like to get up there a little bit, but mainly just a class thing for us. We're just, more there to have fun and see the buggy's limits and see what this little car can do. So,
brilliant. Well, good luck out there and go have fun. We're just going to wander back here because we've got some of the Patriot campers. So this is Christian and Ashton. They always love to have a chat with me. Which side are we going to go on? Do you mind if we shove a mic through the front here? How are you guys feeling this morning?
Feeling good. Cars are feeling good. So just ready to get out and have some fun. Yeah.
And your dad and your uncle are going to be a little bit far behind you in the truck. How important is it to get a better time than them to start it off?
So they obviously have a lot more power. So they should do a faster lap than us in theory. But we are hoping to try and get a faster lap. Yeah.
And just in terms of the track, I mean, it's quite damp out there still. It's drying out a bit. But how does that sort of mix it up for you?
So we come out and we did walk the track on Thursday, which when we did that it was very, very wet, but most of the puddles have dried out quite good now. So yeah, we should be able to take more of the lines that we actually want to. Yeah.
And your brother there, you're ready to go? You're ready to guide him around the track?
absolutely ready to go. My job here is to pretty much just be a counter. Like, he's got everything going. I just need to sit here and enjoy the ride.
Well, thanks, guys. We're going to continue to have a bit of a wander, but until then, I'll throw back up to Josh and Dan in comms.
Oh, Keziah, that was awesome because we were actually, that was some off-road racing royalty in Alice Springs right there. In the passenger seats, none other than Bernard Gwynn, who we were talking about before in the old Chev C20. So, you know, the Gwynn racing family is alive and well. And, you know, with Chelsea there, it's in good hands. So that's exciting to see. And obviously, again, another family that's racing together with all the Montesalvos out and racing. Yeah, it's going to be great to see how that plays out and everything. Again, there with that Gene Tower, the Get truck. Gene's out from Southern California, so he's here and having a good look around. So again, for all our American mates, I hope you're having a great morning or afternoon, it'd be over there, or night. And yeah, we're getting under the way here at the Finke Desert Race and having a good time.
Yeah, first of our performance two-wheel drives making their way back into the stadium section now as we speak. That looks like it's Michael Shipton and Paul Coltone from Two Wheels and SA in their Ford SBH Ranger.
Yeah, they do a few kilometres in this here. They were actually up at the Don River, which is up in Bowen. In September is that race. So, you know, it's amazing. I think that from South Australia that they do so many rounds and, you know, get to so many races in that Ford Ranger. Not too much Ranger left in it anymore once you go to this performance two-wheel drive category. Again, long trailing arms, coilovers. Interestingly, do you think that you can see maybe with the two-wheel drives just struggling for a little bit of traction there in these early conditions? Again, I think that truck's going to, you know, roughen up and get some traction in it. But at the moment, it's so early that it looks a little bit slippery in two-wheel drive, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it definitely does. Bit uncharacteristic from some of the drivers here, but then again, you look at some of these vehicles, and they must have changed the timing loop this year, so a little bit closer up there.
Yep, directly after the S's is my interpretation of what we're seeing here. So expect the guys to bang through those S's, and then as soon as they hit the timing mark, they'll be pulling up and just cruising through under the, let's call it now, ceremonial start-finish banner.
Very, very famous one. So I can hear something on the loud pedal in the background there.
Well, absolutely, because we've got that very cool turned out Holden Ute classic 70s shape. I don't want to call it a HQ or a HJ or something because the Holden purists will get angry at me. I better look it up. But again, beautifully looking turned out Ute. Again, an absolute classic now. Probably worth a few dollars on the market, although it's not the Holden Ute coming into view at the moment. That actually looks like, is it a Mitsubishi Trial? It's an Isuzu.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's that classic Rodeo body shape, isn't it?
The 508, yeah, Holden Rodeo.
Yep.
The Wakemans, Mark and Corey, making their way through. Brought to you by AC Delco.
Absolutely, the 508 all the way from Montrose, Victoria. Again, that's one of the great things about this race. It's true of most off-road races once they start becoming national rounds, people are travelling for them, but particularly Finke, it has such a flavour. You know, there's so many people from all over Australia and America. Hopefully we've seen, you know, more and more international entries. I know we've seen entries from China before and with Ross Boland and those sort of things, so very cool to see that. Oh no, that's a bit of steam coming out of that truck, or it was just for a second. Not sure what happened there.
Speedway through the S's.
Doesn't look like it slowed the pace at all. And again, motor sounds healthy. Might have just been a little bit of early morning dew touching on a set of pipes or something.
LS powered Commodore in the morning. There's nothing better than that. The De Brennies out here. That's Dennis and Jamie. Great to see this vehicle out here. And oh, that's a lot of smoke and that's a lot of water.
Well, that explains where that smoke come from before. It was off the water, because I was going to say I definitely saw it puff smoke, and that's the explanation. The 547 getting a little bit muddy here this morning as well. And again, ladies and gentlemen, that shows you just how wild these track conditions are. You know, there's a little bit of dust, there's a little bit of mud, and there's even water holes out there.
Yeah, as the first of our Super 1650s gets off the line, we are flying through it this morning. Michael Shipton currently out in front with that performance two-wheel drive time, 5 minutes 37. But we'll see what the Brennies have got. On song is that LS-powered machine.
Yeah, great run there. Nice, clean run through the S's. Tell you what, holding it all the way to the end in that situation. Here's that awesomely turned out Holden Ute. Again, this would bring back some memories for many a racer. The 544 out there.
Yep, Benjamin Olive and Nina Kells, another Alice local contingent. Great to see so many Alice locals out here. It's great to see this vehicle back out at Fink. I've been working on it to get it ready.
Well, it was absolutely gorgeous at scrutineering last night. A little bit muddy now, but I tell you what, I reckon it has one of the nicest paint jobs on it that I've seen on an off-road car for a long time. They've done a lot of work to that, and it is a beautifully turned out car. You can see it's got that Santa Mount long travel suspension, long travel trailing arm rear end. So it's a very cool modified production two-wheel drive. Oh, sorry, performance. I keep getting that production word. It's definitely performance two-wheel drive. So cool to see. And hey, look at these sports lights starting to line up now. This is a really competitive fast class.
Yeah, Tim Weir off the line, the 255. We had a look at that vehicle last night. Great to see him back out. He's been chasing that local championship at the moment, so it's great to see him pushing in that Super 1650. He's with Mark Nitschke, and they're in that whole shot.
Yeah, and such a cool class. I mean, I'm going to say that a lot. These are all cool limited classes. If you want to come racing, you know, Sports Light, Super 1650, you know, even at a touch Pro Light's starting to get towards a pro class car dollar-wise, you know, like, so, but particularly 1650s, you know, you can only do so much with a 1650cc motor modification-wise, and then all of a sudden it's going to start becoming about the driver, about your ability and about your strategy, about your plan, and I think that really works for a young driver. So, and, you know, and an old driver, and so if you want to have a really good time, and again, I hate using this word because there's no such thing as budget off-road racing. Yeah. Lots of people say you put money in a pile and burn it, it's cheaper than going off-road racing. It's a very true statement, but Super 1650 is this class 2 is an absolutely brilliant class, and as is Sports Light. I think it's one of the two, you know, real, they're going to, for young racers getting in a race car, there is no better option than these two.
Yeah, definitely. And the 244 off the line, that was Chelsea Groon and Brendan Groon from Sandy Creek in SA in their Southern Cross.
Again, so cool to see so many great Australian branded cars. You know, Southern Cross been around for a long time racing.
Well, it looks like we're going to get into some
Sports Lights will be the next cars. Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, I see
with those Tatts. Yeah.
The fast one, I'll give him a little bit of a shout out. Last night I was a bit mean, and in the official program it does say buggy slow one, but that is young Timmy Button. But as we look to the line, it's the Montesalvo twins out there, and they're getting ready in that Sports Light.
Absolutely, mate. It's a fantastically turned out little Illumicraft, and there's a great battle, camaraderie, teammate, you know, not teammate, but, you know, again, they work together with Sam Bentley. Last year, it was a fantastic race between the Montesalvos and the Bentleys. I actually think the Bentleys came off the best in that particular situation. I tell you what, another guy, the 1057 right behind the Montesalvos, Rod Visser, is going to be one to watch as well, has always been fast in this class. As you said, Tim Button, he's going to be out there, single seat.
Yep, it's going to be very interesting to see what game plan he's got. And then the 1059 of Darren Wright and Chloe Wright in their new Southern Cross Mark V. That thing is on song, I can tell you that. I've been in the passenger seat. It is one to watch out for. As the 210 of the Garrity's make their way, that's Brad Garrity and Courtney Garrity. They're Alice locals again. And
now, Josh, just out of interest, didn't mean to cut you off, but this is, they built this buggy, didn't they?
Yes, yeah, one of the tiny builds, and Elite, if I'm not mistaken, it's got a motorcycle engine in the back of it. I don't think it's a Hayabusa motor. I think it's a GSX R1. if I'm not mistaken.
Very cool. But it is
this thing
awesome.
Sounds insane.
It really does. Well, we're getting that audio through the headset as you say that. And man, it's, 13, 14,000 RPM out of a 4-stroke motor. It is singing. Some would say it's on the bopper.
Some would say it's on the bopper. We'll be saying a lot more of that once we get into the bikes a little bit later on. But if you are following on the live stream, I hope you're having a lovely morning so far, or you're here in the Alice as the 210 crosses the line. We're putting you out, giving you all the prologue action here from the start-finish line here in Alice Springs, not too far away from Sports Lights getting underway, but the second of the Chambers engineering vehicles makes their way, and that's Rick Chambers from Alice Springs in another one of those tiny built GSXRs. Great to see two local businesses supporting that one, Chambers and Thinkwater.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Again, it's so good to see the locals out here racing. This really is a local race that's gone national, isn't it? This was back in the 70s. A couple of mates decided they were going to ride down to Finke, sleep overnight and ride home. And wasn't it a carton of beer for the winner?
I believe so, and I remember hearing stories of people taping sandwiches to their bikes because they didn't know how long they were going to be out there. Like, it's absolutely amazing, and to see how far it's come over the years, Dan, it is awesome. Like, we've got caterers out there at Finke now this year, so that's awesome to hear.
Unbelievable. The footage that we got last year down at the Apatula end was just absolutely amazing. We're looking forward to seeing it again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're sitting at home and you're thinking, man, what am I doing on the couch versus out at Finke? We agree with you. It's going to be a huge year next year in 2025. Make sure you get out here. There is nothing like the smell, the sound, the red dirt, the atmosphere. You've got to get out here.
Yeah, you definitely do. So Rick Chambers sets a time of 6 minutes 07 as Tim Weir makes his way in the Super 1650. Oh! And just breaks it up. He's a wild man, that young kid, and he goes to the top. 5 minutes 34 with a 42. 86 average Ks.
Isn't that crazy, Josh? Like, not so long ago, if you ran a low 5 minute in a pro car, that was a pretty good result. And now we've got our Super 1650s running down that mid-5 pack. That's unbelievable. And the track's harder. It's not easier. It's harder than it used to be. No, anyone can say, oh yeah, back when I raced it, you're lying. The track is rougher. It is more technical. Everything is just coming along in leaps and bounds.
Yeah, as the Montesalvo twins get off the line for Patriot Campers, as the confab machine gets ready to make its attack on the around about 6.78k Prologue track.
Yeah, another Illumicraft car too, which is very cool in this Class 10. They've got a lot of good American cars, so you can buy a good 10 car out of the States and run it over. It is essentially the same style of class over here. It was actually the idea behind the 10 class. As one of our awesome 244 is now on screen at the moment, running through our stadium area. Chelsea Gwynn, and again, Bernie Gwynn in the passenger seat of that. Absolute legend, the Gwynn boys. And in this case, it's the Gwynn young lady at the wheel. So good. Chelsea has been doing some speedway work. We do follow along on the social media. Now, there's another great little statement while we got, some action happening. Make sure you jump on and, do what's the like, follow, subscribe. What do the young kids do these days, mate?
So, on YouTube, we like the stream. I know there'll definitely be some comments going out there. So, let us know where you're from, where you're watching from, and all that fun stuff. And just enjoy the stream this weekend. Share it out to all your friends and let them know if they're not here in Alice, there's nothing better to do than be watching this.
How good is that? I saw Gwynny pumping the air there coming across the line. They are very happy with that, and I tell you what, that just makes me pumped. So good to see family racing together.
And there you go, the Bentley machine off the line now. Sam Bentley and Ben Shivel from Lower Bourton in SA in that Racer Engineering buggy. great to see it.
Now, Josh, I'm glad it's not my job, but it's interesting, and it probably doesn't play a big factor here today due to the fact that the dust is down. But isn't it interesting the way they Prologue seeding works? Now, I know it works off your last Prologue here at Finke, and obviously Montesalvo's were in front. In Prologue is possibly the situation, but it's interesting because Sam Bentley was actually faster in the race than Montesalvo's, overall at the end of last, but, starts out a third position. So it's interesting the way that they seed and the positions, and probably particularly with, like, say, the class cars, that becomes a big deal. Like, we've got some guys like Andy Brown and Dan Brown and those guys. Where are they going to see them this weekend in the starting Prologue, and how does that play out? Dan Brown actually had to pass a car on track in their Prologue one year here. There's some great footage of that happening. So all I'm saying is it's interesting how that plays out and how that can possibly affect a race.
No, it definitely does. The 1008 of Shane Greening and Julia Antonelli, I do believe, is in the Navi seat this morning. They get off the line. Another one of our Alice locals. That used to be a pro car. They've switched that over to the Sports Light this year. And running it to see how it will go. Be very interesting to see how young Shane does.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you can hear it's like a bunch of angry bees out there. They're all running around and on the gas, that's for sure.
Next up off the start line will be the number 1010 Paul Tinga and Daniel Kelsey. They're from Taparoo in SA in their Southern Cross. Gotta love the sound of the Sports Light as they get off the line nice and cleanly. And here come the Montesalvos on those rolling whoops.
How good is that footage out there on those big whoops? Again, we talked about they got put in a couple of years ago, and I think that was a fantastic change rather than the S-bends. They used to have, and again, I use the word loosely at Finke, the smooth S-bends. It was cool that they put some big rolling whoops in there, one for the spectators so that they could see, but also so that, it really sort of mimics the track conditions out there. Because, really, for a lot of years, the Finke Prologue track was almost like a speedway track, wasn't it? And, it didn't necessarily indicate how fast you were going to be down the track. I mean, you can only do so much with a 7K loop close to Alice. Those Bonduma whoops, you really can't recreate those. But, they've had a good run at it, and I think this track's really growing. Every time we come out here, it gets a little bit better as the 1088 slides around those berms.
So the 1021 gets off the line to the thick button. See how he goes for his first attack at Finke in the single-seater. Well, let's see what time the Montesalvo twins do.
Yeah, nice run.
Across the line.
Beautiful run there. Nice and clean through those S's. Visser also making their way in with the 1057. Good position there. Looks nice and clean. Again, another Illumicraft. And we're also keeping a good eye on Sam Bentley in his racer engineering car. So again, a couple of the big Class 10 manufacturers from America here competing. Oh, Visser sliding it in, using that turn. Whoa, up on two wheels a little bit there too. So really pushing again. We know how important these Prologues are, particularly we talk about time and time again, if you are 13 seconds or 10 seconds behind, that can be 10 positions on road, which is absolutely crazy.
10:59, the right racing machine gets off the line. And that thing sounds absolutely on song. One of the best sound sports lights out here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It is very, very cool. Visser again having a nice clean run there.
Yeah, just waiting for their times to pop up in the comment box. So won't be too much longer until we can give you that information as the Bentley machine makes its way around the stadium section now, the 1018. They look like they're pushing very well. Oh, a little bit of an excursion there, but straight back on track. I do believe it has changed a little bit, the stadium section here. Dan?
Yeah, absolutely. Seem to have put a few more corners, like a few S's in it.
Yeah.
And again, those big built-up berms. They were a staple, you know, I guess it's about 10 years ago now that they put them in. Crazy, we see that old footage originally. Oh, and look, Sam running the short line across there. I like that.
Saw a little bit of that in the prologue. Thought someone would take that to their advantage here.
Absolutely, 5 metres either side of the course, they say, so as long as you are there. And then the other thing that I will note, you have to be, I believe the rule is on the markers, you have to keep the markers, you know, like if it's arrowed to the left, you've got to be on the right side of it. So, yeah, you can't run on 5 metres on the wrong side of a marked marker.
1008, Shane Greening make his way. Spoke to his Tat this morning. I wished him luck, and he said he's going to need every little bit of it. I don't think you're too right there, Axel. He's doing pretty well here this morning. Let's see what he does. It's great to see 2 young Alice locals, and again, I talk about the young blood growing up in off-road racing here. Oh, he's run it wide. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, up over the berm. We'll see that plenty here this weekend. It happens a lot on race day too. It's interesting. Yep. Often on the way home, the competitors just relax just a second too early, and we'll see a car go off that big berm and over. It's never we have had one rollover, but it's never really too much of an issue. But it must wake them back up for sure.
On the loud pedal through to the finish line. Sounding a little lumpy there.
No, she's fine.
Nah, it's all good. As we continue with Prologue this morning, we're going to go down to the start-finish line and have a chat with another one of our competitors.
And it's all about family here in Finke as well. And we've got the Campbell family, Greg and Tori, father, daughter. Tori, you're just telling me you're 18 years old, first time doing Finke. How are you feeling on the start line?
Pretty nervous. I'm excited, but pretty nervous.
And you've obviously got Dad doing the work behind the wheel. How are you guys feeling in the lead up to this?
Pretty good. Pretty good, I think. Went well at testing, so that's good to see. Yeah, very excited to see how it goes.
And I'll quickly run around and grab Greg. Greg, this is pretty cool that you're getting to do this with your daughter.
Yeah, we've done it as a family sport for a lot of years. My wife and I won Finke class here quite a few years ago. It was actually before the kids were born. Yeah, they've just definitely grown up around the sport. We won class here a couple of years ago with my son Lachlan, and he's driving now, competing in he won the New South Wales Championship last year, and he's doing another series this year. So yeah, it's definitely a family sport, and we build a lot of cars, so the whole sport's our business as well.
Awesome, love to hear it. Good luck out there, stay safe.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say that was none other than Greg Campbell. And I tell you what, he's been building race cars for a lot of years and been on many a competitive team. Again, I believe it was Lachlan last year.
Yep, we got the 1021 making its way around the stadium section. Young Timothy Button. I know a lot of people on the live stream over in the States and here in Australia will be watching this young man. He's got quite a bit of a following. He's got the Finke or Forget It page. He started racing when he was 16. He was one of the youngest ever to drive down to Finke, and he's jumped up, and now he's in the sports light. On you, Timmy Button, in the fast/slow one. That's what we're going to keep it as this. As Peter Wright makes his way with young Chloe with the passenger seat. So Timothy Button, 5 minutes 53 seconds, average speed at 81k an hour. Not bad at all there for the 1021. So the 1059 makes its way towards us here. The Wright machine, let's see what they do, as it looks like we get into the side-by-side pro category now.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. These are going to be roaring. We did see one of them, the JSW car, off the line earlier. And now the 6195 is on the line, getting ready to crank up. Yeah, we're going to see some very fast times out of these pro side-by-sides, I believe. You know, they got them wicked up. It's crazy to think now that they've got 250-odd horsepower. And, you know, you can see those Can-Ams just moving out. There's plenty of brands that are, you know, out here for a competition. Again, the side-by-side, they're very much dominated by Polaris for a lot of years. Then Can-Am bought in this X3, and I tell you what, it is a good-looking piece of equipment. Now, as you said, on display last night was one of the new, what do they call it, Maverick R?
Maverick RS, I believe.
There you go, but got the, let's say, interesting upper control arm upright arrangement. They say that it makes it amazing, so very interesting.
Yep, definitely will be, and we'll wait to see those as the time comes through for the 10:59 of Darren Wright and Chloe Wright. That was 5 minutes 26 with an average speed of 88k an hour, so not bad at all for them in the sports light.
Yeah, absolutely, mate.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see how it all plays out. But these side-by-sides, look at how quick that thing got off the line.
Yeah, and all-wheel drive, mate. Like, I mean, that's going to be a big advantage here, you know, particularly on this track. Like, you can see the corner speed that they hold up. They got that real rally-inspired suspension. You know, they work really well on this course. Often, again, please don't take this as a hater statement, but you'll see them really up in the field compared to where they'd run, compared to, like, say, a trophy truck once you get down in the rough stuff. But that's for the perspective that you're allowed to have. If I could run as fast as I could in Prologue, I'd do it. Yeah. So, you know, use whatever advantage you can, because, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out with the Side-by-Side Pro, because there's a lot of really great competitors. Talking about Side-by-Side Pros, one of the big names that has moved up from Pro is now in a Pro car, a Get performance car, is James Cook. So James Cook was extremely fast, you know, in that Side-by-Side Pro class, and now going to a full Pro buggy. Going to be exciting to see how that plays out. But again, we've got so many Pro side-by-sides right now going off the line. Absolutely brilliant. And again, I love the fact that there was a period of time, Josh, where they were all sort of like a big cookie cutter, weren't they? Which I totally understand, but now they're getting into the liveries. All these teams have got their team colours. That orange turned out Can-Am there just pops on the red centre dust, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And it's great to see the camaraderie around this race once again. It's just people come out in droves and droves and droves, and we love to see it. We love to hear it. As we continue to look at these cars getting off the line, it's going to be very interesting to see what sort of times these side-by-sides put down this year.
Absolutely, mate. Now, next on the line is going to be the 651. So that was Greg Campbell and Lachlan Campbell. I believe it was Tori Campbell in that interview sitting in the passenger seat. So that's very cool to see the 651 on the line. Now off the line, and the 617 will be up next. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're using the same information you've got, just looking through this beautiful event program that we have. It is a book now. It's got stories, it's got competitor information, it's got everything that you'd possibly need. So make sure you go and grab yourself one of the Finke programs. It has come a long way from a bit of printed black and white paper, hasn't it, Josh?
Yeah, no, it definitely has. As the 604 makes its way into the stadium section, that's Jeff McNiven and Jake Nicholson, all the way from Aldern in Queensland. So great to see them in that Maverick X3.
Mate, those JSRW boys, the McNivens, they have got them dialed. You watch that thing in the rough, it eats it. It is absolutely insane. They come from racing Gundawindi and Don River and all those races up there and being truly competitive, not just in class, but outright. So going to be one to watch this weekend, in just not at the side-by-side pro class, but in the outrights. Now as the 617 of Glenn Ackroyd gets off the line with Andrew Cassidy out of Cardiff, New South Wales. Again, another one to watch. Glenn Ackroyd's been around and racing for a long period of time. And I tell you what, get excited on this one too. The 635 is on the line, and that's none other than Jackson Evans, the Kinchrome guys. Again, fantastic stuff there. They do all the Kinchrome YouTube videos and bits and pieces. They had that ride-along day. Actually, I believe there's a whole heap of YouTube influencers floating around here this weekend, which will be interesting to see their perspective on this race and all the action that happens. But again, Jackson Evans from Kinchrome, and Eden Evans will be out there in the pro class as well with the Kinchrome cars. So keep a good eye on Jackson. The lineage is Simon Evans' son and daughter. So keep a good eye on them. There's Australian rally legends amongst us.
Well, the 604 of McNiven goes top of the timesheets, 5 minutes 10, with an average speed of 92k.
pretty big statement, but I think that will hold for a little while. Jeff McNiven, very, very fast. I'd love to be proven wrong, but I reckon you might almost be waiting until we get to the pro lights and the pro cars that gets surpassed.
These side-by-side pros are not mucking around this morning. They're so nimble, they're so quick. There you go, 5 minutes 15 with an average speed of 91 there for James Mongford and Michael Mongford. So,
yeah, the Mongford's super fast out of Queensland, I believe. And again, those guys have been really, really stepping up the game time and time again. Justin Ryder and Stephen Teese out of Riverbend, Queensland in the 627 are on the line in a second. But first up, the 6104. If I can get a name on that, it will be Glenn Brinkman and Scott Beckwith out of Lower Beachmont, Queensland in their Can-Air. And as said, the 627 on the line. That's Justin Ryder and Stephen Teese.
Insane to see how quick these side-by-sides are now, though. Just off the line, they are incredibly quick and nimble as well. They just take these corners like it's absolutely nothing. And so we watch this next one make their way in.
Yeah, they are absolutely flying. There's no question about that. We've also got the 661 about to be on the line, which is Adam Spicer and Amanda Spicer. But I tell you what, more grid action happening right now as we jump down to the start line.
Hopefully get into the 5 minutes somewhere and just have some fun. Enjoy the weekend.
And you've got a pretty big job today, but are you across some of the track changes at the end of the prologue? How are you going to navigate some of those?
Stay out of the water is the big thing. And hit the whoops as hard as we can go.
Perfect. Well, I hope you guys get into that 550. I'll let you guys get rolling on. I think I'm getting told to get out of the way, but we're going to keep having a chat to some of these drivers. Back to you guys.
I tell you what, I like that advice. Hit the whoops as hard as you can. I rate that. I think that that's a good plan going forward. So the 651 of Greg Campbell out and about on track at the moment. Great spray there off the top of the berm there. Again, a few little track changes out here. In my opinion, the berms look like they've been pulled down a little bit this year too. It might just be my perception of where I'm sitting, but very cool to see. The 657 is on the line as well now. Unfortunately, I don't have a name for them. Looks like a very new car. Immaculately clean. Got the big King suspension too, I think I can see sneaking out there, so be cool to see. And I hope I got this right, but it looks like one of the new Polaris Pros. So it might be why it's a brand new car. But again, great run there using all of the track for Greg Campbell. He went off screen there because he was so close to our tower. But again, the 657 looks like he's about to get offline now. Interesting starting position too, right over to that right-hand side. Plenty of motor in that thing though. My goodness. Again, interesting point about these vehicles is that all of them on the line are centrifugal clutch type vehicles. So it is two pedals. One gets you going, one gets you slowing. So the 617 of Glenn Ackroyd on screen at the moment, making their way through the stadium. But again, it is the 6166. Well, that might even be 68 on the line, or about to get off the line, of Ben Nixon and Tom Marketich, One Tree Hill, South Australia. Again, the 6168 on the starting line now. So it'll be very cool to see the 6168 off the line. Clean run off there. I tell you what, one of the fantastic things that's going to happen this weekend is we can see on screen that we're going to get a little bit of live in-car action here this weekend, which is going to be absolutely brilliant. Again, you can see the cockpit very busy in there. Big screens now. Again, we were talking about it probably for some of our American mates, they're used to using the GPSs. Well, that's a new advent in Australia. Only in the last, I'd say 4 or 5 years have we been allowed to run GPSs. It was always a bit of a rule that they didn't want to run through the dust too hard, or there was a concept that the GPS made it unsafe, which I guess there is an argument for. However, you know, with the technology that's come along now, most of these guys, or all of these guys, are running some form of navigation aid. So it's going to be very interesting to see as that develops and that technology keeps coming through. I know there's a lot of guys that are really onto it now. As the 6183 gets off the line. Yeah, interestingly, that definitely sounded like it had a gearbox in that one. Multiple shifts. So we'll keep an eye on that vehicle, the 6170 off the line now as well. Anthony Harris, Blair Harris, Will Harris. So the Harris crew out of Bass, Victoria. Nice run there for the 6104. Again, Glenn Brinkman coming through there clean. The 627 now making their way through those big berm tracks. The Rival Inc. Can-Am. Nicely turned out in white. Ooh, no dramas, but you can see those berms starting to form up now. Did the right thing, stayed on the gas, getting through there. Again, the 6170 going under the Method Race Wheels banner now. Again, huge shout out to Method Race Wheels. They are a fantastic sponsor of the Finke Desert Race Prologue. We've had them a couple of years now, and I tell you what, can't wait for that to continue. Every year is getting bigger and bigger, but I tell you what, the 50th anniversary is looming, and it is going to be an absolutely killer event. So Ryder through now, great run. Again, a bit of fist pumping there. I think they're happy with that run. Still looking through all the overalls. Just trying to have a look. It looks like maybe there was a few changes of time. Again, just trying to see all the overall times. Again, follow along if you're on YouTube. Make sure you go to the Finke Desert Race. There is updated timing and information and everything on the website. So got to have a couple of browsers open at a time, I think. Or maybe YouTube on the big screen and then the laptop or the iPad open with the updates. Again, we love having a chat with you guys, so make sure you join in on the chat live stream. I will say it again, Toby Price is not here this year. So that's not going to be a thing. We're not waiting for Toby. He is over in America, and I tell you what, he had a great year over there with Paul Wheel. So it's going to be absolutely amazing to see what Team Australia does over there. The first team to win in America in the Baja. So again, big shout out to Paul Wheel and Toby Price for that awesome Baja 500 result. But I tell you what, again, let's throw down to the start-finish line, or the start line of the Method Race Wheels Prologue with Rihanna.
Matt Bray from Brisbane, been here before in a bike, now you're in the side-by-side pro buggy. Give us a bit of a snapshot of what the pre-running was like here.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. No dust, which is always a big bonus here. We'll come out, go hard, but have fun.
That's what it's all about. You had some sighting laps in the Prologue early this morning. How's the track looking?
Yeah, pretty good, lots of grip. No dust, few puddles, but we'll just pick our lines and go with it.
You're now in the buggy. You've decided to hop off the bike and get in the buggy. What was behind that decision?
Oh, actually, a lot of it was bringing friends and family along with the ride that wouldn't normally get a chance to compete in events like these. Yep. So yeah, it was a bit of that.
And what's sort of the goal time that you guys are looking at?
About 2:20, 2 hours 20 today. So, but once again, we'll run our race and see where we end up.
Awesome, sounds good. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome to hear that conversation happen. 2:20, I think he means 2 hours 20 tomorrow when he does his full race day 1 on the way down. Yeah, he'd be looking for about a 5:30 or something like that in prologue time. But it is great to see family and friends racing here together. And that's what it's really all about, isn't it? As the 637's on the line, the 653 took off Troy Bessam with Anthony Milsom out of Dubbo, New South Wales, off the line in that conversation. Again, starting to get towards some of our pro lights, trophy trucks, pro buggies. Can't wait to see that action. But again, we've got all our pro side-by-sides. Again, there is limitations, but in Australia, it basically is the open class of side-by-sides. Now, I tell you what, another interesting thing, it'll be interesting to see what they do with that corner. Obviously now everyone is on that fast line where they go from those method banners down there. They are shortcutting the track, you know, within reason. They're using the rules, but it is basically starting to become a straight cut across there. It's going to be interesting to see if the Finke committee obviously can't change it now during the race, but will be interesting to see next year if there's some more changes, maybe some more barricading up there to make you do that S-bend. Obviously, it's clear that it is a move to make this event safer and safer. And talking about that, ladies and gentlemen, if I've got your attention, remember all the rules, 30 metres back from the track this weekend. Make sure you follow all the event officials' information. Very important because we want to keep this great race going for many more years. I'm hoping to celebrate the 100th anniversary. Well, there you go, we're talking about, there's one of those brand new Can-Ams. So as it cruises past, you can see the front arms on that, as it's now Polaris off the line. A little bit of a unique sound. You can tell the difference between the Polaris, not only visually, but the noise that they make is, you know, obviously that different motor arrangement. I believe the Can-Am still run a Bombardier-style motor. Rotax, a little bit different. Now the 6170. Looking for a nice clean prologue, I would say. Keeping it nice and neat. Again, the 6170 of Anthony Harris. Blair and Will along for the ride as well. Sometimes the right move is to keep it super clean. Make sure you don't wreck anything in prologue because it's going to be a long race day tomorrow as the 606 is now off the line. The 6199 is in the stadium. And on the line is the 61, I think that is the 59. I almost need some binoculars. But Clint Broomhall and Robert Quillam. (6199). Again, making their way through the stadium. Apologise, these guys must have been a bit of a late entry. Names are not in our program guide. So no doubt if you listen along on YouTube, or make sure you yell out their name and cheer them home, because the 6199 is now running through for the prologue. Nicely turned out vehicle there. The 672 now on the line. Now, out of interest, the 672 is one of the long wheelbase. It would have started life as a 4-seater, side by side. Again, that is the 672. That is Jordan Butcher and Sam Barnes. Jordan Butcher got a lot of images up online on YouTube, not YouTube, on Instagram and Facebook. Make sure you follow him along. But again, has plenty of information about the build of this car. It's a really nicely turned out race car. And now on the line, again, the 649 powering. That's Troy Daly. Again, great to have Troy back. He's been racing a few times, so Oh, a little bit of a false start there for Jordan Butcher, but he is away. And I tell you what, we are on board with Jordan Butcher. How good is this? This live stream right from the vehicle. Ladies and gentlemen, get excited. This is live footage of the Prologue track happening right now, where you can see that speed. We're talking about 120, 130 kilometers an hour on the Prologue track in this beautifully turned out Pro side-by-side. Again, the long wheelbase. Interesting to see whether that's an advantage for him. But again, what a bit of footage here. I tell you what, I'm going to let you sit back and just enjoy the sights and sounds of this amazing Prologue run here from Jordan Butcher.
Well, how cool is that, ladies and gentlemen? Starlink inside one of the vehicles, and we get to, have a ride along in the Prologue track. So that is awesome to see how far technology has come. Great to see all these vehicles making their way across the line and some times on them as we do speak. So, side-by-side pro, Matt Bray, currently out the front from what I can see here. No, sorry, Jeff McNiven still, 5:10. Jackson Evans, though, 5:10.92. So close between them two as the next of our side-by-sides makes their way across the line. That's the 6:06 in side-by-side pro there. Unfortunately, don't have a name for them as the 6:159 makes their way. That's Clint Brombahal and Robert Quillam from Wivenhoe, Tasmania. as we continue to get through our side-by-side pros. We're going to go back down to the start line of Prologue with Rihanna. Unfortunately, that competitor had to get moving along, so we unfortunately missed that one. But we continue to go thick and fast through our competitors here. 672, these are the boys that we were running with just before in the Starlink. So awesome to see this thing absolutely smashing it. And let's see sort of what time they've done for themselves here. So 5 minutes 32 with an average speed of 86.5. Not too bad at all. As you can see, some of the timing now popping up on the big screen. And if you're following at home, you can jump onto the Tatts Finke Desert Race site. So tattsfinkedesertrace.com.au and check out what's going on timing-wise there. 6108 making its way around. That's Matt Bray, Jackson Bray and Guy Williams from Loganville, Queensland in the Can-Am Maverick. Awesome to see some of these side-by-side pros in the 5 minutes and 30 second timing. It's great to see. As I believe we've got another one of our competitors ready to have a chat with on the start line.
I'm here with Jamie Harrison. Now, he had a big crash here in 2021, which left him paraplegic, but you've got a completely modified buggy. What are you hoping for out of Prologue?
Look, just to be safe today. It's not about today, it's all about 2 days in front of us. So I'm just going to make sure we get around safely, look after the car, and yeah, we'll race tomorrow and Monday.
And in terms of the pace you're hoping for, do you have a target?
In terms of pace, yeah, look, we'll try and just keep it mid-pace. We'll go steady.
Aim.
I think you said, how do I feel? I'm nervous still, I'm excited. Hasn't changed. The shakes have stopped, but yeah, I just want to get out there and get it done. Once I've got this done, it'll be a monkey off my back and I'm in a better place, so it'll be good.
Perfect. Well, I said hope you get in sort of the 5 minutes is the goal. Figure. Perfect. We'll have back to you guys. We'll keep having a little chat. It is quite noisy down here as these buggies keep going through.
Yeah, awesome story there on the start line. Great to see that after such a bad accident that he's come back and has jumped in the auto side of things and is continuing to love this great event. So really wishing him all the best this weekend as the 668 makes its way off the line. As the 626 makes its way back around. That's Daniel Challen and Kyle Dennis from Johnston NT. They're in one of them Can-Ams, the Maverick X3. So currently outright position so far. Jeff McNiven out there in front with 5 minutes 10 is the time to beat with a 19. Then Jackson Evans with 5 minutes and 10 seconds. And then back to third, Lachlan Bailey with 5 minutes 12 seconds. So all very close between the top three currently, and they're all in the side-by-side pro class. And to round out your top five, it's Christian Montesalvo and Ashton. They're in fourth, 5 minutes 14. And then James Mongford is fifth with 5 minutes 15. So nothing in it whatsoever in the top positions here currently. As the 685 makes its way into the stadium section. That's Jason Neat and Chris Johnson from the Northern Territory in their X3 Can-Am.
Yeah, it's amazing to think Josh, that some of these side-by-sides now, and I suppose they've just got such an advantage, similar horsepower to a Sportslide, you know, with that less weight. Although a lot of them would have quite a lot of safety gear. Pretty crazy to think that they've got to fit 160 litres of fuel, roughly, I'm assuming, on, you know, a vehicle this small. Be interesting to have a technical conversation with a few of these guys about, you know, how much fuel they do have on board. You know, they're starting to tune on E85. E85, you know, need more density. So it would be interesting to see how that all plays out, and those guys looking for every last little bit of horsepower, no doubt. I thought for a second there that it looked like he had a little bit of a flat tyre, but no issues there on the 685 coming in. 611 as well. Now making its way through the stadium area. Again, absolutely brilliant shots here.
Yeah, Brandon Hill and Jason Favell from Sunshine Acres in Queensland.
And we're probably going to say it a few times, but how crazy is it that we had that in-cab footage out of Jordan Butcher's side-by-side? Absolutely brilliant. And I'm guessing that we're going to be able to see that for most of the event.
Yeah, definitely going to be awesome to see it with all the Starlink capabilities that we've got at the moment. It is definitely awesome to hear and see as we've got the King Crow machine making its way through.
Yeah, again, that'll be Eden Evans from that fantastic family of racers. Cool to see them out here. And again, if you want to follow along, all of these guys have got the social media things going on. The King Crow team are really putting a big effort in and putting plenty of action out. A few great channels that are all King Crow sponsored.
Great to see the little maxi tracks on there. Back of the little Can-Am, just in case they find themselves in some really deep stuff. As the next of our side-by-side competitors gets their way off the line.
Great charge by Eden Evans there across the line. Again, the 636. Again, we were talking about Jackson Evans putting that 635 right up in second place overall. There is absolutely nothing in it. It's tenths of a second, about 8/10 of a second, a little bit less. So pretty cool to see that level of competition. And Lachlan Bailey, that's an amazing run too with a 5:12. Wasn't so long ago you would win Prologue outright with that time.
Yeah.
And again, I say it again, ladies and gentlemen, this track, no matter what anyone says about the glory days of racing, it is rougher now than it has ever been before. So if you can prologue faster now, that is absolutely insane.
No, it definitely is, and the machinery's just gotten better and better over the years as well. So, yeah, the cars, they continue to flow through. Next off the line there would have been Ryan Brook in the 682, I do believe. Sorry, no, Simon Brown in the 6190.
Yes, that is indeed the 6190. Again, what a host of side-by-side pro cars we have here this weekend, Josh. It is great to see, and I think that it is cool. It's a good competitors category because, again, you can't just really, I know everyone's spending cubic dollars, but again, really it comes down to your talent more so than the machinery. The guys that you see at the pointy end, they are talented wheelmen and women.
Yeah, no, definitely are, but it looks like we're getting to the pointy end of our side-by-sides here. So,
yeah, you can see the pro lights up the back there starting to warm up the brakes. So if you wonder why they're accelerating and braking, that's what they're doing back there, getting some heat into their brakes, because particularly these vehicles have no boosters. They are all manual brakes. I tell you what, you can feel it in your leg, and when those brake pads are cold, they are like butter. They just do not feel anything. So, yeah, interesting to see those guys out the back warming up so that they've got brakes at the first corner that they need them. Because this is crazy. We saw in Jordan Butcher's in-cab just how fast, you know, it is basically full noise down there. Even though it's got those S's, they are absolutely flying until they hit that first steep right-hand turn. Again, fantastic shots of the Method Race Wheel banners. Big shout out to Method Race Wheels. They are absolute legends. Not only are they out here supporting, they're out here racing as well. Taylor family, an awesome family. And yeah, they're in the 24. They'll be supporting Ryan Taylor as well as a host of other competitors this weekend that are on Method Race Wheels. But again, the big banner and the Method Race Wheels Prologue as Apostles is on stream, those 647. But we also had Craig Anderson off the line in the 6144. Again, all of these guys so tightly matched with these side-by-side pros.
Yeah, no, and talking about getting to the pointy end of Method Race Wheels Prologue, just a reminder that Method is that awesome. Outright car Prologue winner, $2,000 plus a trophy. Your outright side-by-side Prologue winner gets $1,000 plus a trophy. And then as well as your outright bike Prologue winner, they get $1,000 and a trophy as well. So they're putting on money for Prologue wins as well. And then all the prize money as well as for your fastest bike, fastest car, and then your class
And am I
prizes.
reading that right, Josh? They're also doing first, second, third as well.
Yes, they
So
are.
it's not even just the first place takes all. They're actually handing out some cash for everyone. So that is awesome. As Apostles is across the line now, as is the 637.
Yeah, the better beer machine. So that would have had Ashley Foote driving that one.
Might have been 638, was it? I said 637.
We've got that many screens going up here in the comp
We
box.
do have a bit going on. There's no question about that. So we apologise if we got that incorrect, but I can tell you it was a great drive from them coming right up on the back of that other side-by-side. I agree, Josh. It does look like it must have been Ashley Foote because it was Christian Apostles before that.
Both them cars sitting in a, well, one, the Apostles car sitting in the high sixes, 657, and then the Foote machine sitting 602. So not bad at all as the 677 makes their way off the line.
Interesting, Eddie Shivers, and it's interesting that he's starting out at this position. Not that it matters. Again, we've sort of had this conversation, but the Anglemoil car has been very, very fast in previous times here at Finke. So it's interesting that he's starting down the back, whether they were a little bit late to the lineup and they might have had to fix something, or whether that's just the starting position. Again, it's not going to be a huge thing, but you can see here, Josh, great live footage where, this is why the Prologue's so important, and getting a good position in Prologue, getting seated correctly, because the 682 obviously out there, enjoying Finke and having a good time, but the vehicle behind it, I don't quite have eyes on it yet. I think it might be the 6190 of Simon Brown is actually close enough now that he's possibly going to make a pass in Prologue. So, ladies and gentlemen, turn your eyes towards the chicanes, because I think we're going to get a overtake in Prologue here in a second. Now, just having a look, another vehicle off the line, that's Vaughan Hogan in the 646. Again, the 684 now making their way through the chicanes.
Action.
Now, I'm pretty sure, I can't tell now. No, the 682 is through first. Yeah, so that means that there was a pass out there on Prologue. So 682 should have been behind the 684, but they've come in the opposite way around. So again, that just shows you sometimes how important your position in Prologue is. Because no doubt everyone can understand that it's going to be much more difficult. Now, the 639 out there as well. This is this awesome story of Jamie Harrison. Big shout out to Jamie, as we talked on the line there before. All right, up high on the berm. No worries though, keep it away from the water. But he is hand controlling that vehicle. We talked to him last night as well. And I tell you what an inspirational story. Didn't let life kick him in the guts. He's back out here and racing. And what a champion. And not just racing, mate. He's out here having a good crack. He did his first, I think it was the NAVAC Challenge. And I think he came 5th overall and 3rd in class. So again, he's not just competing out here. He's out here making sure he's at the pointy end of the field. So awesome to see Jamie Harrison work his way through. And again, that aggressive slide into the S's. He's having a good crack in the 639. Great shot there of that new Maverick R. Have a look at the front suspension on it. I won't say it's the prettiest thing, mate, but I tell you what, I am told that it works an absolute treat. Everyone over in America that is racing them now raves about those vehicles and their capabilities. Obviously has a lot to do with caster camber and, you know, all those good things about suspension. Brings all the center line of the wheel under brakes and everything into correct alignment. So obviously Can-Am have really gone a bit outside the box there and said, oh well, stuff it. If we're going to do this, we're going to do it right and make this thing a real race car. So very cool to see that.
Yeah, it definitely is. And again, the R&D that goes into these vehicles is just absolutely insane. The amount of hours that get put on in the off-road racing category is just, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, the 6144. So again, the 6144 of Craig Anderson. Absolutely brilliant there. Nice clean run, and again, great view back now. We start to get those pro lights. First one's on the line now, the 161. Again, we'll have a couple of minutes of gap.
658 making its way in now. That's Stuart Lang. Be interesting to see how he goes.
Absolutely, Josh. Is that a local around here? I just saw the GGS sticker on it.
I don't believe so, if I'm not mistaken. But great to see one of the local companies supporting them. But here we go. It's about to get loud, I do believe, on the start-finish line.
Well, from our perspective, Josh, we can see an official standing there with a clipboard, so I don't think they're going anywhere just yet. But yes, there was definitely a flurry of activity there. A little bit of revving and ringing and all sorts of things going on there. These pro lights, they're going to start really pushing it along now. So we're going to see the first drop into the 4 minutes here with the pro lights, Josh?
I hope so.
I hope so too. Absolutely, I think we are. And then when we get down to those, man, 430s last year, absolutely insane. Now I wonder, Josh, with the slightly shorter track, you know, now guys are running it pretty straight. Even though it slows the speed down under the banner, I wonder if that is a couple of seconds there that, are we going to see faster times this weekend?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I hope we do, to be completely honest with you, just to see that a damp and wet track isn't the end of
now, what's going on screen? Sorry to cut you off there, Josh, but just the 677 there looks like it's at really a walking pace. That's not a very fast walk, probably faster than I'd walk.
Limp mode.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, maybe that water, he's turned her off and started again. Hopefully they've gone into a run again. Yeah, it's back at full speed, but Shivers are going to be very disappointed with that again. That team, very fast, very competitive. And unfortunately, just that little bit of a mechanical issue plaguing them in the prologue. Makes it hard when you've got to stop and restart your car. That's probably 10, 15 seconds at a minimum.
Yeah. The smallest of things can go wrong on a prologue track and can push you down. So that is unfortunate for the Shivers machine. But hopefully they'll be able to get back out here tomorrow and make up some good positions.
Yeah, so unfortunately that's a 636. That's essentially going to put them right down the back here this weekend, and that's going to make for a long weekend at Finke. And you can see just how quickly, you know, the Finke dream can become a, I don't want to use the word nightmare, they'll work it out, but it changed the game for them, that prologue. They'll now be strategizing about how many sets of rags they have in the car to wipe the mud and dust off the back of their lenses. So again, this 161, they're keen, aren't they? Plenty of revving going down on the start line.
Yeah, Ryan Print and Brandon Baxter from South Boulder, WA, in the SS Race TRCH Stealth Pro Light. 3.5 litre in that one. So the 646 makes its way towards us here at the start-finish line. Vaughan Hogan, he'll be the last of our side-by-side pros as we get into the pointy end of proceedings. Pro Light
Absolutely. I think we're going to get off the line here on this next lot of flashing lights. So the 161 off the line now. The first of our pro lights. Nice clean start there for Ryan Print. Again, our eyes are peeled. We're watching this race as well. Very enjoyable. We are fans in the commentary box. That's what we're telling you. We love this stuff.
Yeah, we definitely do. We don't mind a fanboy or two, I can tell you that. As we look to the start line, Mel Brandle, Liam Brandle from Littlehampton in SA in the number 2, Dan.
Yeah, the Illumicraft National number 2, which is just absolutely amazing. It's interesting now because we really are shuffling up. There was a time where, you know, really it was a pro buggy 1, 2, 3, but now we've got, you know, number 3s on trophy trucks and number 2s on pro lights. It's absolutely amazing to see this Australian Championship hop right up and be such competitive between different classes as well as races. But yeah, beautifully turned out Illumicraft there of Mel Brandle. Got Liam Brandle in the passenger seat. Subway Murray Bridge and Talon Bend is the major sponsor of that vehicle. And again, the number 2 on the little Illumi. I believe that Illumi has a lot of history. Has done a lot of winning in its day, and done more winning at the hands of Mel Brandle.
Next on the line, the 1, 2, 3, Matthew Burrows and Jay Mitchell. They're from Victoria.
Well, Matt Burrow is the son of the legend Max Burrows. So if there's a family that know their way around this Fink course, I tell you what, Max was famously quoted as saying he'd give up his Australian titles just for a Fink win. So and he's done plenty of winning. I'm sure Matt feels the same way. So that Jimco off the line now. Again, that was a turbo car and they removed the turbos, run the V6 in that vehicle. And Matt at the hands of that in Pro Light. He's been having a fantastic couple of years in Pro Light in that vehicle. And again, we're going to see Max come up soon in a Monk Build Turbo Pro Buggy. Australian built car, which is very cool. And the 149 on the line now as well, Josh.
Yep, the 149. That's Harry Weckett and Caitlin Stevens from Alice here. Their main sponsor, Elevate Construction and Territory Pest Control. Just looking back at last year's Prologue winner, Brent Martin, 4 minutes 57 with a 96k average. So it won't be too bad at all.
Brent Martin, an absolute freak though, so we'll take him out of the equation. That's basically a pro buggy that he acts like it's a pro light. I'm pretty sure he's got a sneaky NOS kit in there somewhere. I'm telling you, that car is insane and continues to compete. He's actually, it's a shame he's not here this year. They've actually upped the motor size. It's still an NA V6, but it's a 4-litre now. He's running it as a pro car with no turbos anyway, just because he's that damn fast. The Martins are weapons. But anyway, I was talking about this SS Race Tech frame. Absolutely brilliant bit of gear out of there, and if you're ever looking for a race car, that's another one to put on your list of great Australian builders, SS Race Tech.
Yeah, VQ35DE motor in that one, so that thing will be singing.
Yeah, the 127 of John Towers and Bruce Young. These guys are prolific competitors. They have been very fast, particularly in Prologue. They are amazingly quick on a Prologue track, and John Towers will be one to watch out for, the 127 in the JT Lustrum buggy. Going to be cool to see that run around here. It's got the old classic Walker Evans on it. Tell you what, if ever there was a nostalgic pair of rims that's, you know, obviously there's the BDRs, but the Walkers are right up there. The 127. And have a look. John Towers will be on boost and making it happen. 3.5 litre V6 motor, turbocharged. Oh, sorry, non-turbo, obviously. That is incorrect from me. He did have a turbo car at one point, John Towers, but yet gone to the NA V6 in this one. Again, the 161 is in the house now. Ryan Print, Brendan Baxter, out of South Boulder, WA, made the trek across. Another SS Race Tech car. So again, right up the pointy end, it shows you just how competitive they are.
Definitely does.
The 187 on the line now of Ben Falk and Jonathan O'Connor out of Lochnavar, New South Wales, a custom Fab 65. Obviously an Australian-built car, very cool.
Well, let's see what this 161 of Ryan Print and Brent Baxter can do as they make their way across the line. Very good sounding machine. The number 2 makes its way into the start-finish line section now, and Ryan Print goes 4th fastest, time of 5 minutes 14:88. So not too bad at all. That just really proves that Jeff McNiven was on a absolute stonker in that side-by-side pro, ladies and gentlemen, because he still holds that time in 1st position currently. But we've got some big cars making their way as the 199 of Rory Taylor and Cam McDonald make their way off the line. I do believe Cam McDonald driving it this weekend instead of Rory Taylor, so it'll be very interesting to see. Cam just needs to put the loud pedal down and send it. But there you go. New fastest time, ladies and gentlemen. Mel Brandle and Liam Brandle. 5 minutes and 2 seconds with a 50. 95.
Oh, so we're not in that 4-minute bracket just yet. We're getting close.
Not. Very, very close, though. Can the 1, 2, 3 do it, maybe? Matthew Burrows, Jay Mitchell. This name's synonymous with this event. Past winner is the Burrows machine. And it's great to see his young fella out here carrying on the legacy.
Oh, great slide in there from Matty as well. So, yeah, having a good run there, the Burrows machine.
As the 132 gets off the line, Jason Gibbons and Ashley Odeka from Hamilton, Victoria, in their Southern Cross Mark IV. Great to see one of them Southern Cross still in the Pro Light category as well, Dan. That is awesome to see.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, beam car. So awesome to see that. Would have been a very competitive car back in its day. But now I'm sure it's just at the hands of someone enjoying life and getting out there and about, running their Fink dream.
The Burrows machine hurdles towards the line.
Absolutely. Oh, look at the 149 having a good crack as well.
Yeah, Harry Weckett in that one. So Matthew Burrows does a time of 5 minutes 32. Puts him currently in provisional 18. So do remember, ladies and gentlemen, when we are talking about positions, these are provisional until the end of Prologue. For the 149 of Harry Weckett and Caitlin Stevens from Allison SS Race Tech Pro Light. For Elevate Construction, Territory Pest Control and Spear Sheet Metal, let's see what they do across the line. It's 5 minute 18. That's not bad at all there from Harry Weckett. The 149 currently in 8th position. As the 127 makes its way in, that's John Towers in the Yokohama machine. Another one of those Race Tech chassis. Definitely great to see. Sorry, no, that's a JT Lustron buggy. I do apologise. Getting vehicles mixed up here. But still a very, very stout looking machine. And as the revs, well, the chop builds on the start line, looks like the Class 8's getting ready to come out. But let's see what Towers does across the line. 5:13, so not bad at all. Provisional 5th. These Pro Lights really starting to chop it up now.
Yeah, they are definitely starting to hack into the top positions, aren't they?
No, they definitely are. And just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you lose anything throughout the weekend, there's a lost and found at the information centre. So last night we had a set of keys lost for a ramp. We are glad that we put them back with the owner. And yeah, just a reminder, ladies and gents, if you have lost or found anything over the weekend, head over to the information centre and they should be able to help you out. So the Tank World machine, the 187, Ben Falk and Jonathan O'Connor making their way through to us.
Yeah, it's cool, that 187. I picked it as an American-built car, but it's built by the, well, I'm not saying themselves, but Australian-built car. That's super cool.
Definitely is. It sounds on song across the line. Let's see what they do. It is a time of 5 minutes 23. And here comes the 199 machine.
Yeah, and the loose cannons. Again, fantastic to see these guys out here as a team competing. So many starts between them, so much experience. Bikes, buggies, trucks, they've had it all, haven't they?
Yeah, no, they're a well-versed group of racing individuals, is the loose cannon team. And it's great to see the mechanic behind this car finally being able to get behind the wheel and give it a good run.
Now, I'll tell you what, I can hear, and I'm sure you can in your ears as well, oh, over the top of the berm and grading the top of that berm, the loose cannon team. Smoothie's truck. I was thinking they were about to start getting on the line there because it seemed like he loaded it up there. Now, this four-wheel drive class has been blown wide open now. Used to be the element of modified V8 Nissan Patrols and Land Cruisers and 80 series and all that sort of thing. No more, ladies and gentlemen. The big boys have come to play. In that shot there, you have a touch over $1 million worth of production vehicle right there. That is an all-wheel drive Mason truck. And I tell you what, it is one of the most beautiful bits of gear that you ever will see.
And I do believe he has David Walsh in the passenger seat, so he'll just get a bit of a look at the Prologue track as we head back down to our host on the start line.
Oh, sorry guys, we're just having a little bit of a chat with Brett Comiskey. So he's got a couple of trucks running. You're going to go there in this one, back in Toby Price's winning truck from last year, I hear.
Yeah, so this one here is Branthal all-wheel drive. So this is the latest sort of technology, and yeah, we're just out here sort of trying to get some hours on this car and sort out a few little problems that we got. So yeah, hopefully it'll all be fun.
Now, 12 four-wheel drive trucks like this finished top 12 in Baja 500. So Americans think this technology is the game changer. Is it going to be a winning secret this weekend?
Oh, definitely. It's a game changer going all-wheel drive. But there are teething problems as well to come with that. You know, there's development, extra load and everything. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into these, but hopefully we can piece it together this weekend.
I will get out there and go set a good pace for today.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
And oh my goodness, in that period of time there, Josh, did you see the front wheel off the ground in Smoothie's trophy truck? That is absolutely amazing. Literally three-wheeling off the start line under the Method race wheel banner there. And again, I'm excited to see this because the 842 of Andy Brown are brand new to Australia. It's the first of the four-wheel drive pro buggies. They have arrived, ladies and gentlemen. And Andy's wheeling the axe here today.
It's going to be awesome to see what this vehicle can do as Jason Gibbons comes across the line. Brett Smoothie's time last year, ladies and gentlemen, was 4:58.25 with a 96k average around the track. So, will Smoothie be able to one-up that one this year? Or will it go a little bit slower just because of the track conditions? We all find out in a very, very short amount of time, Dan. He won't be too much longer whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, full carbon body on this Illumicraft. Again, got a front diff in that thing. I'm keen to see this launch. Actually, I really should know, but I'm assuming this is Nissan powered too. It'll have a VQ in it. Says a 7 litre. I'll get some confirmation. I'm sure someone will message me and give me the information on that. Dan Hardman in the passenger seat of that car, but yeah, 7-litre V8, and it sounds so cranky as it's about to get off the line here. Amber's a flashing green light. Oh, have a listen to that thing sing. It's nice, isn't it? Oh, through our headphones, we are just enjoying that moment. Big 7-litre screaming. I'm assuming it's up near 7.5, 8,000 RPM, that thing, and it sounds crisp. As did the Mason of Smoothies, Joe Gibbs motor in that thing. So insanely fast. And on the line now, the Brenthal all-wheel drive truck of Brett Comiskey, the 834. I actually believe that was Dan McKenzie's in the driver's seat of that in the interview. I know the guys are doing a bit of, what's the word? Hot seating. Billy's going in one truck. And Dan McKenzie, and then Brett's driving both of them in a various array of orders.
Yeah, passing the baton around this weekend, because why not?
Interestingly, Josh, a little bit of a longer first gear in that truck there of Comiskey. Both of the other vehicles seem to be through a couple of gears instantly. I reckon that makes sense. It's not, you know, it's so hard to have these trucks that do everything well, like, because you only start once at Fink. Yep. So, you know, once you get off the line, in our Pro Buggy, we always ran a really high first gear, get you off the line, you've only got to start once, and then, you know, you're in those taller gears, which work really well. Oh, interestingly, so that makes sense. So this is a full chassis side-by-side. Got Comiskey Mining Services on the side of it. They said they bought a crew, and, you know, it's interesting to see that. Smoothie.
Here we go. Look at this awesome shot, and look at the suspension working on that, ladies and gentlemen, just absolutely eating it. Massive, massive shocks on that thing, and Brett Smoothie making his way into the stadium section in that all-wheel drive powered machine. It's just great to see.
Yeah, full exposed carbon, and just such a beautiful piece of equipment. And again, how amazing is it to have that experience sitting in the passenger seat with you, John? Got the king of the desert, David Walsh, in there.
Phil Lovett off the line in that 897. So great to see him coming back to the event.
Ah, so that is what happened. I was going to say, so Phil Lovett owns Comiskey's old Racer Engineering Trophy truck, and I didn't see it last night. I was a bit confused because we mentioned his name a couple of times, but that makes sense. So, two wheels. Good stuff. Smoothie obviously having a really good crack here.
Yeah.
It's so hard though, Josh. I don't, you know, I can't see the times yet. He's having a good run, but often cleaner is faster. We see with all the top guys, you know, they lose split seconds with that.
What does he do, ladies and gentlemen? We wait for the time. It goes to the top, but what is it? It's 4:50, 4:58.
Yeah, right in there. So just dropped into the 4 minute, and dropped in a fair bit by 5 seconds, a little over 5 seconds. But again, I don't want to point out the obvious, but, you know, all those little lost seconds are over the, you know, like when you're up on the berm in the deep stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see how some of these other guys go. And again, once we start getting into the pro cars, the pro buggies. Now, again, we haven't flicked back, but I'm interested in what car's coming. I can see a set of blazing lights there coming down through the whoops.
Should be Brown coming through next. Andrew Brown, yep, there we go. There it is. That all-wheel drive pro.
Yeah, absolutely.
That looks really, really cool. Just with Brent Smoothie's time, he did go 4 seconds quicker than last year. So it does say that the track's been shortened a tiny little bit. But it will be very interesting to see what this 842 can do. Andrew Brown and Danny Hardman.
Oh, up on 2 wheels as well. Wowzers, this is a wild day. All that traction, hey? And shooting flames again. This live footage, absolutely brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing it when we see it. You could be anywhere in the world and you're enjoying, oh man, lifting wheels again. It is using every little bit of traction that Andy has available to him. This is cool. What a cool race car. the Illumicraft. Look at that, big bump stops on it. Again, all that all-wheel drive. Oh my goodness. Didn't slow him down too much, but again, I will say, every little split second adds up, doesn't it? So it's going to be interesting to see what his time is. And
he goes quicker. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Andrew Brown, provisional number 1, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. 99.
Wow, so essentially dropped 4 seconds off Brett Smoothie's time. Now, interestingly, again, where does that put Dan McKenzie here at the wheel of the 834?
Yeah.
Because Andy was basically coming through those whoops. Does Dan McKenzie seem like he's maybe even a little bit further along the track than that? And especially considering that Andy was faster than Brett Smoothie. So again, all these little time, but again, maybe that long gearing, maybe the buggy's fast in the tight stuff. I tell you what, the 834 is looking great. That breadth of four-wheel drive.
Sounds good as well. It's looking strong though. It's been consistent on the track.
And Josh,
really
clean,
yeah.
you know.
As we say
commentator's curse. I swear it's a real thing.
Hopefully that should not be too much of a handprints to the Comiskey team as they make their way across the line. Let's see what it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that was a cool run. It looked good. A little bit wild at the end, but that's part of the game.
It goes 4th fastest, 5 minutes 07.
There you go.
So he did lose some time.
Yep, absolutely.
And here comes Mr. Lovett.
Isn't that amazing? Because on position, he kind of looked like from where our visuals were.
Yeah.
But, you know, I would say that the ARB car, Andy, was very quick through the tight stuff, you know. Again, lots of traction.
As we go to look at the start line.
Oh, yes.
Travis Robinson.
The number 1 is on the line. And I tell you what, whew, hold your horses. The big dogs are here.
Alice Local, apparently, according to the
yes,
Prologue.
there you go.
That's great to hear. Andrew Pinto, the passenger in this one. It's going to be amazing to see what this big number 1 machine can do.
What a combination too. Travis Robinson, Andrew Pinto. If there is ever some Fink legends, that's where it is right there. And I tell you what, it is just so exciting to see these pro cars on the line. Talking about being on the line, let's go back down on the start line right now.
Hi guys, we're just down here having a chat to Ryan. Ryan Taylor, 2022 off-road champion. We're just talking about the times and how fast you can get around these tracks. So, what's the plan for today?
Plan is a good clean run. It's going to be wet on the main track, so we'll just try and get as close to the top as we can, and yeah, just a nice clean run.
And in terms of placing, I mean, it's not always where you place today that sets the race weekend. So. No, all good. We might let you get back out there. It's really hard to hear down there. There's a lot of action going on. We've got a couple of buggies all trying to take off. They take off in just a couple of minutes' time, but we might throw it back up to you guys.
Yeah, those turbo cars definitely make a decent amount of noise. You can hear them just start absolutely torturing the red centre. Dust, tyres, dirt, motors, petrol. It's all going on here, Josh, as we've got the single seat, the 93. And again, wasn't so long ago, I want to say 2 years ago, he came second outright. Aaron James. Also got Tanner James listed as a driver. Tanner, super talented driver. So 2 fantastic drivers in the father and son combo here, as they are now off the line in the big single seat Illumicraft. Turbo V6 power. And again, it is the big Illumi. You can see just how full size they are compared to, say, Mel Brandle's little Prologue. They're a smaller, physically the same looking chassis, but I tell you what, when you park beside each other, you realise just how big Aaron James's car is. And for the likes of that, Andy Brown's car and Danny Brown coming up as well. Talking about now on the start line, that is none other than Shannon Wrench, 33, the smiling assassin. Old Sneaky. I tell you what, it is exciting to see this here. Shannon looks like he's been doing a bit of off-season work to his car. That vehicle looks like it, again, I'm calling it, it looks like it has a little bit of a higher ride height and suspension setup. I'd say that Shannon is looking at a rough and ready Fink, and he's going to go out there and push through the brakes there. Tell you what, the other thing you can see is it is fueled up. I noticed it last night. There is you probably can't see on the live stream, but there is physically black smoke off the line there. So they're obviously running a little bit more fuel in it. Got the turbos wicked up here for Prologue. Again, I noticed it last night when they were driving around. Now, interestingly, it was on 40-inch tyres. It's a bit hard to tell. I couldn't see up there, but sorry, I want to say scrutineering, they were on 40-inch tyres. I think that they've gone back down to, like, say, a 37-inch tyre this weekend. And again, there's Ryan Taylor on the line. But we're going to throw down to Rihanna again on the start line.
And one of the legends of Fink, a former winner here, Mark Burrows. Welcome back to Fink, about to head out onto Prologue. What was the pre-running like?
Yeah, no, we did a bit of pre-running. Track looks absolutely perfect. So we're looking for a great run tomorrow. Takes the importance, a bit of it out of today. So as long as you get into if you get in the top 10 or 15, it'd be perfect for tomorrow.
We've been greeted with sensational weather. There was a little bit of rain in the lead up to this event. How much do you think that's going to impact it?
Oh, I think it's made the track just fantastic. So couldn't be better conditions. I'd say in about 25 years I've been doing it, it's probably the best I've seen.
Awesome. I love to hear that. Go out and enjoy. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Great to chat to Mark Burrow down here in the start line of the Prologue. Absolute legend here in Fink.
Yeah, definitely is, Rihanna. Great chat there. Danny Brown on the start line now. Not too long, but here we go. The number one of Travis Robinson and Andrew Pinto making their way into the stadium section. The time to beat currently is 4 minutes 50.
Turkey on the windscreen banner there. He is a madman, Trav Robinson, as Danny Brown is off the line in the big Illumicraft two-wheel drive car.
Oh, no, he's put it on the...
Oh, we missed it. And it is spitting out oil a bits and pieces there.
Continues for these guys. No, the Robinson brothers.
Trav. Now, listen, they'll get that sorted out.
Yep.
They will be back. Look at them both out of the car very quick.
They're both out. At least they're okay.
Pinto and Trav.
Oh.
Now, this is going to yellow flag this, so these guys are going to stop here for a second because that is dead set in the middle of the course. What a shame, because that was a beautifully turned out vehicle and very fast. Gee, is that on the first entry corner? It is too.
Yeah, it is.
Hard to tell whether they got a little bit high side. Again, this thick traction here this weekend. Again, they're going to get seated. They're going to get back. Gee, I'm really worried. That's a lot of smoke pouring out of the back of that car. I hope the officials get over there pretty quick and make sure that that vehicle's all right. So again, hopefully they know now to stop all the vehicles, because I would say that we're going to have a recovery here pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yep. So yellow flags are happening at the moment, so we're going to pull all the cars up.
So these guys will get another run.
A rerun at it.
Yeah.
Wow, heartbreaking.
Wow.
You can see we just, even in the commentary tower, we just became a bit unnerved there.
Yeah, we're both. Oh yeah, I was lost for words when I saw that. Wow.
Because he is one of the giant killers of the sport.
Yeah.
Trav is, always on a mission. You could see that he had it wicked up. And unfortunately, sometimes that 13 tenths that we always talk about. A lot of people talk about going 11 tenths. I'm telling you, these guys are past the point of wide open. So unfortunately for the OBR team, they're going to have to clean that up and sort it out. See Shannon raging back in there. Hopefully he sees that car very quickly. Yeah, so he's seeing it, yellow flag out now. He'll understand the situation. Oh.
Just roost the roof on it.
Interestingly, they probably needed to put a red out there, because all of these guys are going to get another lap, because obviously their time will have dropped seriously. So all of the cars that are out now will get another run at this Prologue track.
listen to Shannon's machine just absolutely ripping.
Yeah, so whether he doesn't realise, you know,
Yeah.
the situation, because again, there's no way that you would accept that that you wouldn't have another run now, because obviously Aaron James is going to. I would say that Dan Brown will have another run, depending on how he comes in now. I doubt that they've recovered that car already.
Far out, still an absolutely stonking time like this. Wow, Shannon wrenched in 4:54, and that was with yellows. So
yeah,
that's
essentially time,
far out.
slowing on the track. So I
That's
tell you what, it
insane.
probably does give us a good idea of where this track's going to be this weekend, though.
Yeah.
So I'd say based on that, let's say even if we gave him a gracious 10 seconds for, you know, time around the car, we're sort of looking like maybe a 4:45 or some time like that, or 4:40.
Yeah.
So again, is that Dan Brown's car? No, that's Ryan Taylor, isn't
That's
it?
Ryan Taylor.
So Ryan will get a rerun as well.
Blessing in disguise.
It's hard.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You would not expect that at all. And now that it's happened for the pro cars, it's going to shake it up a bit, because they've seen a little bit of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, even now, Josh, like I think some people would say it's an advantage, but do you psych yourself out? You know,
Exactly.
you start, oh, well, I'm going to push a little harder in that corner because I didn't do it the first time, and then all of a sudden that's a mistake. You know, that's a very real world possibility. It would be many times that we've seen a killer. Holy moly, Ryan still set to kill. He's out there coming in at pace. Again, they'll definitely get another run.
Yeah.
The yellow flags were waved, so unless they're happy with that time, you know, maybe when I think about it, if you're Ryan Taylor and you just ran a 5,000, see, I think Ryan will definitely have another crack at that to try to get down under that 4-minute mark. But again, maybe if you're Shannon Wrench and you're happy with that time, that
Yeah, do you go out again?
yeah, 4:54, you know, maybe one or two people qualify before you say, well, the car's not hurt, it's in perfect condition, let's just leave it at that.
Because we still have Extreme two-wheel to come, don't we?
Correct. All the trophy trucks are coming. That's exactly right.
So, wow, we've got a lot to play for, ladies and gentlemen, as the Toyo Tyres machine just absolutely flicks some dust.
Yeah, hey, listen, Dan Brown just ran a 4:53.
Wow.
Which actually makes him the fastest car so far. So, and if he gets another crack at it, you know, is that going to be interesting? But again, Danny Brown should be very happy with that position. No, I lied to you. It makes Andy Brown still the fastest.
Yeah.
That is father and son, first and second right at the moment. Andy Brown and Danny Brown. How good is that right at the moment? But again, I can't stress this enough. I feel like Shannon is probably going to come out and have another run.
Yeah.
And I would give him 5 seconds. I mean, he clearly slowed down for that yellow, so he's right on the money. Again, we're going to see a few cars around that 4:45, 4:50 mark. Let's see how it goes.
Don't forget, though, ladies and gentlemen, vehicles have done this in the past and still put it on the top step.
Oh, absolutely. You talk about on this exact corner is where Jack Rhodes rolled it over.
Yep. Came flying through the pack the day one, and then drove it all the way home to a win. So, you know, you never know what can happen in this great race. So, as much as we are deflated up here in the box for Trav and the Robinson team, it's only the start of the weekend.
Absolutely. A lot of racing to go. We're not even in competition proper just yet.
So our officials just trying to get everything sorted here. So once we get official word, we'll let you guys know what's going on. But while we do have a little bit of time, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Alice Springs if you've travelled from anywhere and you're here at the venue, and welcome to all our viewers on the YouTube live stream. I hope you're having a lovely time, whether you're here at the venue or at home. You're nice and rugged up, but it's a lovely day here in the Alice now. And as we continue to go through our pros, we still got our, we're going to have to rerun some of these pros, and then we got our extreme two-wheel drive vehicles still to come, as well as a heap of bike action.
Hey, mate, talking about action, on the line is the 57 of Aaron Habe. It's going to be one to watch, because I just saw Carl Habe, another fantastic competitor, but the Habe brothers, and Carl Habe put that in, is it 4th position, 5th position with that time off, like they obviously slowed down. So to run a 4:58, he's going to be one to watch as well, because I would tend to imagine that he's going to go for another run.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, then doesn't look like that much damage to that vehicle.
No, very
More
soft rollover in the big scheme of
cosmetic.
things. Yep, but obviously just frustrating for Trav because there's going to be a few things go on there. Obviously, they're going to mean that he'll be seeded, so he won't get that top spot, you know, and that dust-free run on the way down tomorrow. Hey, now we're going to throw back down to the start line to catch up with some of the action here.
And we've got another father-daughter combination, Daniel and Charlotte Hughes. Daniel just said to me, this is your first time Fink. How are you feeling on the Prologue start line?
Pretty nervous. But we're looking forward to it. We're going to give it a red hot crack.
And in your pre-running, how's your preparation been?
Yeah, not too bad. We went down the track a few times. We came out about a month ago and had a look. So, yeah, we're pretty comfortable. We think we'll go all right, eh?
How special that you're doing this with your daughter.
Yeah, it's great doing it with the daughter. She loves it. Charlotte, she eggs me on. She says, go past it, Dad.
Wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, it's got. Oh, sorry, we're just talking. It's going to be very interesting. Again, Aaron Havey on the line now. And those family combinations of racing. You know, the Haveys are here with the family. Often, Aaron and Liz sits in the passenger seat of that vehicle, but the 57 off the line now. It looks like it's got Chelsea Havey in. Man, that is a cranky fast car. I'm pretty confident that I say this right when they've changed it over to a Hollinger with a sequential air shifter in that thing. So essentially paddle style shifters, and those element vehicles really work well. So the Havey's having a good crack here. Talking about element cars, here's another one, the 31 of the Nortrans racing team. Kent Battle in that vehicle. Beautifully turned out race car, the 31. Got Adam Franklin in the passenger seat out of Rangewood. That's a flash way of saying Townsville. In the Element Prodigy. Got the 6-litre Brinks performance motor in it. Going to be good to see these guys have a good crack too. They've been doing a lot of racing lately, and they're having a really solid run at Fink. Been doing it for a lot of years, racing Class 8 and then into the Element Pro car. Nice sounding 6-litre too.
Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely is. As they make their way out to attack the course.
Yeah, so keep a good eye on them as well. Oh, next on the line coming up is going to be Maddie Hansen, number 7. This is one that always sneaks under my radar a bit at the moment. Previous Australian champion in this vehicle. Got a ton of horsepower in the back of this car. Unfortunately, had a few little mechanical issues over recent years. But again, sending all our good thoughts because this guy needs to buy a trick. And I tell you what, Fink would be one where a trick would be warranted. The number 7, Maddie Hansen, SMU Racing. Start me up.
Remember the many renditions of this vehicle over the years. It's great to see them back out here fighting in the pro class.
Yeah, always a beautifully turned out car too. They run a very professional show. And again, the man can steer. So have a good look at this because it's going to be fast. It is going to be furious. And I reckon Maddie's going to set a cracking time here in Prologue. So off the line now, again, Aaron Havey, Kent Battle and Matt Hansen all out on this Prologue track at the same time, which is pretty wild. Adam Truella and Kobe Grant out of Western Australia in the Rimco 2000. This is a tube chassis Volkswagen Beetle. So if you're a bit of a Beetle fan, get your cheer on for Adam and Kobe. The 952 big V8 hanging out in the back of that thing.
That's one way to keep VW in the off-road scene.
Absolutely, mate. The original OGs. A few of these cars, you can see that traction, like, start to chew up the track and struggle a little bit for braking.
Nowhere near as bad as it was in previous years, though, Dan. I will say that. I remember the ruts being like ankle deep at some points. Like you'd be able to walk in and your ankle and shin would just disappear. You're like,
That's wild. Ankle deep ruts, you say?
Yeah.
Crazy. Only at Fink.
Only at Fink. Such a unique race. As the man who's won it before takes to the start line.
Mark Burrows. the king, the original automotive king of the desert. The first man to beat the bikes. Again, another father and son team out here, Mark and Matt. Great to see them out here racing the 21, this Monk-built, turbocharged V6 vehicle. Excited to see this. Had it for a couple of years. Again, we talk about the development of it. Have a look at Habies sorting in the rough. These elements, flat work. Oh my goodness, three-wheeling. The El Locos would be very impressed with that action. Habie in the 57, I tell you, this man knows how to go very, very fast. They've been regulars up at the Don River race. They love it up there, the rough stuff. I know they like Gundawindi as well. Do a lot of the Australian stuff. Do a lot of the racing down in South Australia. There's some amazing footage of some of their cars flying through the Millicent trees.
These guys definitely licked the stamp and sent it this morning.
Yes, they did.
Look at the vision we're getting. That thing is just lifting that the left or right front wheel in each direction it goes.
Under acceleration too, which is just crazy. Like, it has so much power, that thing.
Here we go into that tricky last S-bend that we've got going through now, that really they're just trying to make a straight through section. As they get off the loud pedal, let's see what they do.
Percival off the line too, just while you're talking about that, the 919 of Jared Percival and Brenton with another element out there.
Aaron Habie goes 7th provisionally with a 5:03.
There you go. Amazing, hey. Kent Battle running it in, the Nortrans car, 31.
Is this a new machine for these guys, or is just a new body style?
No, they've had it for a little while like this. Yeah, the guys, it was a bit more green back in the day, but recently they changed it to white. They've been campaigning this pro car for, oh gee, I'd say 3 or 4 years now. They actually have a second one sitting in the shed, that's Seaton Battle. Big shout out to the Battle family and the whole Nortrans group. So it'll be cool to see they get another element out there. Hey, James Cook off the line, snuck up on me. Keep a good eye on this. James Cook was absolutely up the pointy end outright in a side-by-side. Well, he's now in a pro car. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, there's some new machine making its way towards the stadium section now as well. James Cook was your side-by-side outright Prologue winner last year, so definitely watch him as the battle machine makes its way to the line. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, great run there from the 31. They'll be very happy with that, nice and clean. Got a little bit wild at the end, but that doesn't matter. And the 7, the SMU car, looks like it's still, gee, is it still making all its horsepower? I sure hope it is.
So 5 minutes 21 with an 88 for Kent Battle. Currently puts him 20th provisionally. So not bad at all, but it looks like the 7, yeah, no, it does look like it's in either not a limp mode, but
no, it's still
not
going,
at full capacity.
It doesn't appear to be set to full kill.
The 79 machine getting its way off the line. Gary Turnbull and Tamara Turnbull out of Cumberland Park.
I tell you what, and I'm sure I saw the navigators shaking the head in the 7 car. Again, I cannot say this enough. They cannot buy a trick for the last couple of years. It's heartbreaking.
As the next of our machines makes their way through, there's that 952 of Adam Truella.
The Volkswagen.
The Volkswagen, the Rimco 2000. This thing is awesome. It's a very unique machine. I haven't seen a body style like this, or yeah, a pro like this, so it's awesome to see it out here at Fink. And with the heritage that VW has in off-road racing. Just running high up on that berm. As the number 30 gets ready to take off the line. That's Tom Owen, Glenn Owen, and Damon Bennett, all the way from Warrnambool. I won't get into my story about Warrnambool, but anyway, we continue on. The 952 of Adam Truella, just holding on to the Jesus bar as they make their way towards that S-bend. Love these things and their rear-wheel drive power, just throwing the rear end out like it's nothing.
And listen, You can be a Turbo 6 guy. They have their huge merits, aka every bit of horsepower, but there's nothing quite like those singing V8s, is there?
No, there's
the
nothing
sound
better.
of them.
Not bad time there from Adam Trella as well, 5 minutes and 27. So that puts him currently 29th provisionally. So bit of work to do tomorrow. But the Burrows machine, the number 21,
Yeah,
top.
in the house. Good to see that bunk-built car now, very well sorted on the go. Tell you what, mate, Royden Bailey off the line as well in this 52. Another one to keep a really good eye out for. I believe they've got a Toyota Turbo V6 in that with the air-shifted Hollinger. Done a lot of development with the Havey boys and won Don River outright last year in September. So keep a good eye on them because, yeah, they have been progressively moving forward. Royden Bailey absolutely flying in the last couple of years.
Mark Burrows goes provisional 10th with a time of 5 minutes 09. So very interesting to see, and a lot of these competitors trying to run that high line so they don't get down low into the mud.
Yep. Got very high there, Percival, and unfortunately probably even a touch too high. That's the fine line, isn't it? Because you saw that he had to actually physically break up on the top of the berm there and get himself realigned. So unfortunately, probably some seconds lost, but still a nice clean run.
As the 51 gets off the line, Michael Zarka, Dylan Blake and Todd Avers out of Balmea, Queensland again. I apologise if I've butchered your hometown name.
Now listen, tomorrow I hear that they're running some in-cab footage as well. Obviously we want you to join us, but what I'm telling you is you might have to have multiple devices open so that you can follow, because I know OBR are talking about doing the same thing. So yeah, you know, inside Bo's trophy truck, thanks to Shane Hutt. So he's talking about putting some in-cab in his. The Kings guys are going to do that with Mikey Zaka. So, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a lot to see over the course of the weekend. So make sure you know, follow along with us live, but then, you know, maybe have some other options, a couple of laptops or an iPad open as well, and you're going to have so much Fink action over the course of the weekend. Talking about action, here's the Get Performance buggy. Gene Towler is in the house too, which is pretty awesome. One of his babies is out on track, and it's with James Cook, one of our fast side-by-side pro competitors that this year, or the start of this year, stepped up into the pro buggy class. Having a good crack in that number 10.
Puts him in position number 9, provisionally, 5 with a 4.
Nice.
Hayden Tantle off the line as the Turnbull machine makes its way into the stadium section.
And was that the 11 of Tatnell just snuck in? Yeah, Hayden Tatnell was on the screen there for a second with Turnbull. I tell you what, she's a mouthful sometimes up here in the commentary box. We apologise if we get anyone's names wrong. You got to understand, we got multiple screens and multiple books, and we got it all going on up here. We're trying to give you the best coverage, and I hope we're doing that for you guys. But Turnbull on screen now having a great crack in that Jimco Aussie spec. Beautifully turned out car. He's had it a couple of years now, and it just keeps getting faster and faster.
As the start line, listen to this thing roar. Hodge race engines in the back of this thing. The ex-Sporties car. Jacob Booth and Clayton Argu from Alice Springs in the Porter. The number 70 out on track. As the Turnbull machine thunders towards us here in the comms box. Goes a little bit wide there, but collects it and puts it over the line. And the time is 5 minutes 18 as the number 30 makes its way back around the stadium section. That's Tom Owen in that machine. Great to see the Owen team back. Glenn Owen and Damien Bennett in that one as well. In that Jimco Aussie Special twin turbo machine. So really, really good to see the twin turbo pros still out there, still pushing hard.
Well, Glenn Owens won this race before, so he knows exactly what to do. Again, probably not a perceived, let's say, qualified guy, but with the track conditions the way they are this year, they love the rough stuff. They go really hard down that far end in the big whoops. So I think Glenn Owen will be a really good sneaky bet here this weekend, that he's going to be, you know, really moving along.
Yeah, Kai Camilleri and Luke Hendry out in the number 34 now from West Mackay in Queensland. They're also in a Jimco Aussie Special.
Well, Kai is was racing a side-by-side. He's tied with the Comiskey crew. He's actually Comiskey's the business partner's son. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And, in that CMS team. And, that was one of the teams they were talking about were all out. Kai out and racing, and he's come out of a side-by-side. He actually won, I believe I'm right in saying he won the Queensland or the North Queensland Super Series in that side-by-side, outright I'm talking about, not just the class, outright, and now has stepped up to a pro car. So very exciting to see Kai. Obviously it's going to be a steep learning curve coming into a pro car, but I think that, again, he's going to be one to watch out for.
Daniel Hughes and Charlotte Hughes out of Gladstone, Queensland, and their Chev Mark 5 making their way out for McCosker Contracting.
Yeah, very cool. CQ locals. Good to see them out here and having a run. And this is who we talked to on the line there before, the father and daughter team.
Definitely a lovely sounding machine.
Yeah, absolutely.
The 22, I do believe that says on the start line.
I'm sure the internet gurus will tell me, but the Chev Mark 5, I wonder if that's a Southern Cross Mark 5. It looks a bit like a Southern Cross. As we've got Mikey Zacher back in the house. Comes from a long lineage of off-road racing. Zoom was one of the original Australian icons of off-road racing. Then Brad Zacher. Now Michael Zacher, so third generation of off-road racer. And this is a ex-Wilson Motorsport out of America car. Wilson have gone to the new Jimco Hammerheads, and this is one of the, I don't know what the right word is, one of their older cars. Probably built around 2012 or 2013, somewhere in there. Maybe a little bit earlier. But sort of like an updated Jimco 2000. Essentially built by the late, great Mike Stapleton. Beautifully turned out car, and in that King livery, obviously Mike's Shock Shop. If you need your suspension done on any vehicles, Land Cruisers, race cars, side-by-sides, obviously a great option. You see that Starlink in the center of the roof too, so that's what I was talking about. Mike is putting on a feed, I'm sure of it, and going to run the whole way through, so very cool to see. The 22 now, I don't have a name off the top, it'll come up in a second, but this is one of the Townsville boys, I'm sure of it, Brad Belcher. And again, I think they hang out with the Nortrans boys. That's the connection. I think I've got the right story. Might be an ex-motocross racer gone off-road racer. The great saying, with age comes a cage, Josh.
Yeah, definitely. Hayden Tatnell making his way around in number 14, currently in that single-seater. Great to see that thing back out for HDM Motorsport, all the way from Travellers Rest in Tasmania, so has had the big track up to the red centre and has pushed it wide. But quite a few guys have done that here today. They're making their own lines out here on the Prologue.
I was going to say, it's almost starting to become the racing line, isn't it, John?
Yeah.
Hayden Tatnell, man, he's been here a lot of years. I can remember him racing in, 2010, 2011, some great racing, and it's great to see him still out there with that car, still tweaking, still, making moves with it, still out here having fun.
David Beas and Peter Costello.
Yeah, Beavis,
yes.
ex-motorbike rider, the wild man from Central Queensland.
And Boothie goes through there as well, trying to cut as much time off as he can. The ex-Sporty's car.
Yeah, cool. Boothie just rolled in a Porter, and interestingly, Beavis just went out in a Porter. So, cool to see those older race cars still out and having a good time, not stuck in a shed on a hoist somewhere broken.
5 minutes 14 for the local Jacob Booth. So he'll probably be pretty happy with that as the 34 makes its way back in. That's Kai Camilleri and Luke Hendry.
Yeah, Luke Hendry. Now, there's a name that you should remember. Engine builder, has built a lot of the fast 7 litres around the place. I think the Aussie 7 trophy truck has one. I actually think Michael Dolan is running one of those as well now. So there's a few trucks getting around with Hendry Motors. They're out of Mackay. So again, a lot of great engine builders around, but pretty cool to see Luke sitting in the passenger seat.
Oh, I love the noise of those
Can't get much more R&D than that, can you?
No.
Sitting in the passenger seat of one of your products. Very cool.
So it looks like Mark Kramer was off the line in the 9.32, so it looks like we're getting our competitors that need to be rerun through now. That is the number 40 making its way in. That's Daniel Hughes and Charlotte Hughes for McCosker Contracting.
I tell you what, they're going really good. They said it was their first thing. They're driving like seasoned professionals here. Oh, back wheel in the air. That's a little bit of a buggy dog thing to do when you dive them in under brakes.
Yeah, the suspension really working on these machines. As the number 8 gets off the line. Trevor Chandler.
Yeah, that's one of the Ursig creations. Luke Ursig built a beautiful turned out buggy called the Honey Badger. Whoa! The McCosker crew coming in hard. That was a good run through there, giving it everything right up until the timing marker. So a great run there.
5:18.99 as the number 60 makes its way to the line. Brett Lewis and John Ronaldson from Mansfield, Victoria in the Super Boot RV2. 2400 cc's in this one, so one of the smaller pros.
Yeah, obviously turbocharged there, Josh, I would assume, thus the pro car, because otherwise it would actually, when you say that, obviously pro's awesome, that would make a really nice little super light car, wouldn't it? But obviously decided he wanted a little bit more horsepower for thinking, gee, we all like more horsepower, I can understand that, so running the 60 in the super boot. Andy Brown used to run one of these super boots and had essentially an 800 horsepower V8 in the back of the thing. It was a complete and utter animal, but he did say it was just so fast because it is designed as a lighter car, and you know, they were just pushing the car too hard essentially for what it was designed for. So the 22 in now, nice neat run there. Again, that's the crew from Townsville, I'm sure of it. Brad Belcher, little bit offline there.
Yeah, you can see those big ruts sort of starting to form in the sweepers there. So
absolutely, and it's hard to read too, isn't it? Like it would actually be quite slippery on that polished inner section, and then all of a sudden, all the traction grabs. Now,
36.
Well, I was going to say that's a brand new Jimco Hammerhead. We haven't seen this car before. Shannon's had his Australian Hammerhead for a little while, but yeah, Brad Close in this brand new Jimco. Be interesting to see how they go. Brad Close has been doing a lot of racing around. I believe that he did have an Australian spec Jimco before, and now he's gone to the Hammerhead, which is a bigger trailing arm car, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out for him and whether he likes it in this big rough stuff. Again, I'm fascinated to see how Shannon likes his car, and you know, they're continually developing that car.
Brad Belcher did a time of 5 minutes 15, currently 24th provisionally.
In a beautifully turned out Jimco 2000 series, so that's very cool. Yeah, Beavis, David Beavis on screen now, come through those whoops, made it look good in a Porter.
Yeah, great to see the number 45 back out here again. Peter Costello in the passenger seat, so he's had some years in the cars.
Going to say that's the right person to send you down the track. Again, Beavis has been out here a lot of years. He actually ran, obviously, in the motorbike class, and then ran a Class 5 for a little while, a door slammer truck, and then has now gone to a pro buggy style car. Got onto this car, I believe it came out of America, this one, and he, you know, sort of cleaned it up for Australian racing and made some changes that suit him. And again, Beavis, no stranger to this Fink Desert Race track. He's done a few laps, as has Costello.
Yeah, no, definitely. Years and years of experience there. So look to the start line. Looks like it's going to be the 996 of Paul Tucker Lee from Mudgee in New South Wales in his PMR single-seater. Great to see him out here again as Beavis makes their way across the line. And oh, we get an earful of loveliness.
Yeah, a bit of Limmy in there. Yeah, cool to see that Tuck Lee machine out here as well. Like you said, been coming out for a few years now. Oh, the 932, that's a SS Race Tech car. but just diving into those ruts a little bit. Again, the radius roll roofs on the SS Race Tech, they've got a beautiful look. Really nice hip line on them. Beautiful car. And it's cool to see the Australian cars out here doing it in the rough, just like all the other vehicle manufacturers from America.
No, it definitely is.
Another vehicle on the line, we've got the 96, the Jimco Champion. So it's going to be cool to see that as well. So the 932 now through, that's Mark Kramer. So, and off the line again, that Jimco, the 96. So a nice run there, beautifully turned out Joel Ganaletta. I'm sure we'll catch up with him over the time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw down with one of the hot favourites for this year's crown of King of the Desert, Bo Robinson.
We're just chatting away here, sorry, just getting a bit of ahead. I'll just recap what you were just saying before about getting a place in today's prologue. What's sort of the target out there?
Well, again,
In getting a place up front, I mean, is there a time in mind? I know Toby did 4.36 last year, or is there a goal you guys have?
4:30 be good.
You've got to beat him. This is the year you're going to beat him, so you've got to beat him. It starts with Prologue, hey?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, good luck out there.
Josh, that little pause was, you know, inconvenient in the live timing there, but I can speak for Bo. What position would you like first? What time do you want the fastest? There you go. I clarified it for Bo.
Yeah.
That's what he said. So very cool, and yeah, interesting insight into the races. That, like, you know, I'm sure he's looking very calm, and you know, he's been doing this a lot of years, but no doubt there's some form of nerves there, Josh, some form of readiness. Again, even the fact that we just saw Trav have the issues that he had. Again, we're all off-road racers. We realise how tough these are. I'm sure Bo's already gone, it won't be an issue. That vehicle will be out there and racing, and it will be. However, no doubt some of that stuff has to be in the back of your head.
Yeah, no, definitely. It always will be, because it's the Finke Desert race, and especially when your plans don't go exactly the way you want them to, it is, yeah, it's a Hampner on the weekend, and you've got to try and get everything sorted. The 36 is making its way around now as we speak.
Yeah, absolutely. The 36, the big hammerhead of Brad Close, is going to be very interesting to see how it goes and how it plays out. Again, I believe it's fresh in Australia, that vehicle, so they are a big looking car. They almost have like an ultra four-wheel drive look about them. They're that, you know, the way they sit up, and you're right up, you know, the Jimco, the Australian spec, like say Travis's, they're sitting down in between the wheels, aren't they? Whereas you look at Shannon and you look at Brad Close's driving position, it's almost up and truck-like, isn't it? It's very interesting.
Getting the backfire on the line, gotta love that noise. As we see what time they do, it is 5:39 with an 08, and it looks like it's about to be that time of the day.
Oh yeah,
two-wheel drive, making their way to, we'll call it a dummy grid, the Prologue grid. And the number 3, last year's third place getter, is lining up as the naked machine, the 86, makes its way back as we look to go down to the start line with car 449.
Amy and Jack Mildwaters, there's the 6th attempt at Finke this weekend. Amy, how are we feeling this morning?
Prepped and ready to go.
Feeling confident about your prologue?
Definitely. Jack and I have done this lap a few times, and even with the changes, we're feeling good.
Talk to me about the laps early this morning, the siding laps. What was the track like?
I think we found what everyone else found, plenty of mud, lots of water, and you can see a bit of dust hanging around now, so I assume it's gotten a bit drier since then.
Have we got a sort of time in mind that we're aiming for, or we're just going to see how it plays out?
See how it plays out, yeah.
Good luck, guys. And this is their pup, Eddie, rides alongside them, big part of the family. 6th attempt at Fink, looking to have a really successful weekend after a bit of a troubled run of recent years. So good luck, guys.
Yeah, awesome to see the Millwaters back and continuing to attack this event, even with the bad luck that they've had in the past. As we have the next of our vehicles across the line. Just give me a moment. I do believe that was the Haken machine, 6 minutes 31. So not too bad. The 996 making their way back towards us as well. That's Paul Tuckley in the single-seater.
Yeah, absolutely amazing action here. All this live feed from the Method Race Wheels Prologue Day here, Saturday in Alice Springs. I tell you what, this sets the tone for race weekend. I'm so excited. Race day 1, race day 2, it's all ahead of us. But really, we're on the chip right now. We're making money. It's all happening here as Bo Robinson, I apologise, is on the line. Now, I got to remember, he 3rd in the national championship. He's got the 3 on the roof, but I think he actually came 4th.
4th, sorry. Yep.
Yes,
no,
at Fink last year, from my memory, because obviously it was Toby and Greg Gartner and Travis was on the podium. So there was a slew of OBR cars up there. But I tell you what, he's up on the bop right now, ladies and gentlemen. That Mason is away and singing under the Method Race Wheels banner, that iconic livery from OBR. Oh my goodness. Flat paddle changes all the way down there as the big Jimco champion slides in under the Tatts Finke Desert Race banner. McNamara through now as well. Again, that is a Ursig Honey Badger car. Beautifully turned out 69. But again, my eyes are turned, Josh. I'm looking for any hints of dust. This OBR car, the Mason Trophy truck, is going to be on an absolute hunt out through the rough.
Yeah, out over in the back section now.
And I tell you what, Billy Geddes is on the line as well, the 434 coming up on the motor. Interesting. That gear change is interesting, obviously, between 1st and 2nd. It actually sounded like a shift, but I'm sure that car has a paddle shift on it. But a TSCO truck. So I'll be interested to see what Billy thinks coming back after a full in-Venom race run. We'll try to catch up with him and have a chat, because it would be interesting to see what he thinks about that TSCO truck.
The McNamara car makes its way across the line. That is done in 6 minutes 21:49. As we look down to the start line, the first of our Alice locals in this class, Brett Taylor in the Jimco Chev.
And Peter Treese in the passenger seat?
Yeah, Peter Treese.
Fantastic combination. They've been doing this a lot of years. Did we ever get an exact number? It's like 400 starts for this pair or something like that?
I believe so,
yeah. Some crazy number. I'm being serious. It's like 32 or 30. It might be even more. It might be 40 starts now for these guys at Loose Cannon in a various array of motorbikes and pro cars and everything under the sun. And now a Jimco trophy truck that they've been campaigning for the last few years. Absolutely amazing.
He's one to watch. If he can get this on song, he's been at Brekkie Bash earlier in the year. He put in a stonking time. So watch it.
They had a great run home, I believe, last year. It might have been the year before that. But again, unfortunately, not really having a lot of luck on their side. They seem to have had a few motor issues over the years. And again, that's something that happens when you just holding them wide in the desert for this period of time. There's no dyno in the world that tests for these conditions.
Yeah, as I look at Billy Geddes making his way through that back section, nice and clean, but you can tell there's definitely a little bit of dust now playing a factor in these final last couple of, well, sorry, not final, but our extreme two-wheel drivers here, the 484.
Yeah, Montesalvo's off the line now. Justin and Jamie from Patriot in that Get Performance trophy truck. Again, beautifully turned out. Interesting, hey, now that we're starting to look, double spares on this thing. I'd say that's very strategic for traction. We heard about that last year where Toby was running the double spares and he never intended on changing a tyre. It was purely that he was looking for the traction that it gave the trucks so that they can get the drive off the line and out of the corners. So interesting double spares on this as well. So lots of vehicles here now starting to get onto that, because it wasn't so long ago that, you know, they used to take all the spares off them. They used to run them as light as humanly possible to try to get the speed. But now I'd say with these 7-litre motors, Josh, we've got a little bit more torque, a little bit more, you know, horsepower in there for their availability. And now the double spares are an advantage, not a disadvantage.
And whoa, is the Robinson machine absolutely flying once we can get the camera on it. You wait, ladies and gentlemen, this thing is absolutely on song.
That's the Westline Brenthal car off. So that had us tricked last night. There's actually 2 Westline trucks, a Geyser and the Brenthal. But again, have a listen to the OBR truck. We can hear it through our headphones. He is using all of the top of the RPM range of that vehicle. Have a look at the dust flying.
Such a mean sounding machine.
Yeah, mean looking, mean sounding, doing mean things. It's absolutely amazing. Shane Hutt guiding Bo around. I think he's probably not doing too much at all. He's probably just sitting in there enjoying the ride at this point.
Well, let's see what he can do as they make their way to the start-finish line here at Prologue.
Wow.
Bo Robinson and the number 3 puts him at the top of the timesheets, 4:46.87. Average speed of 100k an hour.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, that's how it's done. That's amazingly quick out of Bo. Oh, look at Bill. Got a little bit wide coming in that corner. He's up in the deep stuff. Unfortunately, that's going to cost him a few seconds.
Yeah,
he's up again.
Oh.
That is not the run that they would want in Prologue in the 4.34.
No, very unfortunate there, and that thing was set up extremely well last year, so interesting to see the change in this vehicle.
Yeah, I think it's just purely, it's very difficult, hey. It's just that game of like literally split seconds, trying to keep it clean, but still trying to use every bit of the track that you can. And unfortunately, for Bill Geddes and Alan Cornick will be in the passenger seat of that vehicle. A good fast run, but I'm imagining that they lost a few seconds here and there. Hey, super cool car, Jamie Knight off the line in the 439. That's the old Luke Hall built trophy truck. The boys from Gundy, he's the Gundawindi off-road president down there. So cool to see Jamie Knight out and about.
Here comes Brett Taylor. So the time for Billy Geddes was 4:55. So yeah, a little bit down there. Good enough for 4th position on the start line is the 4:85. Shannon, the wild man lander. Great to see that out here. But here we go, Brett Taylor. Let's see what he can do. Can he get a little bit quicker than Billy Geddes?
Josh, when you talk about that, that just shows how competitive Billy Geddes was there, when you think that he probably lost about 5 seconds with those 2 little track excursions or up into the deep stuff and then off the track. So that would have had him, you know, pretty much at a 450.
Yeah.
Would have been in the top 3 at this point. So pretty impressive drive there from Bill in essentially what's not his truck. So
No, exactly, yep. Exactly, got thrown into it and is driving it. So he's done pretty well there to still be in the top 10. But let's see what Brett Taylor can do here as he roars towards the line. Yep, foot flat, mate. Foot flat is Peter telling him. Far out, this thing sounds good.
Yeah, it's always had plenty of motor, that Jimco, and the Taylors have done a great job with that car.
Brett Taylor does it in a time of 5:23.
Am I on the wrong track? It just looks like the Patriot are nursing that car a little bit.
Yeah, the 484 seems to be in some sort of a limp mode, or yeah, they're nursing it home. Dan, it's very uncharacteristic of this car. See, this is the thing, Fink is telling its own story once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, or it might just be part of the game, you know, just making it nice and clean, not being too crazy aggressive. Again, he's not up high on those berms or anything, is he? Not taking any unnecessary risks at this point in the race.
Here comes that West Line machine, the 479, which is Nick Commons in that thing. So great to see two of those machines out here this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah, that's the Brenthal truck looking at that. So got those unique rear guards where they're chopped up pretty high. But again, a nice run here from the Patriot guys in that Get trophy truck. Beautifully turned out vehicle. If you ever want to see some beautiful weld poured, some TIG welding that is sublime, go and have a look at Gene Towler's cars. Either of those Gets down there in the pits, they are some of the nicest cars that you have ever seen.
Definitely are very well presented as the next Westline car makes its way off the line.
Yeah, so we're talking about that. That's the ex-Amcor, ex-Comiskey, ex-Toby Price, ex-Paul Wheel guys that they Cummins have bought there. So the Westline car, so they're in good hands with that vehicle. It knows its way down the Fink track very well.
The 455, the Mr. Diggett machine, making its way into the stadium section now.
Yeah, Michael Doolan, a great competitor that has raced over in America, has done a lot of racing. Last year, he came here and was in the top 10 with a vehicle that had essentially a production LS3 in it. It's actually a 6100 truck, this thing. And was that up on two wheels just for a little bit there? Yeah. But he's got it under control. He now has another Luke Hendry motor and Hendry's Performance, and I believe it's a 7-litre, got all the horsepower now, and I think that this guy is going to be one to watch out for, because yeah, it's just been amazing the years of tough truck and Ultra 4 and trophy truck racing, and it's just getting faster and faster, so keep a good eye on the Mr. Diggett. Jake Williams out now, again, I'm pretty confident. Interestingly, no spares on this car. He's obviously gone the lightest fast route. But what I was going to say about that is I believe, and I need to confirm, right out there on the corner. But the Jake Williamson's truck, I think, is the ex-OBR truck, Geyser Brothers truck. So
it does look it, that's the thing.
This is Jamie Knight in the Hall-built trophy truck, so an Australian-built truck. Again, I kind of feel like this might have a Luke Hendry motor in it as well. I know his brother's Aussie 7 does. Be cool to see the Aussie 7 here as well, because that's a Rush truck with a Luke Hendry motor, all Australian combo. So Jamie Knight, though, having a good crack here. Beautifully turned out truck.
As the 433 of David Bird makes his way off the line, another one of the Allison locals. He's been chasing that truck all season with mechanical issues, so looks like it is now sounding on song, and we'll see what the Birdman can do.
Throwing it out there just while Jamie Knight's on screen as well, he actually owned the old Bernie Gwynn Chev C20 after Billy Geddes owned it. So that was a Bennett-built C20 that's still doing the rounds. I believe it's in St. George now with a guy called Mark Robinson. But, you know, a truck that was essentially built in like the 80s, you know, came from America, then got changed by Bennett, and then, you know, Richard Bennett, and then now is in the hands and still racing, which is pretty cool. But yeah, awesome to see Jamie and the Gundawindi crew out here having a good crack. I tell you what, the best thing about the Knight boys is the smile. They are the friendliest people, the whole crew there from Gundy. I hope they're having a great time. I imagine they're at the Chicane Club, actually, the Gundy crew. And yeah, I know that Naps and the crew, I haven't seen them out here this year, but they destroy the Chicane Club every weekend. The Southern Queenslanders, the Gundy crew, are pretty wild.
Jamie Knight did it in a time of 5 minutes and 43 seconds and 37, as another one of those awesome looking Aussie built machines makes its way back out with the Holden Maloo body styling on it. The 481, which will be Cole Desborough and Royce Hodge from Bly in Queensland, and that Ute as the wild man Shannon Lander. I know he's got a heap of people behind him this weekend. Goes across the line, and listen to that thing roar. It's a 5:34.91 for Shannon the wild man Lander, as the 449 the Mild Waters make their way to the start finish line. Be interesting to see what they can run. part of the Bailey Cole racing team as well, who races over in the States. It's great to see that some Aussies are getting over there and racing over in the States. And if you love motors, you are in heaven, because these things are just screaming. As the 449 makes its way towards the line. Making its own line. Let's see what it does across the line.
That was a good run there, Josh. They had a good crack, so that's awesome to see.
No, it definitely is. And on the start line is the other Bentley machine.
So is that Hannah Bentley racing that this weekend?
I believe so.
And the reason I ask is I believe that Hayden Bentley, the dad that's, you know, been a previous Fink winner, they had a mechanical issue with their four-wheel drive trophy truck. So I think it was engine related, and unfortunately they just couldn't get the parts in time to sort it out.
Yes, it does say Hannah Bentley.
Yep. So yeah, be good to know whether Dad's on board with them. But again, long story short, is a great racing family. As the West Lime, gee, I thought he was very wide there for a second. He got it under control. But the West Lime trophy truck, oh, look at this. They're big wheels on that too. Got to be on 39s or 40s, I reckon, that guy's truck.
Yeah, the 437 pushing hard out there. That is Jake Williams. A lovely sounding machine as well.
Yeah, gee, he's steering that fantastically. It's good to see these, again, these older trophy trucks, these 6100s, still super competitive in the overalls.
Across the line.
Very good. A bit of a cheer squad too there, I think I heard. So they're pretty pumped up about that, the 437.
504, 10th provisionally. He's got to be happy with that.
That's a great spot starting for the run down to Fink, particularly with the weather the way it is. You know, he's got good cars in front of him, Aaron Habe and the likes, you know. That's going to put him in a good position. Nick Commons had a great run too.
It's a very
479.
It's a very interesting top 10 this year.
It is.
So far. You got Extreme two-wheel drive, Pro Light, and four-wheel drive.
Now, do you think that we're going to see some more changes with those Pro buggies that may come back? I actually...
no, we do still have Shannon.
Well, if he comes back, because I actually just had a little bit of a message going with Dan Brown, and he thinks that he's happy with his position. At this point, he's not going to go back because, you know, it's not worth risking the car. Is that going to happen with Shannon as well? Is he happy with his position?
Yeah, that's a very interesting, thing to look at.
When you look at it like that, why would Danny Brown go back out when he's sitting in third at the moment?
Yeah, no,
like worst case, he's going to end up in what, maybe fifth? Where does Shannon sit at the moment? I think he'd be up. Sorry, we're just scrolling in the commentary box here, reading all of this information ourselves. But yeah, does he go back out? He did run that pretty quick time there. Oh, are we tricked here because have they removed Shannon because he's already said he's going to go back for another run?
Maybe.
Maybe they didn't count that time because he doesn't appear to be on our Prologue outright position.
Very interesting. So another one of these lovely turned out machines. 486 making its way out onto the track. David Bird has just come across the line, done it in a time of 5 minutes 47. That was Jamie Lawson out in 486, so an Alice local there. Great to see the Lawsons out here racing as the 481 makes their way towards the line. That's Cole Desbro in that machine. Proudly brought to you by Road Boss Rally. Great to have them out here. And just listening to these machines, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to love it. Hope you're having a lovely time out here at the start-finish line precinct. If you are here, make sure to grab your merch, support all the food vendors out here as well. And I know there are screens up under the shade there in the middle if you want to check out all your timing, as well as the big screen. I know that's a prime location for all our viewers this weekend. You can see a good contingency of you guys sitting there having a good old look. So I hope you're enjoying our coverage as well. And to all our YouTube viewers who are watching from here in Australia and around the world, I hope you're having a lovely time watching and listening to these awesome vehicles as we bring you this awesome event from the Red Centre here for the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, so cool. Now, I wonder, that tyre power truck, it looks like one of the Mickle Fab trucks, you know, a little bit smaller, that 6100 style American race car, and, you know, fantastic for Australian conditions. Would be good to see them have a great run. And again, the 418, the Bentley Motorsports, two-wheel drive, racer engineering trophy truck. Again, all double spared up, very interesting. It is crazy to think of the different, what do I want to say, the setups, the changes, you know, the people that have different strategies here this weekend. You know, again, very interesting. And I'm not saying I know. I'd love to be in first position. Bo Robinson has the pole seat. Why wouldn't you want to be there? But then the flip side of that is, it's interesting because I do really feel this year, as long as you're inside the top 10, you know, you're in a fantastic position to run this year, you know?
Yeah, no, definitely. With so many different names up and down the top 10, it'll be interesting. But I do believe it looks like we're going to see the next of our pros that will get their rerun.
Yeah, this is going to be the start of our reruns here. Aaron James on the line.
As the Bentley machine makes its way across the line, we'll see how Hannah went. 5:47, that's not bad at all. As the 4:09 of Klaus McGee makes their way in their machine towards the start-finish line to finish their prologue. And it does look like the number 93 has elected to go again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he was definitely he was like one of the first on scene with that Travis Robinson rollover, and he did completely back off. He basically cut the course and idled back. So I don't think he has any option but to have a rerun.
To go again, yeah.
The only reason I questioned, well, obviously we can talk about this. Danny Brown is logically not going to have another run, because why would you risk it he ran a 4:53 even with the yellow. Man, that shows you he went around a rolled over car and still ran a 4:53. So watch Danny Brown this weekend, because I tell you what, the car with the big number 4 on it could be very quick here this weekend.
Yeah, definitely could be.
And but I do think that Aaron James is going to be one to watch out for, this big single-seater racer. Illumicraft, I apologise. But the reason that I say that is, again, he has come through the pack and run second outright here at Finke before. So no doubt, you imagine if he could run up in that 3rd, 4th today, and then end up running down that Finke track, you know, with very little dust condition. Again, the very little is a weird statement, because there's going to be dust. That's the reality. We can already see it weaken up here. However, comparatively, like we remember last year and the year before, where, you know, a car would take off and essentially you couldn't see the back of the car once it went under that Method Race Wheels banner. So, you know, it was just a dust bowl, whereas these conditions are absolutely perfect for racing. As the 93 is away and off the line, and there you go. That gives me the answer. Shannon Wrench is definitely running again. The 33 is lined up. I'm assuming that Ryan Taylor is going to have another run as well. He definitely checked up and no doubt would like a nice position.
Well, the storylines continue.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a couple lined up, so...
Yep, and then that's the Havey car, so Carl Havey. And Carl Havey came through with a sub 4 minute anyway. Sorry, sub 5 minute in the 4 minutes. Definitely not sub 4 minutes. You wouldn't do anything after that. No. But yeah, sub 5 minute run anyway. So I would think all of these guys are very, very capable of wicking up and ending up inside somewhere in our top 5. I would say we're going to have a shuffle up.
Yep. Well, it's all about to go down, ladies and gentlemen, in the next let's give it 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. We'll know where we are at. So don't go anywhere. Grab the popcorn. Maybe, no, I'd say it's about time.
You got about
sugar cane champagne.
Now we're talking. I knew where you were going. Get them black rats into you.
Yes.
All our American mates listening are going, what on earth are they talking? Google black rats. You'll be all about it. They're the best drink known to the world.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go, Ryan Taylor again on the line. We expected that. That's the AK-47, the ex-Harley Letner Tatum, although they have done a lot of work to that car. It's now a twin-turbo V6. And then Carl Havey, the Element prodigy right there. So we're going to have 4 reruns by the look of that, and that makes sense because the other guy that was affected by that, but he's happy with his time, was Dan Brown. Because that is a trap, isn't it? You get off course and all of a sudden, like, he ran a 4-minute 53. Yeah. Imagine if you went backwards, ran a 4:57, and all of a sudden you're going down the list. So the 24, beautiful looking car. Ryan Taylor, Adam Maguire off the line. Those guys were actually doing some suspension tuning at Billy Getty's place last weekend. Hit a roo on the way out. Parts flown and shipped from Sydney. It's been a big week for the guys, the Method Race Wheels team. So a big shout out to them for making this happen, and hope they got a smile a mile wide seeing the 24 off the line here at the 48th Tatts Finke Desert Race underneath the Method Race Wheels banner. It is the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Big shout out to Method for all the stuff they do.
Shannon on the loud pedal, out the back section there. So behind the drag strip is where I'm talking about. So anyone in the stadium section, you'd only just be able to see that vehicle crossing as the 56 gets its way off the line. Carl Havey. And they will push. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The next 4 or so minutes.
That 56, it sounds like a V8 car.
It does.
But it's a V6 car. Is that right? Or it's a 3.5 turbo car? I got to get some info on that. I'm sure someone will fill me in, but that car sounded uniquely V8. I wonder if it's a D-stroked V8 something. Because like going down that line, Molesey runs the... Actually, what happened there?
I personally do not even know. I thought Molesey was competing this year, but
obviously not.
I believe in the last event there was a motor that went kabooey, so that may be the reason.
That will catch you out.
Here we go. Here comes.
Yeah, Aaron James. This big single-seater on its way back into the stadium. Have a look. All the horsepower on display.
I believe he's passed 2 extreme two-wheel drives out there as well. So he is on the push. Listen to that thing.
Yeah, beautifully turned out. Aluminum.
Oh, no! What is going on today, Dan? Wow. We're going to have to rerun him again.
No way.
Wow.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Way.
You don't ever see this happen twice in 1 year. Wow.
Oh, no. And, guys, we've got a little fire going on at the back there. So if we can get some marshals headed that way at the back of the car.
That would be amazing.
I don't know if Aaron can hear us, but just check the back of the car there, team.
Yeah, he's grabbing it.
Yes, very good. Very good. I'm sure it's nothing serious. I think it's just tailpipe. Turbo cars do have a tendency. Holy moly, Shannon's got to be going, what on earth is going on with these guys?
They're going to have to, they'll have a hopeful flag out so they know.
Oh, he's waving. Aaron's happy. Well, I don't know. Happy might not be the right word.
Yeah, but see there, wow. See, this is Shannon's just been dealt some cards. Wow. See, we told you it all changed, ladies and gentlemen, and it has. It's been flipped on its head, quite literally.
Yeah. And what does Shannon do from here? Like, he definitely now looks off the boil.
Yeah. Definitely. And he had to cut the track there.
Yep.
So, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, It's all happening up here.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's still on the go.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind saying that if he gets this number, he'll do a Danny Brown and just say, nah, I can come out of 5th.
Oh, far out. They're giving us heart attacks up here in the commentary box. I can tell you that right now. Shannon Wrench does come through with a 4:53.81, so that's 3rd. I think he'll be happy with that.
Yep.
That puts him between Danny and Andrew.
Yep.
And then you got Taylor making his way in now.
Yep.
Ryan Taylor. So, yeah, be interesting to see whether they'll have to make a bit. It's that same corner as well.
Yep. Surely from here they let them just go straight. And again, yeah, Ryan's going to stay on the gas here. Surely.
Yeah.
You know, and just get the time.
It's
particularly in that situation with that style of cut.
Yeah.
I don't think you could argue that cost you time now.
Time, yeah. Well, especially when you've cut that little bit of the track.
That's right.
Just so the other competitor is safe.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, no. So we'll see how it goes. We'll wait for official word. We won't
and who
say
have we got?
anything.
We've also got Carl Havey coming through. Yep.
So Ryan Taylor does it in a 5:09, which is good enough for 15th. So the 56 now making a detour, but that looks like a major detour. So we will, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But we'll have a look at what happened there.
I can't tell now because it looks like Carl Havey slowed right down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, going to go to a quick replay of all the action there of Aaron James. Unfortunately, just getting himself into a little pickle.
Yeah, just losing it there. Just, wow.
Gee, I thought he had it for a moment, but then he clearly did not have it. Once it goes over on that sidewall, it is 1-2 good night, unfortunately. So that car over on its side. And again, Carl Havey cruising through now. So are we going to have another run there?
Very, very interesting indeed, ladies and gentlemen.
I suppose the reality did Tatts, though, now, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we can't claim the winner just yet until we work out what's going with Havey. However, you know, our top 5 are going to be, you know, you're never going to go anywhere other than into 6th at the worst, are you, if you're, you know, the likes of Brett Smoothie. Billy Geddes, a great run there out of that truck, out of 6th. He should be very happy with that.
Yeah,
starting to look through, you know, there's some serious bits of machinery in that top 10, isn't there? Top 15.
Yeah,
Brett Comiskey and Dan McKenzie there out of 13th in the all-wheel drive truck. Brett Smoothie's there in 5th. That is a fantastic starting position in that extreme four-wheel drive truck. Honestly, I think that's one to watch for because Brett Smoothie, a fantastic driver, but how do I say this again? There's almost like an art to qualifying. You know, you've got to work into it. And Brett Smoothie is one of those guys that as the track gets longer, he gets faster, you know what I mean? So I think that's going to be an interesting one to watch. Billy Geddes is exactly the same. The longer that goes on, the better he's going to get. Shannon Wrench was on a stonker. So, you know, like he did a 4:53 getting off the track, which is absolutely silly.
So they flip that car back up and over. And Fisher's just trying not to get stuck in the mud or fall over or anything like that, or get that troopy stuck in there, because we don't need any of them. But we're going to have a quick look at some of the awesome technology we get to have a look at here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Concrete is one of the world's most relied upon materials. It is all around us. It builds our homes, our infrastructure, and industrial developments. It builds our communities and where we grow. Adbri's Futurecrete possesses the benefits of concrete while using recycled materials to lower embodied carbon compared to conventional concrete, with no cement substitution.
The Finke Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Finke Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Finke to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Finke Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Method Race Wheels.
The Finke Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Adbri, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you are ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Asprint, National Australia Bank, Thrifty Car Rental, Sportsnet Holidays, Centre Pest Management, Red Centre Technology Partners, APJ Concrete, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Hastings Deering CAT.
The Finke Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Finke family and are widely recognised. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
Like we are going to set off one last vehicle here. Just doing one more rerun. But very, very interesting indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Your top 10 at the moment as it sits. In first position is Bo Robinson in his Extreme two-wheel drive. In second place, Andrew Brown in his Extreme four-wheel drive. Shannon Wrench in third position currently in his Pro buggy. Danny Brown in fourth position in his Pro. Brett Smoothie in his Extreme four-wheel drive up to fifth. Billy Geddes and Brett Comiskey, that crew are currently sitting in sixth. Matt Hansen in seventh. In eighth, Mel Brandel in the Pro Light, so an absolutely awesome time from them. Aaron Habe in ninth, which I believe is the person that may go out again. And then James Cook rounds out your number 10. Now, ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, if you are listening, just young Darcy Simpson, young Darcy Simpson. If you're out there, buddy, Mum is at the event info section. So down near the stage, if you've lost your mum, Darcy, she is at the event info section there. So just near the stage, mate, if you're missing mum, go and chat to one of the officials and they'll be able to help you out. But we've got an awesome group of spectators building up here. You can probably see yourselves on the big screen. Give us a wave if you can. Once again, a massive shout out to all our sponsors throughout the event as well. Without them, we would not be able to do what we do. So a massive shout out to Tatts, our naming rights sponsor. Without them, we would not be able to do what we do. They've invested over $1 million in sponsorship since the year 2000. Our platinum sponsors, the Northern Territory Government, TAB, Forex Gold, Alice Springs Town Council, Lassiter Centre of Entertainment, Imparja, and of course Method Race Wheels, who also are the sponsor for Prologue today. A massive shout out to them. Our gold sponsors, Ram Hire, Chubb, Exact Contracting, Adbury, and Morton Brothers Contracting, as well as our silver sponsors, Aspirin, Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza, Desert Tech, and Sportsnet Holidays. And as always, our true blue sponsors, make sure to look after them next time you go out. Red Centre Technology Partners, Thrifty Car Rental, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Centre Pest Control, the National Australia Bank, APJ, and Hastings Dairy's Cat. Without all these sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, we would not be able to do what we do and go racing. So I'm just going to be quiet now and let the bike competitors listen to their brief.
David Stewart is the blue course. He's not here because of the at the moment, so he's asked me to take it. And here's Kelsey, our secretary. Obviously, you guys would have walked out to Kelsey as such, because you've done the sign-on and everything else. So yeah, first of all, big round of applause for the club that organised this and the guys that organised it. Big event, huge stuff. Fantastic job every year. You get to these events, I have nothing to do with the event until the day pretty well. I get here and everything is done. Like, it's just always top notch. They do everything right. It's fantastic. The presentation, the way they do the event, the amount of volunteers they have. They have more volunteers this year than riders. So that just gives you an idea of how it goes to try and make these things work. They've got people everywhere. So I'll get the important stuff out of the way first. It is my duty to inform you by entering this meeting you will acknowledge that motorcycle sport is dangerous and that you are exposed to certain risks. You may be injured physically, mentally or worse. Your machinery or equipment may be damaged, lost or destroyed. Others may ride dangerously or with lack of skill. The track or event conditions may be hazardous and change without warning. You have an obligation to yourself and to others to act safely and within the law and the rules and regulations of Motorcycling Australia. Your responsibilities. Make sure you have read and understood the duty of care statement on your entry form, and you have read and understood the GCRs, the amendments, the supplementary regulations, and the final instructions, as all of these documents make up the rules for these events. If you believe you have been disadvantaged due to a rule being broken or have an issue with the behaviour of another competitor or their crew, please come and see Janice or myself and we will attend to your concerns. Over the page. First aid for this event is by trained personnel and paramedics from St John's, riders and support crew under report board. Crashes and breakdowns. If possible, get yourself and your bike off the track. Marshals will come along and will organise getting you and your bike back if need be. Please stay by the track. We spend a lot of time looking for riders who have left the track. Until all riders are accounted for, sweeps will be looking for you. We don't want to find out 9 o'clock at night that you're at the camp drinking or made your way back to town. This is a big thing every year. So every year, there's always that one guy who's, oh no, I've had enough, I'm just going to head back. Doesn't tell anyone. Until you're checked off, we think you're out there injured. So we've got people everywhere looking for you, and then we find out that you're not there. You're not answering your phone because you didn't take your phone with you, you've been out riding. So yeah, please, make sure. So these are on the Prologue track out there. Those who have been on board will know it. So they're directional. So this means the next one you'll come to is getting in that direction. Alright? All that way there, up the altitude might be. So this is a danger sign. Pre-danger, sorry. So this is pre-danger sign, which means you're coming up to something that may be above your skill level. Slow down a little bit and have a look. This is the danger sign, which means you're at the obstacle. So if it's a drop off or a step down or whatever it might be that we think, oh look, you know, we'll give them a bit of a warning that something's coming up. Big red square. Okay, keep an eye out for those. Those things are going to save you. This one's a bit littler, but it means no road. Don't go that way, all right? You're going the wrong way. You're taking the wrong fork. Safely turn around when possible, return back to the track, and then enter back onto the track safely. Giving way to any rider that's already on the track, because they have right away, they didn't leave the track. And this is the timing end ones. Alright, that's where your transponder stops, takes the time and everything else. You'll notice on the Prologue track this year, even though this says start-finish line and it's got a big banner on there, the actual timing for your event and your Prologue is about 100 metres that way, and it has two of these big signs on it. So as you're coming into it, you'll see these signs way down the end there. Alright, on that, just after the last corner. So all this area through here is slow down area. Alright, slow down. So we have crossings here, we have insurance issues, we don't need cars revving down through here, so bikes, or cars technically, because the cars have to do the same thing. So yeah, we just want you to slow down through this whole area to give you enough time to slow down and then make your way off the track and back to your pit area, alright? So very important that we slow down and obey those rules. Give me 2 seconds. Just need to find another bit of here we go. Okay, so some riders that have not signed in over here yet, seen the girls. If you're one of these riders and you think you've done it, you need to go back to the girls to confirm, because they do not have you marked off and you will not be on the start line. Rider number 297, rider 202, Rider 204, Rider 995, Rider 606, Rider 643, Rider 728, Rider 760, Rider 503, Rider 506, Rider 525, and Rider X47. Alright guys, if that's one of you, some of those we know may have withdrawn and may not have turned up today, and yeah, they've decided not to continue on, so that's fine. But yeah, if that's one of your numbers, please make sure you go back over and see the girls so we can get you checked off, alright? A quick rider call as well. Rider number 115, Josh, are you there? Hand up, yeah, thanks Josh. Rider number 10, Luke Hayes. Yep, thanks Luke. Rider number 344, Doug Hayden. Thanks Doug. Rider number 543, Jack Knight. Thanks Jack. Rider number 624, Dave Curd. Thanks Dave. And rider number 841, Miles Nichols. Yep, I'll see you now. Thanks buddy. Thank you all. Any questions? Any at all? No? I can't be back with this surely. Yes. Okay, so the question was, out on the track, there were some signs that had 3 red lines on it. What is it? They're on the trees? Yeah, so it means whoops are coming up. That are possibly, yeah, it's an old sign, but yeah, it just means that it's getting to a fairly whoop section, so just keep an eye out. Some of that stuff looks nice and flat as you're coming along at it. 180 kilometres an hour, whatever those silly guys in the front do, but yeah, it looks pretty silly, but yeah, so it's giving you an idea of what's coming up, that's all. So yeah, just be wary, treat it as a bit of a warning sign that something is ahead, alright? Cool, everyone's good. Alright, so the sighting, oh yeah, yours. Good job. Alright, so sighting lap, that's what I was about to do, well done. Sighting lap / prologue order. Alright, so the sighting lap, we're going to have a vehicle in front. There is no order as such for the sighting lap, it's just you guys go when you go, and then we'll have a vehicle at the back. And that means the track is closed off. If you're not between those two vehicles, you're not doing a sighting lap, okay? So don't spend all day down there putting a cup of tea on and cooking a cake. Just from here, we'll basically go there, get your gear on, and start heading towards the start line, because we're going to start pretty well straight after this. And yeah, it's just a sighting lap, so it's not race pace. The vehicle in front of you is a lot slower than you are, alright? So, and you can't pass the vehicle in front, and you have to stay in front of the vehicle at the back, because he won't overtake you. So it's just going to be this nice little train of bikes going around, having a bit of a look, see what's out there, that's all it is, alright? It's not race pace, okay? Just remember that, you know, some people have actually not continued the race because their sight lap, they thought they could go faster than they should, and they've actually crashed into the sight lap and not done the rest of the race. So be careful. We want everyone to start the actual race, alright, which is tomorrow. The prologue order, you don't have to do the sight lap, correct? It's not compulsory, but the prologue order will be in order as per what's been released on the website. So we've got the start list here as well, which we can probably leave down here if people haven't seen it yet. They've got it? Yes, so it's on the website. It's in reverse order of numbers. There you go. So yeah, so from class 9, 8, 7 all the way down. Alright, so any other questions? Yep. So prologue start times, say the first rider's away at 12:30. We've had 2 crashes out the back here, we're doing nice briefing. It'll start with basically I get down from here, we make our way over, we start seeing the bikes there. Yeah, so the TVs have the start times on, well yeah, spot on, thanks for pressing that. So if you're not sure your start times, each TV is the start time on. So as per previous years, it's slightly different this year. It's 2 at a time per minute. We've got a little bit more time. So it's, yeah, it won't be quite as crowded for the 5 or whatever it used to be on the grid at the same time. So 3, sorry. So yeah, we're going to go 2 at a time, alright? So it just gives it a little bit more room. we're really blessed with the dust out there. The rain these guys have had through the week, bugger all dust, so which is really great. So, any other questions? No? Oh yes, sorry. Transponder, does it have to be on a certain side? No, it can be on either fork leg. It doesn't matter. As long as it's on a fork leg pointing to the ground, it doesn't care which side it's on. So that's a good question though. Thank you. Alrighty. Alright guys, go and get your gear on, start heading over there, and in reverse order. So class 9 first, alright? Class 9, 8, 7, 6. Thank you.
So as we wrap that, we go and send another one of our vehicles out. That was the 56 of Carl Harvey and Chloe Rohi from Manham SA in their Element Prodigy. Unfortunately, getting mixed up both times in those yellow flag situations, so we're running them again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, unfortunately, that 93 of Aaron James rolling over and causing a little bit of drama after the rollover of Travis Robinson. So Carl mixed up in both of those. Obviously, we're talking Shannon Wrench was mixed up in that as well. And Ryan Taylor, however, I don't think either of them will be looking for another run. They're in a position that, you know, they're in a solid enough run down.
Yeah.
You know, Shannon is in third outright. I think that's a good position for today.
And we've got to give Mel Brandle and Liam Brandle massive credit in that Prologue buggy being 8th.
Yeah, that's literally what I was looking through. It's an interesting lineup, isn't it? So we've got a extreme 2-wheel drive in first, an extreme 4-wheel drive in second, a pro buggy in third, another pro buggy in fourth, then an extreme 4-wheel drive, an extreme 2-wheel drive, then, you know, some buggies. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't realise, but Matty Hansen was extremely fast.
Yep.
They were shaking their head, but I tell you what, 7th in the number 7th, I think that shows, like, they had issues in the Prologue area, like in the stadium area. Like, they were definitely shaking their head, and it wasn't coming up on boost the way that I thought it should. You know, again, I might be very wrong here, and I hope I am very wrong, but that shows how fast they must have been out the back. I think they were blistering fast. And then, unfortunately, that last 2 corners, they just seemed to, like, it didn't come on boost the way that it normally would have. Anyway, that's a lot of conversation. And to then say a pro light, then Aaron Habe in the 57, and then to round out our top 10 is James Cook. Again, watch that guy. What a position to be in for James Cook. A first time at Fink in the pro car. That's going to be interesting to see. So, again, we do have Carl Habe. Very, very fast. I would expect him to be right up here. Oh, again, talking about it. Like, Kai Camilleri is in 14th outright in his first Fink in a pro car. Luke Hendry in the passenger seat. Like, they'd have to be over the moon with that result. You know, Brett Comiskey right there as well with Dan McKenzie. So, you know, I believe the 834 is going down with Brett, and then home with Dan. And the opposite is true with Bill Geddes. And Brett Comiskey down with Bill, and then home with Brett Comiskey, or something along those lines.
And here comes the Habe machine on song, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any live footage at the moment because the guys have done their rerun, and because this is literally a third rerun for Carl, the crews are doing the reset as we always do for the motorbike. So we apologise at home if you're not getting to see the fantastic action that Carl Habe's putting back on right now. But he is having a clean run, and we're very interested in his times overall. I tell you what, he's seen the first 7/8 of the track twice already.
He'll be a seasoned veteran at the Prologue track at this point. But let's see what he can do as they make their way towards us through the S-bend, or the straight chicane as I'm going to put it this weekend. On song is the Habe machine. Where does it put it? 449.
Oh, really?
Oh, my God. That's why he got a second lap, ladies and gentlemen.
Third lap.
Third lap, sorry.
But listen, he deserves it.
Yep.
Second position
for
Carl Habe.
449. 99 speed average. So just takes out that extreme four-wheel drive buggy. That's there. So it's going to be very, very interesting now to see how tomorrow plays out then.
Yeah, Bo Robinson, solid position with Huddy in the passenger seat there in the Mason two-wheel drive trophy truck. Again, that'd be exactly where he'd want to be. Again, Carl Havey with a stonker of a run there to put himself in second. And hey, the old cheese, Andy Brown in third position. Congratulations in the brand new four-wheel drive truck, a four-wheel drive buggy in the Lumicraft. So that's awesome to see in extreme four-wheel drive as well. So, you know, we've got 3 classes, 3 different positions. You know, how amazing is that it's right up the front like that? So Shannon Wrench too. I've always said, old smiling assassin, SR33, he snuck away there and all of a sudden we are on song. I'm sure they've got that car very, very sorted now after a bit of a season of development. And Danny Brown, that's unreal too. George in the passenger seat of the number 4 Pro buggy. Bigger Lumicraft, that's going to be one to watch out for as well. And then I don't know where to stop here because Brent Smoothie with David Walsh, the King of the Desert, in the passenger seat, the 847, a fantastic position for him. And we've talked about how he gets consistently faster over the weekend, so one to watch, and especially with this weather, you know, like the lower dust conditions. I think that anywhere in the top 10, you are in a real position here. And talking about that, Billy Geddes in the 434, again, the X-Price Tisco Trophy Truck, extreme two-wheel drive. You know, again, he's driven that for a whole of 20 minutes, and he just put it in the top 10 at Fink. That is a testament to, 1, Billy Geddes' skills, and then 2, you know, the ability of that vehicle. So very impressive. Matty Hansen, again, I tell you, if he actually, you know, gets a clean run here in the number 7, like what a position to be in. And then the first of our pro lights with Mel Brandel. Huge shout out to Mel Brandel, because I tell you what a position to be in with just 350 cc's. I tell you what, he's got it wicked up. He's got all those 400 horsepower, and they are just on song.
Yeah, no, definitely does, and it's going to be very interesting to see how that pro light goes. Aaron Habey behind them, James Cook in 11th, and then Jake Williams, Nick Commons, Brett Comiskey, Kai Calamari, Ryan Taylor, Tom Owen, Glenn Owen, Mark Burrows. Like, that's just your down to 20th. Like, there's just so many different names, and we're going to continue to see these names make their way up through. So
absolutely, I think this year, you know, anywhere out of the top 20 position, you're in with a real solid position. You know, again, we're talking about teams that can run down. A few things can happen in front of you. We saw that year that Hayden Bentley had 2 cars drop out in front of him, came out of 13th and won the event outright. Essentially set the fast time on the way down and then just won it on the way home, just stayed. So, you know, like, it's not unheard of. And interestingly, the weather conditions that year was somewhat like this. It had been a wetter winter. And, you know, we've got those same conditions now. I've talked to a few people. They do seem to think that it's not going to be the same as it was. You know, like, again, that dust isn't going to be the same factor as it was like last year or the year before that. And then interestingly now, we're starting to get into the motorbikes. Like, it's going to be an interesting story here about how that plays out. We've got so many guys that really want to tick this one off their, you know, put it on the resume, because there is nothing like the King of the Desert in desert racing in Australia. But they've all got to go through one man that's trying to make it the 5-time, David Walsh.
Yeah, no, and that's the big story here this weekend is trying to take it off of Walshy this year. And there's plenty and plenty of bike riders to do it this year. It's not like we don't have a stacked field. We have a stacked field, and I can't wait to get Jeremy in here for our prologue, just to give us that little bit of an insight as well. Like, we had a quick chat with him before, and they're frantically making changes on some things. I'm not going to put that out there because that's not my place to say, but that's the thing. It's ever evolving. There's so much going on, and even just the last couple of cars have changed a couple of bike riders' perspectives. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out.
Absolutely, mate. Yep, that is exactly right. It will be very interesting to see how this plays out. You know, guys that have already started looking at the racetrack, you know, they've watched the live stream, they've seen what the vehicles have done, they've seen how the vehicles have reacted, and they've probably, you know, do they stick with the game plan? Do they make some changes? Do they adjust? Because, you know, sometimes there's something to be said for doing something that you're comfortable with. But, you know, these guys are the ultimate professionals at desert racing in Australia, and I'm sure that no matter what they do, they'll be comfortable with the position.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think it's going to be interesting to see, how that top, I think it's 30 this year, top 30 really attack that single lap. It's going to be very, very interesting to see where certain people end up. Different strategies. Are they going to go hell for leather and try and put it on pole, or are they going to be conservative and try and just make it down that first 60 to 100k and go from there and make up time? So, yeah, there's so many differing factors in this race this year, and it all starts in a little bit with our bike qualifying. So they'll go out and do a sight lap first. Everyone will get a sight lap, and then we go into our, I believe, top 30, and we will send them off and go from there.
Yeah, just coming past our commentary point at the moment. They're just on a strap, but it is the number 1 of Travis Robinson. They're just putting it back. No real damage to that vehicle at all, is there, Josh? So I would say that they're just going to make sure, do the engine checks, make sure that there's no oil. We saw that bit of smoke come out of it earlier in the Prologue when it was on its side. So I'd say they'll just do the standard checks, make sure that they don't have any hydraulicing of cylinders or anything silly like that, and then fire it back up, and that car will be ready. I'd imagine that they'll get seeded, and rightfully so. The rules are that I don't think you can get seeded inside the top 10, which is, again, fair enough. So I would imagine that you'll see Travis Robinson come out of 11th position tomorrow morning, because realistically, he would have been probably number 1, 2, 3, somewhere in there. So I would say that position will hold, and they'll put him in out of 11th or 12th, somewhere like that. But again, I don't profess to know the answer to that. That's my prediction, if you want a commentator's prediction.
Yes, no, we're not. Yeah, we're inclined, but we're not that inclined.
Not event officials.
Yeah. So, we continue to look as they start to work on the start line for the bikes. That was pretty rutted out by the vehicles, so just fixing that up now. Bike competitors doing the last little touches to their bikes, and then we will, get underway.
Yeah, sighting lap first. So, you know, we heard them say there on the podium or the dais that it was going to be a pretty quick turnaround. Go down, grab your bike, make sure you're ready to go. So I suppose that position makes it that. We're going to get underway with sighting lap pretty soon here. There will be a vehicle in front and a vehicle behind, and they'll all run around together. So, you know, 350, 400 odd bikes out there. It is always bedlam seeing the sighting lap of the bikes. A few guys trying to double check their final line, their final berm corner. But it's difficult to do it when it's not at race pace. So, you know, it's always a bit of a, I don't know, a guessing game until you're in there at full speed.
No, exactly. And I think that's going to be another interesting point to look at over the weekend is, what certain riders and drivers are going to do. So, yeah, no, we'll have a look into it and we'll go from there. So, but joining me up in the commentary box now is Jeremy from the Dirt Bike Burrito podcast. Great to have you back, man.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here.
We're just about to get into the sticky side of things for the bike competitors. I'm really looking forward to it, man.
Absolutely. It's been an interesting morning, and especially yesterday afternoon, watching the guys and girls change their bikes so much. And then this morning in the pits, it was a bit of a frantic run around. Their track has definitely formed up a bit differently to some people, and there's some really slick spots out there, which we obviously saw the buggies fall and kind of flip over, have a bit of a lay down. So the guys and girls are trying to figure out their front suspension, different tyre setups, gearing, just to try and counteract that, because obviously they don't want a high side out here, and taking the berm and riding the berm isn't always the fastest. Sometimes I want to take it inside, and the way how slick it is at the moment, it's kind of putting the wind up some of them.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be very, very interesting to see how they all take it and what sort of tyres they're going to be using and stuff like that. So, yeah, no, it really opens it up to a couple of different people.
I think this year of all years, the Prologue is that important.
Yep.
Everybody wants to get out in front. It's definitely shown that in the last few years, David Walsh doesn't always get the best Prologue time, and he still manages to catch him. Over the years, he's kind of caught them faster and faster, and this year I really hope that if Walshy doesn't get in front, Callum Norton and all those other guys can get a good head start and hold it, because I think a couple of years ago he caught first place at the 40k, then last year he caught him about the 80, 100k. So, you know, it really does determine the race for Walsh and how hard he's going to have to push. And I really hope that this year the Prologue times are going to be better than ever.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a very interesting thing you say there as well. Like with Walshy not having the best times in the last couple of years, but we'll get out on that track with that track knowledge and yeah, just, you know, push through. Whereas a lot of these other competitors here are really going to be looking to use Prologue to their advantage to try and, you know, put a gap between him and some other riders, and yeah, give him some dirt to eat on the way down.
And exactly. David Walsh is the master of this track. He knows it better than anybody kind of at the moment, but he knows how to pick up a second here and there. He doesn't have that's where he gets his time over the entire track, and that's how he can get those 2-minute breaks. If he can get a 2-minute break on the guys, he's kind of going to walk away with it, and I think Callum Norton is really going to be pushing that, and he kind of can see that barrier that he needs to step into, same as everyone else. The Prologue track has changed, so it's a little different, so people have really been trying to focus on it, and it's been interesting even talking to the riders this morning, trying to see their lines through different sections. It's changed, and the whoop section out the back along the fence line, they've kind of moved from the left to the right hand part of the track, and so now they're really going to start, you'll be watching a lot of the riders try and take that right hand section of the whoops. They will be tickling the trees as they go past, pretty much is the words they're saying.
Yeah, no, that's insane, and it's a lot of commitment to be able to do that as well this weekend, and a lot of the big teams out here fielding some riders. It's great to see again. Like, we've got the Honda boys out here, we've got Gas out here, KDM, Husky. Like, there's so many different brands out here, and it's great to see, and especially like with Honda, it's a big thing for them to be back here in the desert.
Absolutely, they've had such a long run, you know, in that area of bikes. It's amazing to see them come back, and we kind of have two red competitors, the Gas and the Honda. So to have the Honda back out here and in the 450, a lot of people will kind of take that away, saying, well, it's not the big enough bike. But they have to remember the dirt out here is a lot different because of the moisture, and that zaps a lot of the power of the 500s. When we were out this week doing some runs, you could really feel it kind of took away some of that top end, which the 500s are known for. The 450 is a great get up. They've got that nice short stroke, gets that bike up and going. The 500 has that longer stroke, which they can pull and tractor all the way through. So the 450 does have a bit of benefit here, but it's kind of going to be who can hold it on the longest. Yeah, no, exactly, and then that's the very interesting thing as well. And like with setup on bikes and setup on different things as well, it's like suspension, as you said, with tyres and getting out there today, and like with our top runners, they get that single run, and then you go out into the pack, like completely different running. So we've got to remember that we've got some big names out in the pack as well. So yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. It's exciting to see. It's exciting to see how even just the Prologue forms up. The dirt has kind of moved around a bit. There seems to be some moisture out there still. Some reports come back from this morning, the people down the track saying that the dirt's still holding it, which could be good, but that's obviously going to change tomorrow when those trucks and buggies go across it. It kind of changes it. Usually in other years it makes the dirt quite fluffy. That's how the riders will describe it, because it's so dusty, and that's where we get those big bull dust kind of clouds everywhere. So it will be interesting to see if the moisture can hold in the dirt even after the buggies go through, because that will change a lot of the track as well. Yeah, no, definitely, and yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting. Like, I look at last year's times for bike riders, and it was very, very interesting, and around about the same as some of the cars. Like Jacob Smith, who took out last year 4 minutes 50:49 with a 99k average around the track. That's just insane. So he did it twice as well. He did it the year before. Jacob Smith is one of those big guys who can just absolutely hammer a bike, and it was obviously a bit unfortunate he didn't get to follow that through for the race, but he definitely is one, and we're missing him this year. He decided not to come. I think it was like 13 or 14 for him in a row if he'd made it. So, the Smith brothers have a long history out here as well. So for him to take that P1 again last year was absolutely awesome. But you're right, the times around this Prologue track are getting faster and faster, and maybe with a bit of a change in it, could even be faster now. Yep, no, definitely. And
Who are you looking at? Who are you looking at in that top 5, top 10? Who are the people that you think people should keep their eyes on this weekend?
That's a great question. I think really all of them. I mean, from first to last, I think everyone's having a great chance to run it. The battle between, in my head, Callum Norton and David Walsh is going to be really intense, and I like watching those times are going to be something real special tomorrow. I think it's something that everybody needs to watch, because this could be that passing between David and Callum. Saying that though, Corey McMahon, 500, stepping up. Massive thing for him, and to watch him now progress as well. Brodie Waters, Jack Mentha, I mean, Bradley Greenfield, Lukey Hayes, the local favourite. I mean, there's so many riders that we could just keep going on. The top 20%, say top 50 riders are going to be fierce. Top 20 is going to be absolutely maniac. So I think everybody should be good. But then you could even say the girls' side of things is going to be even more intense. You've got these girls stepping up to 500s and 450s now. Which is awesome. And I was speaking to Lauren Kurd down there from the 627 crew, and she stepped up to a 450 and pretty much said, I don't know why I haven't done this earlier. The 450 is actually much easier rather than the 250. So these girls stepping up on big bikes, it's great not just for girls, but I think the boys have really got to worry and see them catching up to them.
Yeah, no, definitely. And like you said, that female class is going to be one to watch this year. And I think it's going to be very, very close on timing this year as well, like with those women in that class, and as well as the front runners. I think it's going to be a couple of seconds really in it. Look, I don't think you're going to be able to split them by much at all.
No, with Taylor Maurice on fire and coming off the win last year, I know she's put a lot of time in, and especially she's under the wing of Honda and Brodie Waters. I think that's really kind of elevated her riding. But saying that, you've got some amazing riders following after. You've got Catherine Scoble as well, who's you definitely can't rule out. She's a queen of the desert and in many other aspects. So for her to come through, and Maddie Healy's out here as well, and she's had a really great run outside of Fink. So it's the women's class is probably as stacked as the men's class. It may be a bit smaller, but I tell you what, the talent there is huge, and they'll be pushing a lot of the boys in the top 100 for sure.
Yeah, no. Can't wait for it, ladies and gentlemen. We're not too far away. We're just getting the final touches done to the start-finish line here, and we'll see bikes out on track. So plenty of different storylines coming into it. Going to be very interesting. So make sure not to go anywhere. Hope you're having a lovely time so far here this weekend. And just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, while I've got a chance, 30-metre rule. Please stay back at all times if there is no bunting or anything like that, and please don't be the reason this great event ends. Otherwise, we don't get to go racing. So if anyone speaks to you over the weekend, spectator, marshal, official, even one of your mates who says, hey, mate, bring it back a little, listen to them, have a good time, be safe, and let's get this event going and keep going for hopefully another 48 years. Yeah, absolutely. It is interesting as well just to see the crowd as well that we've got. I think if you are in the crowd, maybe go find an adventure rider, because it's been quite interesting the last couple of days to hear stories of so many riders who aren't racing, who are here, who've made 3,000-4,000 kilometre trips to get here. And I caught up with a guy called Craig Burns, and he's kind of done he's doing point to point right across Australia, and steep point all the way to Byron Bay. So there's some amazing stories just off the track on those adventure riders out there. So it seems to, Fink just has such a melting pot of so many different kind of motorsport enthusiasts come to it. Yeah. We would hate for that to lose because someone decides to step on the track and try and get a photo or a selfie or something silly. No, exactly. And a massive shout out to Method Race Wheels once again for coming on board with our Prologue side of things. They are offering a great amount of money to all our competitors this year, and it's again awesome to have them back on board this year. Fastest bike gets 10 grand plus a trophy, and then 5 for second, 2.5 for third, and today's Prologue winner gets $1,000 and a trophy from Method. So it's definitely a help for some of these competitors. But it's awesome to have Method on board and be able to promote this great event. Absolutely, and also it gives the riders something back as well, and the drivers. It's all good to come out here and get your spike, but if you know you're going to get maybe some of your fuel money back, it's going to push them a lot harder. And also to have that title of fastest lap is something cool. Yeah, no, it definitely is. So we're not too far away, ladies and gents. So we have quite a bit to wrap our heads around here in the comm box. But we won't be too much longer from some of the action. Looks like just the last final touches getting put in place, and yeah, wind picking up a little bit here in the Alice. It's not too bad at the moment. Good crowd.
Nice and warm too. It's starting to warm up, which would be nice. Hopefully that weather stays the whole way through the weekend. I know the riders were probably hoping for a little bit cooler just to get them through, but it's always nice to have these clear days, and that wind coming up too should, if there is dust, because there will be, especially on the later part of the track, hopefully it will clear it out of the way and it won't be a dust bowl like it is, because usually the first 80 is a bit of a dust bowl because you run through the trees and then it opens up through the back part of the track. So if the wind keeps up and the dirt keeps moist, it could mean a lot faster for the back part of the pack to get through that first 80.
Yep, no, definitely. And I think that first 100 Ks, as we were talking about last night, is really going to be the make or break for some of our competitors this year, with how rough it is and how physical it is going to be if you let slip that little bit. I think it's, it might be a big moment down there. So I really do wish all the best for all our competitors this year, and hopefully they have a nice clean run down. But yeah, no, it's definitely going to be an eye-opener, I think, for some of our competitors that haven't been out here before.
Absolutely.
So yeah, no, it's going to be good.
As we said before, it's usually the first 40. A lot of the first-time riders come out here and just kind of test their bike, get a feel for it, because it can be quite overwhelming. So that first 40 of the track is always kind of going to be the worst and rough up. And this year, it's absolutely horrific. You know, there's big square edges, big whoops already starting to form, and that's just in the first 40. So you're right, the first fuel stop's always a battle, and it is quite strategic for a lot of these riders, whether how much fuel they take to, do they go lighter on the fuel and try and get an early fuel, get ahead of everyone and get a fuel stop in, or whether they go fully fueled and try and get a little bit further to overtake that first fuel stop. That's where the strategy can come in for all these riders. I know this year the top riders are going fully loaded and then going, so that's a bit interesting compared to some other years where they've kind of not filled, gone for a shorter fuel stop, but then managed to have a bit of a lighter bike through the tough stuff. Yeah, it really is a strategy game, depending on how the rider wants to do it and how they see the other teams forming up as well.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that's a really good point that you bring out, Jeremy, is like with fueling and stuff like that, and different teams. Like I know there's a couple of different not locations for stops, but everyone has their own little bread and butter. So
yeah, they've got a secret spot they think is a bit easier. It's either cut on the track, cut off the track. It is a bit of a secret all the way till the end.
Yeah, no worries, and yeah, it's going to be awesome. I really can't wait to see how it all goes, and I think we're going to see some pretty cool footage from pit stops and stuff like that with just how close these bikes are going to be this year.
Yeah, last year Jay Edits came along and got Walshy from a chopper, which was beautiful footage. I think if people haven't seen it, you get a real aspect on where Walshy makes up his time, and even I've studied it a couple of times to kind of see exactly where he makes up his time, and it is crazy lines that he takes that he knows so well.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. I remember from a couple of years ago seeing footage of him jumping like Jack Simpson, just full noise, and it was like absolutely insane. You're like, how do you have the knowledge to just be able to hit everything well, not everything, but majority of things at full noise like that, and just I don't know how these top runners do it.
It even gets to the point where these boys now know the apexes of corners where they come into. You know, I was talking to a great rider, Jack Mentha, and he was talking about how he's going to start hitting corners a little differently just to keep the apex strong, and it's just the way these boys are racing now at that level to keep that speed up through the corners instead of backing off. They can kind of keep it pinned all the way through.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that's what we like. Again, as we were saying last night, you really got to have that track knowledge, or it's going to be a rough time down to Finke.
I think that's also why there's unfortunately so many incidents before Finke, because guys are learning where the corners are. They're coming over dunes. I mean, Matthew Treadwell is another great rider that's out here, and he had a bit of an incident where he kind of got a bit of a moon boot, and he went all the way up because he forgot that there was a hole that's been now formed in a dune, so that you may be able to ride this track 100 times this year, but holes are starting to form in the faces of dunes that were never there before. Luckily, he had an airbag and it went off, so he was okay. But there have been stories of other riders that will kind of get through the weekend and that weren't so lucky.
Yeah, and that's another great point there is the safety side of things, as in gear for you now, like with airbags and stuff like that. It's come a massive way. So I'm not saying that you're not going to hurt yourself if you do come off, but it's not as bad as originally thought. So
no, airbags have kind of taken over. A lot of them are being used everywhere. It's great to see, and I really hope it kind of takes off and a fair more riders wear them as well.
Yeah, and we're going to head down to the Prologue presentations, I do believe. We're not. We're going to continue talking, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologise, but yeah, no, we're just trying to wrap our heads around all the stories that we've got here this weekend. There's so many that are going to come up.
Yeah, look, I think there's been a lot of crashes this year. There's been a lot of kind of development in bike as well. So not only will the stories come out, but also we'll see the testing and training that will really come forward. And I think for these riders, it's the big time. It's a big show, and they've all been waiting to have a go and get out there. And I think it's just going to be one of the fastest Finks, or at least the most competitive Finks that we'll see for a very long time.
Hey, Jeremy, it's awesome to be here, and I just went out for a bit of a look. The boys are all lined up over there for the motos too. I see Liam Walsh parked right beside the number one. I tell you what, it's going to be very exciting to see what happens even in this little sighting lap, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Now, listen, we're going to go down. We are going to go to presentation here, the Method Race Wheels automotive category.
Yeah, thanks so much, Dan. What an unbelievable morning we've had so far here at the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. The Method Race Wheels Car Prologue has been run and won. Before we announce our presentation to our winners, please welcome to the stage the Managing Director of Method Race Wheels Australia, Clayton Taylor.
Hey guys, welcome to Alice Springs. It's great to be back here again. The weather gods have turned it on for us, and the Finke Desert Race Committee have put on a great event. We're really proud to be here and support the off-road community as much as they support us with our wheels, and the customers that we gain from this, and the people that become part of the Method family. And looks like today we might end up with another 2 customers down here. So let's get them up here.
So taking out the UTV Prologue winner in vehicle number 604 in a time of 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Please congratulate Jeff McNiven and Jake Nicholson. Welcome to the stage, guys. Congratulations.
How does it feel, guys? How much effort's gone into making this happen?
Yeah, just a little. Not too much, actually.
Talk us through the prep. I mean, leading into Prologue, this is what sets you up for the race there and back starting tomorrow.
Sorry?
The preparation leading up to this.
We only decided to come out to here probably 3 or 4 weeks ago. We got a late entry in, there was still room, so the car hadn't been used since last year, so it was ready to go. We had a good run out there. That track there, it was wet this morning. It really suits SSV, so we put in a solid time. We never go this well at qualifying.
I was going to say, least preparation always leads to the best results. So to be able to get this wheel now, I mean, where does that sit when you get home?
Oh, we have a cabinet for this stuff. I don't know if it's going to hold this though. This is a bit big.
Oh, well, perfect, guys. Thank you so much and congratulations. All the best tomorrow leading into the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Yep. Congratulations, gentlemen. And taking the outright honours in the outright prologue. He is no stranger to Finke. Please clap your hands for Beau Robertson and Shane Hart in a time of 4 minutes and 46 seconds.
Well, you haven't won a trophy like this since 2010, so how does this feel, Beau?
That feels good, yeah. It's been a long time between drinks, but yeah, we always seen about the front, but it's not close enough.
And this is an opportunity to really take out that top spot this year. You haven't got Toby Price in the competition.
Yeah, he's done me a favour, hasn't he? Go and win the bar 500 and leave me alone.
Well, it's a good win for him.
Yeah, no, he's good. Yeah, no, obviously he's a professional, so it would have been better if he was here so we could put it to him, but anyway.
And in terms of the competition that is out there coming into tomorrow, it's an important leg to be able to get out to Finke. Who have you got an eye on?
Trav, actually, because he had a problem today, or tipped it over, so he'll be starting at the back, which is a bit of an issue for us as far as times go. So, but yeah, I mean, there's obviously some mixed bag in there. Got Smoothie in the four-wheel drive truck, and the Havey boys are fast. Everyone, the Browns are out here, so yeah, we'll see.
And we were just chatting before about the trucks. I mean, you're up the front, but then it's sort of 6 spots back before we've got a truck. There's a few buggies in between. How does that sort of sit for the race?
Well, yeah, I mean, the trucks have run up front here for the last three years, and yeah, we plan to keep it going, so keep it in the family.
We've got to make that happen. How about you? You've got a big job tomorrow to navigate the pro out there.
You reckon?
Probably do it himself without you.
Pretty much, yeah. I don't know what I'm doing in there. Having a good time and saying the prayers for the parts on the car because the track's brutal and we've run up and down there and it's a long way down there and back. So that's up to the parts, now, and everybody's prepped it. The guys at the shed, Drew and Aaron and Jake and Brett, they've been here up for a couple of weeks, so can't thank them enough. And yeah, it's up to him now.
Perfect. Well, good luck leading into tomorrow. You're in the top spots, so all the best.
Congratulations, Folt and Shane. Just take an official photo. Thank you so much, guys. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. And the most important part of this presentation, take yourself a bottle of champagne. It is now time to turn our attention to the two-wheel action and get the bikes underway for their prologue.
How cool is that? I mean, Jeremy, those cars, they are really wicked up at the moment. And it's interesting because, again, there's conversations about, certain people not being here, but it really doesn't matter. These boys are in full kill mode no matter what. It doesn't matter who turns up. Beau wants to beat all of them. Trav wants to beat all of them. I mean, they've got the equipment, they've got the vehicles. There's some really top names in there. Again, we were talking about Billy Geddes, the Brown, like father and son. Andy Brown's, I don't mean this rudely, he's 66 years old. He's third place on the podium. What a killer. The guy's a legend.
Look, it's funny because I'm not really known to this world. I don't really know what's going on, but I appreciate the hell out of it. It's definitely a world that we, as motorbikers, would never afford, but we definitely appreciate the engineering and things that go into it.
I reckon you'd be surprised, mate, because I reckon most of those lifts at some point, they've ridden club motocross, Finke Desert, that's where most of the car guys come from, And
we've got Walshy in there. He's co-piloting, and it's definitely a good stepping stone. But, I mean, these cars are just doing something that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And, you go right down the list and start getting to, Glen Owen and all those guys. And you hear Beau talk about it. It was very interesting about watching the people behind him this year because, there is absolutely the possibility that someone out of 15th, 20th even, could come through that pack, particularly if a couple of cars break in front. We've seen it before. And, Beau would have to be very careful because it's hard when you're out in front. You set the pace. You think, you're like, well, this is what we need to run. And then all of a sudden some guy like Trav might smoke you by 2 minutes from out of nowhere, you know what I mean? So, something they got to watch because I suppose that hasn't historically been as big an issue with the motorbikes, has it? Often most of the top 10, actually you were talking about, you did a fair bit of data based on...
Yeah, so we had a look at the data and it definitely, if you get that front, if Walshy gets that lead on the second day, it's very hard to reel him back in, and that's why I'd be so interested to see how it works. But I guess for cars, once they go out, they don't know kind of where they are, and all of a sudden, they could be pushing as hard as they want, but there's always those kind of people in the back ready to catch it.
And even down to, I'm not saying that they don't talk over UHF and that, but it probably difficult. You know, like even down to, I'm sure that at the pitch you get at least some information. You know, you're at that 130 or somewhere down there, and they say, hey, you need to be careful. Old mate's close the gap. Well, we know that Bo got across the line last time, that time that Hayden Bentley ended up winning that year. I think it was 13 or 14, and he didn't even know. He goes, oh, well, looks like we've wrapped it up because, you know, we've done the first 5 or 6 cars through, and then all of a sudden out of 13th, Hayden Bentley put 2 minutes on everyone. Where does that happen?
Look, it's crazy, and that's Fink, though. That's the Fink way, the Fink track, and especially if we talk back to the bikes, they don't know. Walshy won't know his time in front, behind, like he can't see it. He may be leading the day out, but he doesn't know how close they are, and he will always set that pace at the start to get away, and he may relax a little bit. He does, you know, renownedly look over his shoulder every now and then because you can see it from the cameras and have a look, but it is exciting.
So, Jeremy, I'm asking a loaded question because I know you're going to tell me, like I do with the cars, the best position to be in first and run first lower way. But is there potentially some option that, like, a guy that has just a slightly off Prologue gets in 10th, then because of the dust and the weather condition, the gaps and that, he runs through and catches that because it is day one is a corrected time day?
Yeah, look, I mean, that happens all the time. Yep. I think that happens here. Day 2 is always interesting because we get the times them down, get them from Apachula, have a look at them, and then it can completely change the order. Just because you get down there third doesn't mean you end up third. Same as the cars, and there's a lot of riders, as we keep saying, David Walsh is one of those riders who never prologues well, but managed to pick his way through. It's Brodie Waters. I mean, Ben Grabham, someone we haven't mentioned before, he's out here running, and if he's a dangerous man, if he decides he wants to race, you're all in trouble. And he's showed that at Jamalca this year. For a man who's supposedly running tour groups, he decided to turn it on for Jamalca and won it.
Well, he's running single-digit numbers here for a tour operator. You're right. When you say it like that, it seems unusual, doesn't it?
That's exactly right.
He's a king of the desert for a reason.
And the great thing about Grabbo is, he may line up not having it, put his helmet on, not really want it, and then I've heard stories that someone may have given him just a weird look or a bit of a side eye, and he goes, that's it, today I'm turning it on, and he absolutely smokes him. So
love it.
Ben Grabham will always be the king for that reason.
Yep. Man, he has given us some amazing content over the years. He's an interesting character because he's quite dry on the microphone, but I tell you what, he has some what Chinese proverbs of wisdom there as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he definitely talks in riddles, which I think is great, and if you can decipher them, your riding becomes 10 times better. I've always said that he kind of grew, his racing career was always in kind of a section where social media wasn't present, so he didn't kind of get the recognition that he deserved. So as a lot of the other riders have kind of come through. But Ben Grabham is known for Fink, but he's also known for so many other things. He's won
Safari,
flat track safaris, motocrosses. He's done Dakar. I mean, people don't really take that away from what he's done. He's done 4 days, 6 days. Like, he is all over it. And Toby Price has done amazing things on the bike at the same time. But when you think of Ben Grabham, he really has pushed the sport forward so far.
There was a point in where I think it was E3, wasn't it? Where if it was E3 and Ben Grabham turned up, he was winning it. It was as simple as that.
And then he moved on from that to then coaching and mentoring Toby Price as well through the KTM team. So he has so much kind of a foothold in the sport, and a lot of riders even today are using that experience to get them onto the podium.
Yeah, it's fascinating, hey, because we were talking, and even down to we're talking about the guys that we know, which is obviously a logical statement, but like there was a point before 2010 that no one really knew who Toby Price was. He was riding that factory, the privateer KX or whatever he was doing.
That's right.
Running a bit of off-road, and then got on board with Grabbo, and then all of a sudden come out here and the king of the desert. So it's interesting, like we could see someone that we're not expecting to come through, and get some of that pace. Obviously now, I will say, it's got to be harder if you're not riding a factory style bike, surely. Like, the gear now and that experience that you're talking about, if you don't have that, it's got to be difficult.
Plus all the little tweaks they do to bikes, and as I said last night, if you get a chance to go down and have a look at the bikes, don't touch them, but have a look, slowly look around a bike. You'll be able to see little things here and there, even like bump stops and things like that, which you would never kind of notice. Definitely come here and they play with a lot because they've got that timing.
Yeah, because what you're saying there, Jeremy, is whilst they're riding a KTM 500, and it is a KTM 500, that's got little tweaks, little mods, little suspension, little swing arm mods, little fork adjustments, there's everything, isn't it? Even down to how interesting is the desert stuff before, if you fresh to it, like even the steg peg thing, like that's not a trail riding thing. Like all of a sudden dude's got steg pegs and Scott's steering dampeners and those sort of items on it, and they're just a game changer for the desert thing, aren't they? If you turned up without a steering dampener in this day and age, you're pretty mad, I'm telling you.
And look, I mean, they do it.
They
do it, and I think if you just want to come racing, you don't always need that stuff. Just tighten that head stem bolt up a little bit more and really hold on. But you're right, these things help them. And this year, if you do have a look at bikes, say, go look at Callum Norton bike. STE have made some amazing steg pegs and they've anodized them and they're beautiful black things, but it actually has changed the position of the steg pegs too. A lot of guys would run them quite low to try and get that more aggressive kind of foothold, but because of the way the bike chassis worked out this year, when the steg pegs were low, they couldn't actually get their foot onto the gear shifter or the brake. So they have moved them forward a lot, which then changed the bar size or the bar angle. So this year's development bike has been crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
that's wild. Because I was listening, and we'll run back to it. When you were talking last night, you were also talking about that because KDM is that they've brought out a new model.
Yeah, all three, the three Europeans.
So like, there's some guys that preferred the model before and have done development on the model before. Some people are still riding essentially a model before style bike.
That's it. Yeah. A lot of it's always interesting to hear talk to riders because they prefer to hold on to that 4-year bike and then move on to the next one. And before it is a lot of development that has to go into a new chassis. Even say the steg pegs, they don't bolt the same way they did. So a lot of them are now getting run all the way back to the engine mounts, which then puts a lot of load on the engine mounts. And like that's another very controversial topic. Engine mounts. A lot of guys like to open up the holes and slot them. A lot of guys like to keep them loose because at the top level they can actually feel the frame like move and stretch and flex. I didn't think that would be ever possible, but a lot of guys will like elongate the holes on the engine mounts just to give the engine a bit more movement. So this year with the development of say steg pegs and steering dampeners above below bus steering dampeners, it has changed, and tomorrow we'll be able to see it better. But I do really kind of tell people to go and have a look at the riders' bikes and see how they're set up.
And that's so interesting because I mean I'm showing my age here, but you know, like back you talk about like when Honda came out with the spar aluminium frame, that it went through a development process. People hated that bike to start off with, and now it's a classic. It's interesting. So you know, it is. It's very interesting to see how things change, and like you said, riders come to grips with different things. And like you said, that 4-year cycle on a motorcycle. You know, at the end of the 4 years, that's a very developed bike, and to start fresh again with a new frame, you know, and again, it might not look fresh on the outside, you know what I mean, but like to the untrained eye, just rolling past at a motorbike dealer, but it's all different, it's all changed, it's all
that's the way it is. You may look at the plastics and see a different cut, and you may see even just the chassis rail come down a little bit different, but it's a subframe mounting locations. It's a whole bunch of geometries that can change on the bike, which can also change the entire feel and way of the bike. Now, the KDMs run a PDS style of suspension, which means the spring is mounted on the top of the swing arm, whereas the Husqvarna and the Gas run a linkage, which means the rear shock goes through the rear swing arm. Those changes can be quite a lot, and it means you can't run, say, the same suspension you did the year before on your bike.
Interesting. So, is there any interesting conversation around, like, obviously Grabo has been on a KDM for a lot of years, and I know that he's ridden other things like gas, but he's back on gas this year. Like, you know, I know that he'd obviously got some partnership with his trail riding program and that, because obviously you don't ride a few different bikes. You don't have any DRZs or anything on his tours. You ride the gas. Right, they're a staple of the Cape York scene. So,
100%.
But long story short is, do you think that that'll have some sort of effect on his? You know, I mean, obviously he's done a lot of development with this bike, and you know he spends a lot of time in the saddle doing different things, doesn't he? So
look, it is interesting. You know, the PDS and linkage debate is always raging, and a lot of people have their opinion on it. I don't think that really affects Grabo because he could jump on a DR, and I would say top 20. You know, I
definitely agree.
I think for him it doesn't really matter. A lot of guys are very stout in the way they believe the bikes should run, and you know, I was talking to a rider, Miles Nichols, and he actually had a flogged out PDS system on his bike because the bushings failed. So a lot of people have a lot of different kind of views on the suspension setup, and especially, you know, you look at even the Shercos and the Hondas, gases, they all run different, KYB, Shoei, everything like that. Everyone has their own different thing, and I know a lot of people who even take the chassis they like and try and swap it with suspension from another bike because they like the feel. I mean, Jeff Ballard is a legend in the off-road motorcycle scene. He's renowned for putting TTR front shocks on any bike he rides, so it really comes down to, you know, the operator's choice.
Absolutely, that's an interesting perspective and a way to look at it, isn't it? Because there's definitely so many modifications that these guys do. And the other thing that you touched on last night while we were talking is, you know, that there's a couple of let's say that Greenfield has been a, staple and still is a staple of desert racing suspension for, let's say 10, 15 years, really. It's been very solid. Like, if you didn't have GDR on the front of your bike, you really weren't riding, were you? Whereas now it's interesting because it's opened up. Obviously, Greeny's still amazingly good at what he does, but, there's a couple of other brands that are really starting to chew into that development space, isn't there?
Absolutely. You've got Tune Tech, Choice Suspensions, On Point Motor and Suspension, a lot of little unknown ones as well that can help out riders. I know Grabbo uses his own little special guy, and I think it comes with that knowledge that the bike that you're on is going to suit you. You're right, GDR is one of those great guys you can go to and say, hey, I'm this weight, I'm this skill, and this is what I want to do, and he has a setting for that. And speaking to, say, Bradley Greenfield, his son, it was interesting to see how many hours they actually do to then have certain base settings for everyone, and that $10,000 suspension you may have gone by for cone valves and a track shot could not be good for you if Greeny tells you so.
Yeah, that's right. No, absolutely. No, listen, again, there's a reason that he's out here and he's a king, so it's very good to see. But yeah, it's just interesting because, again, it's fascinating now the way, back in the day, probably a lot of riders were, doing the tune and the slip-on pipes, and really 450s and 500s now, unless you're pro level, you're lying to yourself if you think you need more horsepower than what the factory motor supplies.
No, look, the way I like to always talk about motorbikes is either you ride the bike or the bike rides you. You could say David Walsh in the top 20, they ride the bike. For the rest of us, the bike rides us, and if the bike wants to go one way, we're going to go that way. And I think the bikes nowadays have stepped up so much. I know the Gas 500 on paper had the same amount of horsepower as David Walsh's winning bike last year at Finke. So that's how far the Gas has stepped up, and if it has the legs to keep it all the way going, it is definitely a contender here this year.
That's amazing, simply amazing, yeah. Crazy to think that they've just come that far with that technology, and isn't it crazy that only, 20 years ago, the four-strokes weren't really even a thing, a bit more than four, they came out with the YZ four-stroke. Yep. And I know that there was some other brands, like Husqvarna had a long history of 400s.
Husqvarna.
Yeah, Husqvarna as well. Yep. But yeah, it's interesting because now really, it's crazy to think that if you're not on a four-stroke, you're not racing, so.
It's just that power, it's that torque curve you get from the 450 that everyone loves. Yeah, the two strokes are great and they have their applications, but when it comes to this big open desert racing, the four strokes have it. I mean, don't take that away. Sherco have an amazing team here with two strokes, and there's some YZ two strokes, and there's if you just bring what you ride, it's going to be fine. But
and you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, but if you want to be competitive, you've really got to get on a big
Well, probably if we're honest with ourselves, again, if you're talking about a Finke finish, a 300 two-stroke has more than enough power for any better than average rider. Like, that's reality.
Once again, I'm probably going to choose that DR400 too, because it's got a nice big soft seat. I can carry a little esky on the back. We're going to have a great time.
I haven't seen any, but you haven't happened to stick your head around the bit. We haven't got any XR600s or DRs hidden down there. No adventure bikes. Every now and then we get a year where just someone turns up on a BMW or a Trumpy or something crazy and decides they're going to Finke and back.
Look, I think there is one CR, I believe. I've seen it. I'm not too sure if it was racing, but it was on the back of the truck. You're right. I think like Lyndon Polska came across, and he was on a big adventure bike. We had a year where Harleys came across. Rossi came on and did it on a Harley for 2 years in a row.
And Matty Mack came on the XR600.
Yeah,
with
that's
his mates.
There's I think there's the the Desert Dads, I think.
Yes.
I think they are here. I haven't seen them yet, but yeah, it's always great to see a wide range of bikes, and as they're rolling even now through, you can kind of pick them out. There's some really interesting kind of manufacturers out there, and we've even got a Kawasaki, and it's great to see them all come through.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, I reckon on screen there was a DRZ 400 as we were talking about that. So
well, there was one last year as well, and he managed to get through. I think he still had the blinkers on his bike as he's coming across the finish line.
Always a solid choice. A few of the lads doing wheel stands out here too. I don't think they're taking that siding lap too serious.
Look, for the amount of dust, you're not really going to learn much, and there's a few lines out there that you can kind of hold on to, but the great thing is when these guys are racing, there's so many on the track, that guy who's maybe a split second in front of you, he's taking that line, you're not going to be able to take it.
That's right.
The side lap is great, but you've got to have so many options available to you and know that they're there to be able to take those lines, because you're not going to get the break like the top 20 riders are.
That's right. No, absolutely. Off the line 3 at a time after the top 20 today?
That's correct, yep.
No, it'll be very good. And it'll be the same as the cars as the reverse grid. So as in with respect to classes, I think it goes backwards.
Does it?
The 450s and class 2s.
Yep.
The 500s will be off the line, so they'll be 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon, won't they? However, again, just to clarify, the top 20 get their own minute start.
That's correct.
So
yes.
anyone with a 1, 2 through to 20 plate, that's their position from last year, and they'll be running. It won't matter what bike they're on. They could be on a 302-stroke through to a 500cc monster, but either way, they're getting their top 20 clean start. Even in that track, isn't it crazy, Jeremy? You can see like one part's almost like bitumen and one is like soft loam, like, just being online or offline and how that changes.
And that's where those high sides really come into play. And a high side is kind of when your back end steps out one way, trying to correct it, and then kind of flick you off the bike. From experience, I know they really suck. But here, that's what we were talking about before. That slick section has really, really kind of gone to another level. And if riders do want to take that line, the inside line, they better be ready to sit right on top of their fuel tank to get that much traction on that front wheel to hold it down as they can. But saying that, that high line and some of those berms out there are whooped out real bad. If you're not on those pegs and riding through it, it's going to be a rough trot through as well.
And if you go over the top of the berm, it's going to be a bad day. So,
yeah, very bad
it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out.
And it'll be interesting to see how many riders come in shaking their arms as soon as they get in, because, as we keep saying, you can have the best laid plan, but as soon as you hit that first whoop or the first hole, it goes out the window, and a lot of these guys will pump up pretty hard.
I was going to say, got that death grip going on. It happens to the best of us.
Absolutely.
No, very cool. Actually, talking about that, I think that's a couple of the Grabo bikes there, isn't it? The 7s.
That's it.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, that was coming through. Some of the tweaked bikes and the Outback Shercos as well, they've come through. So they're always looking good. It was interesting to watch them pre-run this year. They've been they're bringing a good team along.
Yep, absolutely amazing. So, no, it's going to be a good prologue here. It's never not a good prologue here at Finke.
No.
Yeah, there's been some amazing rides over the years, yes, and particularly in the top 20, but even through the packs, like, there's a lot of guys that say they had some sort of issue last year, like a motor blew up or a chain broke, something along those lines, so they then have to qualify back in their class like everyone else, and that gets pretty wild every now and then, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of broken chains, and another part of the bike that gets worn out quite high is your chain guide, the bottom part of your bike. Back in the day, they used to have to replace the chain guide every time they go down, and another one when they go back. So last year, a couple of bikes did fail their chain guides, which is bad. You get a lot of chain slap, and that can affect the bike as well. So when we start talking this year and how serious they're taking it, they're talking about millimeters in their chain deflection, and it's just absolutely crazy. And the amount of gear ratio changes they've had so far, just in a week, has been phenomenal. We're talking some guys have 28-tooth sprockets and things like that, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
Insane. And Jeremy, that's all based on the changing conditions of the track. They have a look one day, they're like, yep, this is a pretty good plan, ride it again and go, oh, that's changed a bit, it's dried out, it's thickened up, it's whatever it is.
That's exactly right. When that moisture holds in the dirt, it zaps a lot of power of the bike, and so what they want is that ability to pop that bike up out of the dirt, so when they hit those whoops, they can float along it. If they hit those whoops and can't keep pulling through it, it just slows the bike down. And as we were saying before, when we were pre-running and kind of being with the riders, once you shut that throttle off, you could feel the bike completely dive, which then puts you into those cross ruts, which then you can have a really bad day. So these guys are really trying to get every bit of power they can to pop that front wheel up, pop the bike up out of the dirt so they can hit those whoops at full noise.
And it's interesting to hear you talk about that, historically, say, for the last couple of years, like if you haven't been on a 500, everyone has said, oh, well, the 450 is a bit of a disadvantage. And I suppose historically, again, that would be true. However, it's interesting to see you say, because of the conditions this year, it might be an opportunity.
Look,
there's something different about it.
I mean, saying that, Corey McMahon last year came fourth on a 450, and he actually ended up at the end of Finke. There's a very famous photo of him now getting to Finke with no rear part of his bike. He had a crash so bad, it ripped the seat off, ripped the guard off, everything. So he can do it on a 450, and a 450 can do it. And if anyone's going to do it this year, it will be Brody to come through. He's got so much time on that Honda, and that Honda is a very fast bike. He raced it at Jamalca at the start of the year, and it proved that bike could pull up with the 500s. And I think with the dirt plays into that part and does stay moist, we could see the 450 really pulling through. If it does dry out and become fluffy like every other year, once those buggies and chuff, it's kind of a
And do you think it matters at all, just talking about, like, Brody Waters is a let's say a smaller in stature kind of man, like, does that suit? I'm not being like, it's the 450, is that he doesn't necessarily need the, like, David Walsh is a big man. If you stand beside him, that's not a little human being, is it? Like,
no, and primarily it's been the big boys, as I said, like Jacob Smith, David Walsh, Lukey Hayes, they're all nice big dudes.
Toby Price is a big boy.
Big Toby Price back in the day. But then if you say, look at Ben Graham, he's an athletic little dude that can rip. And Brodie Waters is the same. Like guys like Jack Mantha, Bradley Greenfield, they are kind of a smaller jockey-looking fella. But I tell you what, they know how to swing off it, and it can play into it. That then comes back to the riding style. And we said yesterday, Lukey Hayes is a nice big, strong boy. He can really muscle that bike, and he puts the bike where he wants. However, that then puts more stress on the bike, and he's renowned for snapping engine mounts and things like that. So
he can play how to move it.
Yeah, he can play in both ways. And my favourite rider to watch at the moment is probably Bradley Greenfield, because he is very smooth. He has a very different style of riding, very neutral, and I think that's what gets his pace up through it. However, go to Walshy, and something in his brain's obviously switched off, because he knows how to send it better than anybody, and it's beautiful to watch. Poetry in motion, you could say, for Walshy to ride, but there's also something very, very switched off in his head to be able to do that.
The man's sick. That's what you're saying. I
didn't want to say it like that.
Sick in the right way.
He's on another level, and to be honest, I think the great thing about Callum coming in is that he's got fire in him as well. He's had not the greatest run the last couple of years, and it's really good to see. Last year he come back so hard and heavy, so this year he's got a deep fire in his eyes that he wants to come out and prove himself.
Yeah, that's very cool. Oh, it's exciting to see, because again, I just love the fact that until we know, we never know. Oh. There's so many opportunities to have different conversation about what could play out. You know, like obviously David Walsh is the man to beat. Like he's got his hand firmly on the grasp of that trophy, and you know he'll be wanting to make it 5-time, won't he?
Yeah, look, absolutely. And I remember last year I was very fortunate to be up here with you, and I couldn't even be on the mic. I was too excited. I was yelling at the riders, because Prologue is really exciting, because it really dictates how tomorrow is going to play out, and that then dictates the battles that we could see down the track. And once we see those live timings come through, that's just so great for tomorrow. It really gets kind of the excitement for anybody who loves dirt bikes. That part where you're watching those times come in, who's going to get in front, it's kind of the best part of things.
Yeah, seeing the splits and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, we love it.
He just made 30 seconds on him, even though he's still 4 positions behind. But you know, just seeing that part where they're charging, where they're not charging, split times.
We were very fortunate to have Ivan Long come out last year, and everybody knows Longy as one of the loosest guys out here on a bike. And there's footage of him the creek on Finke, and he jumped the creek. Now, for those who don't know, that is a no-no. Like, nobody does it. It's not worth it. But he decided to jump a creek, and Walshy won't even jump that creek. And talking to him after the race, he goes, well, look, I wasn't going to win, but I was going to go out in style. And I think to have that kind of aspect when you come to race Finke is something even we won't understand. Yeah,
it's amazing, because I was going to say, you were talking before about getting to see the images. I think that's something that's changed over the years. You talked about, you know, the pre-Instagram, the pre-social media thing. Well, now we get to see absolutely brilliant video clips of the guys pre-running during the year, you know. Like, it's been from the start of the year that we've been getting, you know, edits, like really good edits of videos, you know. It's JA Edits.
He lives up here. He's a local boy, and he just froths on this stuff. And he's so lucky to be able to be a part of that and watch the riders grow. And for us, for the majority of people, they look at it and go sick. But for us, it's kind of an insight to how the bikes are playing and developing. You start looking differently at even just at maybe a quick split second the bike goes past, you pick up on, oh, okay, that's what he's doing here.
What the track conditions are looking like.
And that's the other thing. We're picking up on the track. That rain at the start of the year, start of the week, really did play into a part. And a lot of guys kind of were getting a bit worried that it may follow through, but it's just going to see how today and tomorrow turn out.
Yeah, amazing. No, it's so good now. Again, all the information that we've got, it makes it fun. It makes it interesting to analyse. You know, we get it very wrong. Well, I get it wrong, but hopefully
I get it very wrong too.
Very good. But I definitely get some more get it wrong. But it's entertaining to be involved with. And I tell you what, it's the Finke Desert Race. It's always fantastic out here in the Red Centre. We have absolutely beautiful conditions, although not much breeze this year, Jeremy. Like there's no trees moving. I suppose the flags are moving a little bit, but
we were just saying that before. If it does step up tomorrow, the wind, everybody wants it in the morning to get that 80k dirt out of the way, because it is quite tree ridden all the way through. But at the same time, right at the 20-kilometre bonnet, there is a puddle. Now, I haven't seen it today. Yesterday it was there, and at the 100-kilometre point, there was a massive stretch. Now, one of the stories coming out is a young fella called Cody Stevens. He had a massive wipeout, I think, at the 125 last week or this week. Big wipeout in a wet spot, but ended up crashing, getting flown to Brisbane, had surgery. and he's lining up today.
That's insane.
He's out there on the starting line ready to go, and I haven't been able to talk to him yet because I'm too worried he's going to wear his breath out and lung out because I think he did a bit of damage, but he's here racing today, which is absolutely incredible.
That is amazing. Yeah, imagine the commitment that requires. You know, there'd be a point where you're like, oh, maybe just next year.
Yeah, look, I believe it was this week too. So if you wiped out in a week before Fink and you're still going to get here, it shows how important this race is to all the riders.
Yeah, absolutely. No, well, it's absolutely brilliant. And again, looking through all the numbers, and you know, again, we talk about some of these classes too, Jeremy. Like, you know, I was saying last night, like, in the right circles, you know, it's not as big as like the King of the Desert Trophy or, you know, the Queen of the Desert Trophy and those sort of things. But, you know, like, there's some bragging rights for being the fastest 250 two-stroker. Like, that's a class, and those guys are there and they battle. Like, to say you've got a trophy in the two-stroke class, you know, that's a real war.
I mean, it's not just, you may finish 40th, 50th, 60th, whatever, but if you can get your P1, P2 and class outright, that's exciting. And a lot of riders will just aim for that, you know, because it is a massive step to get into that top 50. It's a lot of dedication, but to be able to get a class outright, I mean, that's still something special, and that pushes a lot of riders as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and there's plenty of classes out there, and then we go to age classes as well. You know, there's the 35s, there's the 40s, there's the Masters, there's the Vets. You know, it's really cool to see all of that sort of stuff going on. And you know, again, it's crazy to think some of those Masters, and now Grabbo's actually past 40 now.
I didn't say that, Grabbo. That wasn't my words.
I'm just saying. No, well, I say that positively because it's absolutely insane to think of the speed that he's pushing, you know, at that time. And like you said, like, you give him the right day and he's competitive in any position, you know what I mean? Today could be another day that he's just steps right up.
Absolutely, and Grabbo, but he's super humble of what he does as well, and he won't say it. And the reason we keep laughing about it is because, KDR a couple of years ago, him and Luke Hayes had a bit of banter before the race, and kind of Grabbo said, all right, that's it, I'm going to beat this guy. And he did. He went out and absolutely obliterated. So for him to do that is something, once again, probably a little unhinged in Grabbo because he can be so calm about it, but it also shows the greatness of the man.
He is absolutely a legend. Yeah, and it's amazing just the way that he swings off those big bikes. It moves. He can definitely ride.
And it is interesting, as I said, I think people need to start focusing. Yep, it looks great, but you can start picking up different ways guys ride. You're right. A lot of motocrossers are a bit more attacky. They like to sit their head over the bar. Baja style riders as well. They do like to sit a lot forward, whereas our riders, we sit as far back as we can here in Australia in the desert. You know, it's always a bit of a laugh. You try and lock yourself in right on the lip of the back of the seat. That's where you want to be locked in. Get that weight nice and low. And it does show, depending on the discipline that rider comes in. Corey McMahon is amazing off-road, and a lot of the other guys are amazing off-road as well, and they definitely have a different style of riding.
It's interesting you say that, mate, because I was watching the live feed of the Baja 500 because we love Mexican racing as well. Obviously, love all racing, and you love the bikes, love the cars and all that sort of stuff. And it's interesting because I think it was the 7X or the 9X, the Honda team over there, they were running the bars really low, and you say that, like you said, almost straight up and down and leaning forward, like head right over the bars, very attack motocross style, which we don't tend to see as much here, do we? We sort of see them, you know, like, getting back in the saddle and moving.
Yeah, and I think that's why Australians, when we go overseas and race and compete, we get a bit of a stigma to us because they're like, well, the Aussies ride a bit loose. I mean, we've got...
Could be the mullets too.
Well, I mean, I approve of them. I think we had Jack Menther just go and race over, and number 17, he's raced over at Baja this year, and he did really well. He came, I think he made up like an hour and a half in time from...
Impressive.
And even the team owner who brought him over said, you must have been cheating because no American rides like that. And so you're right, Americans definitely, well, not all Americans, but when you look at Baja style riding, they do sit a lot forward. And look, that suits them. That's the way they work. It makes it a little sketchier in the rear because that back tyre likes to dance a little bit at the back, a bit snaky, whereas the boys here, they really try and lean back to kind of get that front wheel just to tap the whoop over the top. And that in itself is a real skill.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it shows the experience and the time they do on the track down there too. Like, you know, they don't pre-run for 2 weeks like the likes of Walsh, and that have been pre-running for 30 years.
I think they live out here now. They've got a hut down there.
Yes. So, no, I think it's a real interesting point. The other thing that I'm interested in your professional, because I'm a very non-professional opinion, but like, I think that the other thing that I've seen is even with the Dakar, don't you reckon now the attack style of riding that they do at Dakar, that seems more a little bit more, it's an Australian style, isn't it? Like Toby, when he first turned up to Dakar, very attack, you know. I know they're all calculated, they've all got a plan, but, you know, I think that they've raised the bar. Everyone has pulled along with that style of riding, and now they're like, you know, I know that technology's come a long way, but I really can't remember prior to this era of riding where I've seen Dakar bikes launched and they do a 120-foot sand dune jump in the middle of a race like they do now. Do you think that they've just continually stepped up, or that's just racing in general? It's always going to step up.
You're right. I think the rider now that have come across the Dakar are a lot more aggressive and enduro-based and desert racing. I mean, a lot of the times rally riders, they are just that. They love a dirt bike, but they are more navigational based, where we've now seen a bigger influx of like Skylar Howes, Chucky, Toby Price, Toby Hedricks as well, who are enduro backed, who've gone over there and then they've added to the navigation. I also think that because of the terrain change as well, we've gone to Saudi from South America, it has opened up that speed. Back when it was in South America, which is probably an era that most people will remember. Before it was fast and it was high, but it was definitely not as fast as it is now. It's definitely a lot more speed orientated, and there is a navigational section that is quite difficult, but I mean, my favourite era of all time will always be South America, because I think that was when Dakar was a true Dakar. There was a lot more navigation, a lot more people getting lost, where not taking it away from what Dakar riders do now, but the days are a lot shorter. There's not as much chance of you getting lost and staying the night out there, where back in the day, man, they had to pack space blankets because they knew they were going to sleep overnight.
Sleeping in the desert in Argentina.
They were going to be snuggled under a truck somewhere, and they're all going to help each other get through. So Dakar is a lot faster, you're right. I mean, the speeds are crazy. I mean, they've had to put in time restraints and speed restraints now.
Crazy.
The way they're slowing the bikes down is by limiting tyres as well. So it has got faster, but I guess that's also just the terrain they're racing now.
Yeah, and again, advent of sport, because again, people that rode motocross 30 years ago wouldn't believe what they're doing now, would they? Like the likes of what's going on, and desert racing is the same. Like, you know, if you said that some of these cars were doing 130s down to Finke, like that's just nuts. Like no one would believe you.
Mate, no one can believe a bike can do under 2 hours.
It's unreal.
It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, well, Yoff told me some story about riding an XL250 down there in 2 hours. Do you think it was a tall story, or?
I don't know, mate. It's a Honda. We could do it. He could do it, you know.
I love it. No, it's cool, mate. Like, I mean, it is definitely an interesting era to be around, as they all are. And I mean, we're coming up to the 50th thing too. That's going to be one. Like, imagine having that on your mantelpiece, the 50th thing. So I'm sure there's plenty of guys that'll have their eyes set on that sort of position as well. So, you know, and is there any, you talk to a lot of guys in the motorbike, is there any international riders or anything coming over? Like, anything happening in the near future, or have you heard stories? Because there was a period there early on where we got quite a few American riders over to have a look, and Chinese riders, and, you know, from all over the place. So, you know, there was that era where, like, a lot of the Honda guys were coming over, and Colton Udall came over, and a few other guys like that. Steve Hengefeld came over, rode a 250. That was a wild thing. I'm pretty sure he put a switch on the throttle here and then just turned it off at Finke. I think that's how that worked. He was a wild man.
Look, it is interesting, and we do get to talk to so many riders, but also Australians over there who kind of, they get questioned about Finke. You know, like there's a young kid called Sam Prashira who's over in America doing amazing things, and, you know, they get questioned about, Finke, you know, is Finke real? And Jack Simpson, you know,
is Finke real? I like that question.
Is Finke real? Yeah. Real? Jack Simpson has a long history here. People may not know that, but, you know, he rode with Toby Price and all that before a big crash in 18, I think it was. And so he has a long history out here, and, you know, Finke is always one of those things that when guys in America talk to Australians, they go, is Finke real? And they go, and they go, oh, probably not. You know, that's a long way to go for a race that I probably could cartwheel down. But there is a lot of talk for the 50th, a lot of riders coming back. I think that's why maybe this year and next year the numbers won't be as high, because everyone's saving it for the 50th. So it will be interesting to see. And I think a lot of old boys are going to be dusting bikes off for the 50th for sure.
Perfect. I like that answer, because I feel that too. Like, I sort of feel a few people that I've talked to have sort of said, you know, this year was just not going to work, but the 50th is coming up. You know, that's the statement. And, you know, there'll always be, it's amazing, we talked about that 50% new starters, you know. There's always going to be those people that are like, hey, I need to go and do Finke. But like you said, some of those returning legends. I wonder if we could get Phil Lovett to pull a motorbike helmet on again. Get out of the truck.
It'd be awesome to come out here.
Absolutely.
I think it would be interesting to see them all come out, and if we can bring the retro bikes out as well, it's something special. I think Finke is always going to have a special place for everyone, and to be able to get some of those old school boys and girls back is also pretty special.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've got like Taylor Jones, who was a great female rider out here. She's gone overseas and absolutely killed it in America in the off-road stuff. So to get even riders like that to come back and gear up, and even we get them in the retro gear, you know, try and find their original gear and original bike, that would be something even more special.
Would be amazing, definitely.
It may be a slower race, though, I tell you what, if some of the older bikes. So it should be even better for us.
Listen, we love cheering them home. It doesn't matter if you're first or 400th. We cheer them home. So yeah, it's absolutely cool to see, and I think it'll be interesting. All round. Hey, we're just having a look down. This is very off topic here, but did old mate bring his boat out to Fink?
Yeah.
He was expecting a lot of weather?
He's expecting to have to rescue some of the riders from the track.
That's for the Fink River, is it?
Yeah, 100%. I think if you can bring what you race, I don't think a boat is the next category. But it is interesting to see so many different people from across Australia coming into this race and bringing some massive, massive trucks to just old mate and his Ford Escape.
Yep. Well, I think that's an issue. We joke about the boat, but you know, there's a fair chance that old mate's on tour, isn't it? Like, there's a lot of guys that now they make this, like the desert in the winter has always been a great grey nomad, you know, Australian lap option. I know there's a lot of guys out here floating around, you know, doing they've been on their loop to the Cape or wherever they're going, and they come via Fink and then back to Victoria, or, you know, that sort of situation where they want to go across the desert. Well, why not sneak a Fink trip? And you know, we did the same thing. I actually rode a motocross bike across, a registered bike, I will clarify. It was 100% registered, I promise you. But, you know, from Birdsville to Fink and then up and, you know, stayed in Alice Springs and then went via the Plenty home, you know. Like, it's a great loop. It's an adventure. I did it with my old boy. It was actually his... I've got to count now, but it must be his 60th birthday. I think we did that, but, you know, had a great time. So, you know, go across the desert and see those sort of things. And
it happens quite a bit. As I said before, if you find an adventure rider out there, have a quick chat to him, because he definitely have a story. A lot of them have come across the Simpson Desert, and there's a rider out there, Scotty Huggins, and he's been posting all the stuff, and he did the Unadata track on 20 mil of rain. Now, people who don't know that is a very bad idea.
Yes.
That is clayed. It took him, I want to say 8 hours. It could have been less than that. I could be wrong. But it took him 8 hours to just do a very small section of track because it's so muddy. But that's all of the adventure to come here. At the time, I wouldn't be having an adventure.
No.
But afterwards...
You've got a great story.
You got a great story, and he's got a great Instagram post as well from it. So there's been a lot of stories, and I guess you can see that from the colour of the vehicles as well, because especially in town, some of the car washes, when we were washing bikes, they were backed up with cars that just come across. It's got a very muddy section.
I've got a Ford Ranger that's done a couple of trips across the Plenty and a couple of trips across the desert. The hood liner is red. I don't know how you clean that out of it. I kept the windows up and the aircon on. I don't know. It gets in everything. It never comes out.
Look, I've done it a couple of times on a bike now, and for some weird reason, I have no idea how my chassis is red. I don't get it.
Absolutely.
And somehow the red dirt gets up under everything, and you can do all the best bike prep in the world. Once you cross that Simpson, it's never going away.
It's a stain that just stays forever.
Absolutely.
No, it's amazing. But it's such an adventure, like you said, that Simpson, and, you know, all of those tracks out through there. Again, if you get the opportunity to do the Plenty, or, you know, have the French line, any of those
Madigan
things.
line.
Madigan, they're all worth a look, because I tell you what, it's a great adventure out there. And under the stars, you know, 400 kilometres from anywhere, 250 miles for you Americans tuning in. You know, like, you're nowhere. The nearest thing is a station, isn't it? Like,
and I mean, even not far from here, you go to the centre of Australia too. You know, if you have a bit of an adventure, you can go from here to Fink and then down the track to the centre of Australia and pop back out on the highway. So there's so much here in Alice you can do, and I think that's a great part of being here. We're not just here for the racing. We can have so many other things.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, now, Jeremy, this is pretty cool, which it always is. Again, it's not so long ago, I'm showing my age, but I remember when they used to like have pieces of paper printed out over here and this sort of thing. But we're now looking at live footage from down the Fink end. Just a little test. Obviously, there's no races down there, no pre-runners there today. Everyone's here. But pretty crazy to think now that we've got these footage. We've got, you know, the link and everything else that's going on. We saw that footage from inside a car. Absolutely amazing that, you know, we've got these bits of information from down the track that we never would have had before. So I'm pretty excited to see what's going on, because again, every year, obviously, as the technology and the coverage steps up, you know, it's not the ability to actually physically be able to do it, because again, if you're listening along on the live feed or not here, we are remote. I know we're at Alice Springs at the moment, but, you know,
no phone service.
20 k's down the road, that's it. You're in the middle of nowhere, and pretty much the next phone coverage that direction is probably Adelaide, which is 2,000 miles away, you know.
Yeah.
So,
and we're now at Rodinga as well, which is even better footage, and we didn't have this a couple of years ago. And Starlink has kind of come around so fast, and there's so many people up and down the track now that we're kind of linked to. We can even find out real timing, not just from the live timing. So
that's right.
That's why these images coming through is going to be exciting, and I will be glued to this one for the first bike to come through. I tell you what, everyone's just going to be watching this camera for that first, third, second, every kind of bike coming through.
Yep, absolutely, and even from there, like I know that there is teams that, again, on the social medias that are talking that they've got, you know, in-car cameras on their vehicle now. So obviously listen to the live stream, put that on the big TV. But if you've got an iPad open or a laptop, you know, you can click between OBR and Michael Zacher and all those guys. Jordan Butcher obviously has live feed. That was who we rode around in the Prologue to it. The fact that we just got a live Prologue lap is absolutely insane, isn't it?
It's definitely stepped up. I mean, I'd love to see a Starlink attached to a rider. I think that's what we want to see now.
Absolutely.
But
on the helmet, the dish,
that's it. Just a nice big. That's why we need the DRs. We can mount it on the back in our little parcel tray. It'll be a good way.
Milk crate on the back. Yeah.
Look, man, that's the only way we're going to do it. To be very fair.
I love it.
We can do a live commentary down the track as the race is on.
Yeah. Maybe postie bikes. You and I could ride it one year.
Look, it doesn't matter, mate. It's just going to be the rest of the pack behind us that's going to worry.
Absolutely. No, I love it, mate. That sounds like a good plan. But yeah, you're absolutely right. No, that is going to be the future, isn't it? We're going to have like little commentary to set up down at Rodinga or something like that. You know, we can commentate different sections and throw over.
A live link to the car, talk to a rider. That's another level.
Absolutely, would be amazing. So we'll see where that goes. I think the future is bright here at the Finke Desert Race, and the crew here are always stepping it up, which is awesome. And again, can't wait to see those images tomorrow and keep up to date with all the riders and vehicles going down there.
Yeah, I mean, saying that though, a rider wouldn't want to have voices in his head. He's probably got enough voices in his head telling him what to do. Yeah. The last thing he wants to have voice going, so how you doing?
Yeah, out of a helicopter just talking. I love it. I love it a lot. No, listen, it's going to be interesting to see. This is a great shot too. It just shows the crowd starting to roll in. I tell you what, I keep saying it. I love the cars, obviously, but I love the bikes. Finke is a bike race that the cars are lucky to race at. I'll say that as a car guy. I mean, it's just amazing that who comes out of the woodworks for the bike race and for the bike prologue, and that fence is just packed.
Yeah, I think from a bike perspective, though, it's a bike race that the cars ruin. Like,
I understand.
the bikes love the race, but the cars, I mean, you guys do some absolute number to that ride track, and it's great. It makes it better.
Yeah, but the problem is that, again, we talk about that change. It's been in the last 15 years, max. So, like, you were a big truck if you were running 35-inch tyres. Well, now these trophy trucks are on 40-inch tyres.
That's what I heard
before. It's just madness. It is crazy. Hectic. So, yeah, it's just getting bigger and bigger. They're four-wheel drives now. Like, you know, they've got 30 inches of travel. So back where you had to slow down for the whoops, now they're just ploughing through them, making the whoops bigger. So yeah, it's the nature of the beast, isn't it? Like, as cars get faster, the track damage or change. I like the word change. Damage. You know, us car guys have got to protect our interests here.
You're right, and I mean, I've been watching more and more car footage, because what the great thing about car footage, and a lot of these top guys will do, they actually watch the car footage because they can see exactly how they change the track, so they can predict how it's going to be out there. So, I mean, I was watching Patriot Campers stuff from last year and seeing how they drive, and it is very unfair. Like, I'm going to put it out there. You guys have these massive machines that look super fun, and even like say Toby Price's machine, you guys can hit whoops that riders prepare for, they train for, they try and get in their head how they're going to do it, but you guys can just hold that throttle wide open and just float.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're in the right piece of equipment, like say the Tree of Knowledge, that 60k dune jump, like I suppose as a driver the reality is you just got to pony up and hit it if you're going to hit it, and then the truck does the rest of the work, or the buggy does the rest of the work, whereas like you're saying, like only really the pros can hit that sort of thing. Like, it's not a, you know, you can't be a once a year kind of rider and then go and jump the Tree of Knowledge, can you? So
no, I mean, even before that at the 30 there's a dune where you kind of come up, say you're coming from the Finke end, you come up, it hooks round to the right, back to the left, and then down. There's a hole that grows there that's bigger and bigger and bigger, and at the moment, last I saw, it was a whole tyre deep for a bike. So if you don't know that line and you come in from Finke back, you can go straight into that hole front wheel in, cartwheel over, and it can be the end of a day. So you're right, the riders
Well, I'll
take
tell
in
you,
a lot.
I know that's rough because it's rough in a car. Let alone, so yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And that hole digs out because you got those cars come through, they get in there, they get on the throttle, dig that hole out. So for us riders, or for those riders, I'm not there this year, so for those riders, it takes a lot of knowledge, but also a lot of skill to be able to get through it.
Absolutely, yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, and it's interesting. I didn't even think about that perspective of it. You guys watching, what you can before you, in between races, even to have some sort of understanding of what's changing on the track. So if you watch the live feed from down at the 40 now at Redinga, you'll sort of have at least a feeling of dusty changes, mud, water. Like you see an Instagram post of some guy that's down the 60 and go, oh, that's what's down there now. Like it's changed in 2 days.
But not only that, if it is muddy and there are big holes, what happens is the cars and the trucks go through, clear those holes out, so now you've got a slick base. So there may not be the mud, and the mud doesn't add grip, but it can slow you down a bit. Whereas if that mud has been cleared out of a hole, you've got a nice slick base, and that's where Cody came off. That's where a lot of riders will hit it, thinking that it may be thicker than it is, and just absolutely turn around.
There you go. Very interesting. Yeah, again, it's so hard, isn't it? Because what you think is there might not be there, and you really, but let's be honest, none of them are riding to conditions. They're riding to the fastest humanly possible. So, it's not a safe ride. Well, I've got to be careful with my wording here. It's a safe ride as it can be, but at that professional level,
it's as safe as you make it, though.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the way it is. You ride within your own safety rating. If you try and ride a little bit more, good on you. If you ride too far, you're not going to have a good day.
Yep, definitely. And it bites plenty of people here at Fink. At every desert race, really.
Look, even any race, and I think that's something that needs to really be addressed, is that the Fink is a dangerous race. It is, but if you race outside of Fink, you're on your own terms. And I think that's what's happened over the last little while, is people kind of forget that the Fink track is a public road.
Yep.
We have guys who talk about pre-running and put hundreds and hundreds of hours out here, but they're doing it at their own risk. Like the Fink committee have no responsibility for you if you're out here riding outside of the Fink race, and it has got a bit of a black mark on its name from some social media kind of ball at the moment that's been running around saying the Fink is unsafe. I think the Fink race is one of the most well-prepared, well-organised races from all aspects. We just saw before the ambulances and everything going out as the bikes are going to start, because obviously you don't need an ambulance for a car, but it's such a well-oiled machine. And to now kind of be with you in this side of it, it's interesting even more so to see how the race is run. And we spoke to Kelsey Branford at the start of the week and got an interview with her, and to hear what level of commitment goes into this race, I really think that if you're racing Fink at Fink, you're as safe as racing any other race around the country.
Yeah, and I think that they continually step up their program too with respect to the safety, like the way that they manage crowd control now. Obviously that's something that they've learnt over the years. Probably back in the day it was just a bit like, well, don't be an idiot, good luck. It's survival of the fittest. But now there is guys and there's event organisers in place. They control the way vehicles move through. Well, they don't move them through a crowd. Essentially, they clear the area, and the cars leaving yesterday. It wasn't so long ago that 10 years ago, basically at 9 o'clock, you just fired your car up and drove out. I still remember it like that. So it's good to see that they're continually making improvements and continually looking for the next step up in safety, aren't they?
Absolutely. I think it not only keeps the riders safe, but it keeps the families and the crowd safe. And as a family member who has a loved one riding, I think that's the best thing about Fink, is that we can see it, you can hear it. If there's something going wrong, you know straight away, instead of maybe back in the day where you didn't know until the next day if your rider's coming back. So I think it has kind of progressed safety-wise, and maybe people think that it's a little bit nanny, but at the same time it has kind of created a safer race that everybody can enjoy and every level of rider can enjoy.
Well, and we can continue enjoying being the big key, because at some point we have to move with the times, don't we? And otherwise this great race won't be around anymore. So, and we all want it to. Like I said, I can't wait to see a 100-year anniversary. You know what I mean? It'll be a good time. So,
mate, if we make it to the 100-year, we're doing something right.
I will not be riding. I'll be very, very old. Very old.
That's when we'll take the CTs out.
Yes,
on
exactly.
the Hondas then.
Yeah, no, but absolutely, it'll be an interesting race by that point. Again, hopefully we've got many years of amazing racing left at this beautiful Red Centre. Because I tell you what, it's funny. I was just saying, it's funny because came up fast this year. We're electrical contractors. This is a bit of a personal story now, but anyway, electrical contractors, and things were busy and everything going on, and we're like, I went, oh man, I don't really know. I mean, I'm going because I'm commentating, but you know, like how much. And now that I'm out here, I'm so glad I came. I needed the red desert. You know what I mean? I needed this time. I needed some petrol. I needed some off-road race cars. So you know, sometimes life is busy, as you guys all know, but just getting away to the Finke is just one of those life's pleasures for me. It's it's truly enjoyable.
We were the same. You know, I was lining up and I was going to race this year, and it was all going to line up, and then I didn't realise how short it was, and the bike was not ready, and I was like, oh, get the bike ready, and then unfortunately the bike didn't want to play ball this year, and so it did sneak up out of nowhere, and we were very lucky still to be able to get here with a week leading to Finke and kind of talk to riders, be out here on the track. And I tell you what, it was a long drive to get here, but to be able to sit here and even just to sit on the side of the track and watch, even if you're just a spectator to get here a couple of days, just post up on the track somewhere and watch the riders come through, because it is something special.
Oh, it is one of the best parts. I must admit that we had a little off period there where we weren't involved in the commentary and we weren't racing, so I spent a couple of years with the kids just down on the track, and we just every day we'd actually pick a different spot because we were just swagging it at that point. So you know, you literally watch from one spot, then drive to the next, sleep on a dune, look at that one, then go to the every year somewhere different. And the memories and the core experiences in that period of time were just amazing. Like honestly, you don't have to be racing to enjoy the thing.
No, that's it. And if you do come a couple of days beforehand, it's actually interesting because you get more racing time than when you do for the actual day, because it's so short. So to come watch them, because the unspoken rule is 2 Finke in the morning on the way back in the afternoon.
So just to clarify, if you listen along, you're talking about for anyone pre-running.
Oh, pre-running.
This is a solid rule. So you only head one way, so you head down before 12 o'clock. Well, it's actually 11:30, isn't it? They try to stop because they have an hour of, let's call it slack water, where no one's riding, and then 12:30 onwards back. So if you're riding down after 12:30, I'm telling you, you're going to cop an earful from the locals.
And it's always the guys on the side of the track slowing down. But there's also another little funny thing I found out this year. It's also because a lot of people don't change their watches. So when they come here, their time's a little different. So that's why there's an hour different when no one really runs.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's because you don't know what time zone somebody on. You know, New South Wales is, I think, half an hour in front, and South Australia is an hour in front. So that's why they let that time adjustment before they change it, because not everyone could be on the same time.
Makes a lot of sense there. So it's interesting that that's the reasoning. But yeah, that's been a rule since
forever,
since the start of the race. So again, if you do come out and you decide and you listen along at home, you're like, I'm going to come out and do a bit of pre-running. Remember, to 11:30 to the south, after 12:30 back north. So go down and ride your 60k section or whatever you're going to do, and have a half hour break off the bike, refuel, and then come on back. Hey, now Jeremy, this is it. This is the start.
You got him lined up. He's looking good.
Yes,
the bike's looking absolutely on fire. Talking to the guys like Carusi and Apro, this bike has gone through so much testing to get where it is, and it is interesting as well. These bikes aren't going to change from now to race day. So a lot of times in the past, the bike that they set up for Prologue will be a different bike that they want at Finke and the race. So it is interesting how the bikes have been set up this year with so much R&D to have that confidence that today's bike is going to follow through to tomorrow. That's something that these new models are definitely bringing to the race.
Very interesting, because it was funny that you say that. We talked about that with the cars as well. Like a lot of the guys are still running double spares and everything. Like it's basically race prepped cars for Prologue, and the reason that they do that is that they handle a certain way. You know, they're predictable that way. Like you don't want to go and make a lot of changes. Like you want a bike that you know how it's going to perform, and therefore, I mean, David Walsh's got so much time on this bike now. Like it would be like an attachment of his, wouldn't it? Like it'd just go from hand to handlebar, all the same thing.
Yeah, and it is funny because this is more of a sprint, so, and there's corners, which is something that both tyres, grips, gearing, and suspension play a lot into. So to know that they're going to go into this track with so many corners and not change it for a bigger, straighter race is something that's, as I keep saying, is a testament to this new model, new chassis.
Now, interestingly, because it's something we talk about a fair bit with the cars, this track, and again, the Finke committee do a fantastic job. It's, you know, they've done the best, but you know, it's very difficult. Oh, he's up on the start.
He's go. He's off.
Oh, fantastic start there.
Strong. Look how he's sitting so far back, trying to get that weight down so he reduces as much wheel spin as he can.
That is amazing. Did he just look down for a little bit there as well? So,
and you can see even in these apex of the corners, he's still sitting so far back. He's not putting his weight forward, which means he's got that confidence in that rear wheel to drive him through the corners.
Absolutely. No, amazing. And again, just how much horsepower that bike has off the line. Absolutely amazing. So the number 2 bike now.
So this is it. This is Callum Norton stepping up.
Yeah, definitely one to watch out for.
Desert Racer from Mildura has so much behind him, so much in front of him. He would be absolutely peaking to get off the line now.
A lot of talent comes out of that Mildura area, doesn't it? Like there's a real, you know, rich performance. A lot of very fast farmers is what I'm going to say.
That's it. Now he's going to go for a full launch. He's been playing with his gears. Make sure he's in that right gear. Takes straight off.
That looked like a great start there.
Beautiful start. That roost coming back, not as much clutch slip as usual. He's just absolutely able to send it all the way down. He'll come to that first corner.
Interesting, up in the saddle a little bit, a bit different to Walsh.
That's it. He stood up to go in that corner to settle that bike in, but he's still quite far back. As you can see, he is very flat. His back and his butt, very flat, very attacky compared to Walshy, who was sitting back just to keep that traction in.
Yeah, interesting to see the 2 different styles. Really, they're so close on time overall, but, you know, again, 2 very unique styles.
As I said, this is where it's really interesting watching ride. This is Corey McMahon. Now, he is an amazing off-road racer, a lot of skill, a lot of time out here, stepping up onto a 500 instead of the 450, taking that big breath in. Corey's got this. Come on, big fella.
Yeah, that's getting ready, isn't it?
That's it. They play with that gear to make sure they're in that right gear to take off, which can vary from different bikes as well. Oh, he's holding it, watching that front wheel just start skipping, but once again, he is a lighter rider, so he is going to want to keep that weight nice and back.
Wow, clipping on the top of that limiter, wasn't he?
Yeah, and you can see, once again, see how he came in that corner. You can see that back really stepping out. That's the lighter rider he is, but he's able to still to keep that control. Not as much clutch control going in that corner, just all on the power, letting the bike use every bit of grip in that rear tyre to step him around. And he does squat quite a lot. You can see that bike how it sits down and squats. So when he gets on that power, it really levels the bike out to give it as much drive as he can.
Awesome. Now, this is Liam, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is number 5, yep.
I saw the golden locks hanging out the back of the helmet.
He is a beautiful man, a very beautiful man.
Fresh off a couple of Don River Dash wins too.
That's it, yeah.
You know, he's really been stepping up, and I know, you know, his time with essentially the factory KTM team now, isn't it?
That's exactly right. Oh, there we go, a bit of a jump there, trying to get up. Lifting that front wheel up, just throwing that clutch out, letting all the power out to the bike, just absolutely pulling him through the dirt. And once again, you can see different style of riding. Gets up, not as far forward as the other riders.
He's really hanging off the back there, isn't he?
That's it. Yep. He steps up and kind of puts into that squat prone position, but doesn't go as far forward as, say, Callum when he came into the corner.
Absolutely. Now, how much is there in picking your line where you're going to start here? Obviously, you know, do you want to start in the ruts to try to get some traction, or is the slip? Or
look, that's a good question. It's on to the rider as well. If it's a motocross background, he will choose the rut. The grader did go through, but all that means is now the top of the dirt's cut off. There's still that valley or the square edge underneath that you can still catch onto. So maybe getting a rut is the way to go, but we'll see it from the backer part of the pack. When they come through, you'll see a lot of guys getting cross-rutted and starting to step out.
Yeah, amazing. Walsh is back in. That's a quick run there.
And you can see how far forward he is now compared. He's really sitting up on the tank, trying to get as much of that grip into that front wheel as he can to tuck up high on that berm.
Yep, and he's up on the berm, making it work for him. Look at it, popping him off.
That's it. So he came in standing up, waited for that first whoop to hit him down, and he puts him down straight into the seat to try and rail it. But you can see it's so whooped out. He's not always going to take that high line. He's going to balance between the two.
Yeah, because historically we've seen them ride up. Have they chopped those berms down a little bit this year as well, or you think they're pretty much the same?
I'm not too sure. I didn't rule them. No. So, but it definitely looks they're not as steep. So he's coming in fast. He's going to take that apex in real fast. Oh, just hanging it out wide, not letting. That is beautiful control. That was absolute textbook throttle control. That was no brakes.
A 441. That is absolutely unbelievable.
That is fine.
I need to double check. But does that make him the fastest Prologue?
Yeah.
So he just beat all the vehicles.
That's it.
Wowzers. That is amazing. First off the bat, David Walsh, the local, the 4-time, chasing the 5-time. The big Class 2, the 500 machine.
Absolutely awesome. Just watching them come through as well, just holding every line, clicking gears. He didn't even back off when he came across that apex. He was right in the air. Nothing stopped him. It was great to see Brodie Waters take off as well there on the Honda. It's really cool to see, as we keep talking about Honda out there, we now have a really good class of riders to come through and really hold it wide. He is not backing off. That is beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
Callum. Oh, that was
what
gorgeous.
a style. I mean, that was absolutely
That is how
textbook.
you hold out. Oh, beautiful. 4:39 from Callan Norton.
There
that
you go.
was quick.
Wow, just down into the 430s. That, oh my goodness.
To watch
That's
him come
amazing.
across that, click that gear, watch that front wheel popper, he knew he was not going to let go of that bike. He was going to send those valves to the moon if he needed to.
Yeah, and the perfect line, like he just had it where it was essentially straight, and you're talking about those apexes, like just hit every point perfect.
And he kept that rear wheel down to keep that drive going. While she came in, it was a beautiful line. It popped him up, took away a couple of microseconds, as we talk about here. Just that microsecond where the wheel got spin, came back down and kept the drive going, which is why he took that apex by the tyres. Great line, but Callum had that line and power all the way through, which kept that back wheel nice driving all the way out to that corner.
Because you talk about those split seconds, where we're essentially talking about, 1.8 seconds.
And you see Corey as well, he's kept that nice line, kept the drive all the way through. He's going to keep the power straight through that corner. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Nice attack ride, but very sit back as well. 4 seconds behind, not too bad
solid,
at all.
very solid. That's amazing to think these guys are all doing 440s. 439 for
Yeah,
Callum.
that's time. That's quick.
Now the 10 off the line now.
So 10 is our big boy, Lukey Hayes, as we're talking about, another absolute beast out here. Once again, you can watch the way he took off, very attacking, very much getting that power down, delivering it as fast as he can with as little wheel spin as he wants.
Absolutely, and obviously, while we were talking there, Ben Grabham slipped out as well, so of the start line, so because he was number 9, wasn't he?
Yep, that's right.
Yep. So fantastic.
We'll see what kind of mood he's in to see if he's going to. Oh,
Liam Walsh holding it all the way and hanging off that back fender, wasn't he? What a great line.
Far out.
Look at the line through these whoops.
This is what we were talking about just before. What line they're going to take to come through. They're going to hold it wide, hold it as far as they can in the trees to try and clip it. But look at this, Liam Walsh, a 436.
That's
number
unbelievable. Wowzers.
436, 3 seconds.
Oh my goodness. I knew he was on a mission. So I think that I'm right. So that would be as fast as Toby did it in the truck last year. He did
On a
like
different
430.
course.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see that. That's amazing.
And as the day goes on and we see that Prologue track get blown out wider and wider, some of these kind of sneaky dogs in the back of the pack who know how to hold it on and didn't get that chance to show it in this lap will really be able to kind of see different lines.
The other interesting thing is that, historically, again, a really sneaky good pro motocross bike, a guy that hasn't ridden Fink, we've seen the motocross guys come here and I'll use the word overqualify because they again, down the desert racing scene, it probably becomes a bit tougher. But this is almost a bit like a sprint motocross, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the way they ride and attack is very sprint motocross.
Yeah.
So that was Corey Hammond. Another amazing rider, super fast.
The back of the 8 was just flicking around there a little bit, under control, but Brodie Waters giving it everything.
That's exactly it. That's once again those square edges that can pop up from the cars. The back wheel wants to track. You keep not as much weight in that front, so it's just skimming across the top. The back is going to try and step into all those little square edges and ruts, and that's once again comes down to that skill just to know I'm not going to hold it wide open and we're not going to let it go until we get to the end.
Absolutely. Well, we were talking before about Ivan Long and the madman that he is. I mean, I've seen his bars on the ground and he clutch popped it and somehow made it through. I don't even know how that's possible, but these guys, they're the epitome of talent, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Just no fear, nothing between the ears. Let's go racing.
But look at that, a great ride from Brodie up on the berm.
Even watch him come through this line as well. Little air, keeps that back wheel all the way through the soft dirt. Beautiful control.
That hump there after that, the hole after the hump, it's using the full suspension travel of those bikes. It's big, isn't it? That's much bigger than it looks on camera, I think.
No, absolutely, and that's where you can see that power, that skill to push that bike down into it, anticipate it, to keep that drive going through. A lot of riders you will see come in who may not have that skill will back off that throttle, let it pop in the air a little bit. But you have to remember, once you put that drive down, the inertia of the wheel and everything actually drives the rear wheel down, which then can keep pulling you all the way through.
Absolutely. Hey, Bradley Greenfield scooted off the start line there on camera, and we've also got none other than Ben Grabham on screen right now in the stadium area.
Just as you see the way he's riding, he's very attacking, very sitting up the front, keeping that control in the front. He's going to come through here once again, super fast. Oh, it's that flat track skill he's got to know how to just to hold it wide and not back off at all.
At all.
You could see the way he came into the final as well. The bike leant over. He was leaning with the bike once again. That's that flat track skill that Grabbo has.
Grabbo just put it in fourth, didn't he? My goodness, a 444.
When he wants to turn it on, Grabham turns it on.
Insane. That's so impressive.
Damn.
And it's interesting, again, I have no talent riding a motorbike, I'll be the first to say, but this year, like, you can see just how much they're attacking with the, like, legs off, like they're doing big speedway corners with a leg hanging out and trying to get that balance right. Like, it's wild, isn't it? These guys are at 10/10ths.
Absolutely. They're bringing in so... Oh, poor Luke, he just, as we saw, there's those ruts in those corners, those holes. If that boots you and you're not ready for it, it can kind of pogo you up, sends you to the moon sometimes, but lucky Luke, he's got the skill to pull that clutch in, drive the motor, push that bike into the corner again. So he's going to come in here absolutely fast. Once again, you can see the way the bike's leaning over. He's kept a really neutral position. He'll slide this bike in beautifully, not back off. Oh,
amazing.
He's still got to be happy with that run.
Absolutely. No, that's an unreal ride.
Oh, look at that. Puts him just ahead of Brody and Corey.
Yep, perfect. Yeah, 446, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, honestly, as long as you're riding out of the top 10 or the top 20 today, as in tomorrow morning, I mean, obviously all of these guys want to be first. That's a racer.
Absolutely. We just seen Cody Stevens go out. Bradley Greenfield, Ken Collins, Jay Spencer, and then Jack Mentha. He just got back from racing Baja, so it's interesting to see him now over here and having a crack at Fink again, and hopefully this year he can put a great time down.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Cody Stevens on that number 12, he just seemed like he was a long way out there. Might have just been a little bit offline, but might have been on exactly the line he wanted to be on.
Yeah, look, you can see that the speed is still the way it is, and that track is starting to form up a little differently to when, say, Walshy went out there. It's still different apexes on those berms too. They're not railing it like a motocross berm where they try and take that high line all the way around. They kind of can come in, come out, come in. So once again, that's what is up to the rider's preference and where they think the grip is going to be.
Absolutely. The 18 off the line now.
First Husqvarna.
Simon Gower.
He's coming
still
in quick.
Amazing shots, I was going to say.
Absolutely coming in quick. They're not backing off. And that the chicane that you were calling it is definitely getting wide. It looks like a straight highway
it's now. Definitely becoming a straight. I was actually saying, because obviously they can't change it during the race. It'd be interesting to see if next year they mark it a little bit differently. You happen to put a set of tyres that might change the game and force a corner.
Yep, 100%. I think that's probably what they're going to need to make it out. But that was Cody Stevens coming through, setting a really good time as well.
But let's be honest, that's the game, isn't it? Knowing your lines, knowing, you know, you do it and you're like, okay, well, I can, you know, you've got that 5 metre rule and you're off the track and, you know, as long as you're within that, well, that's all part of the racetrack.
And it's questionable 5 metres too, isn't it? But
yeah, exactly.
It's great now we get the average speed.
Yes.
I mean, we're looking at Liam Walsh's average speed for the 4 minutes and 36 seconds. His average speed was 104 kilometres an hour.
That's insane. So around corners, over jumps, everything, over 100 k's an hour.
And for such a short sprint too, 4 minutes 36, 104 kilometres an hour. That is absolutely crazy.
That is nuts. Yeah, very cool. Well, actually, it's crazy to think that all the top 6, but you know, that are all over that 100k mark too.
Yeah, absolutely. But the difference between 4 kilometre an hour average has put Liam Walsh at a 436. At 104, whereas Lukey Hayes was a 446 at 100 flat.
Yep, so exactly 10 seconds difference, 4 kilometres an hour.
And that's where we keep saying that corner speed, getting that drive down really, that tenths of the second here and there ends up with kilometres an hour, but also time.
Yep, and I think the big key there is average. Like if you could average speed an extra 4 kilometres an hour the whole race, like that's, I mean, night and day. That's a big gap.
Jeez Louise, old mate here really having a crack.
Yeah, he was definitely up on the bop there. James Heenan.
On the Sherco, listen to that 500 absolutely run.
So the 15 through now.
Bradley Greenfield coming through.
5:03.
Yep. At a 94 kilometre hour average, which is still great. I mean, we don't take that away. A 94 kilometre hour average through a whole track for 4 minutes, it's still terrifying for the average rider.
Beyond terrifying, absolutely. And again, like, look at the holes. Like, to think that they're doing average highway speeds on this sort of conditions is absolutely amazing.
And before that, Liam to be hitting these corners, these berms, those whoops out or by the fence line, he must have been hitting those whoops above 104 kilometres.
Yes.
And so, once again, we're getting to the backer part of the pack where the body position does change a lot of bike positioning does change. Sitting down over standing up, they're still going to absolutely hold it wide coming through the chicane at the end, but it's definitely going to show different riding styles now.
So a nice ride there from Kent Collins. Nice and clean. And again, realistically, it'd be a fantastic position to be in. You know, if you're looking for a good top 20 plate, you know, you want to be able to work with the pace. Again, conditions are good for being in that top 20. You get a single starting spot. I mean, why wouldn't you want to be in a top 20 position?
Absolutely. Brad Wilkins just went out on the Yamaha, so the first of the Yamahas to go out. So now we almost have a full deck of cards with bikes, which is great to see.
We sure do.
We have Jack Mentha coming in that beautiful purple gear. He wanted to stand out, and I tell you what, he did really well there.
Absolutely, yeah, it's working.
And you can see there, as we were talking about before, he took a very high line on that corner. So once again, it's all these different skills coming through on different riders, and he was able to keep it absolutely wedged all the way across the top and then straight across the line.
So you said fresh back from a Baja 500 ride?
That's right, yeah. He did that at the start of the year and then came over here and spent a lot of time getting ready for Fink, so he's got it.
Amazing.
And look at Jack Mentha put it beautifully. Number 7 at a 4:48 at a 99 average.
Great position to be in, absolutely. And again, probably a guy that's really used to riding to the conditions and making up time where he's got the opportunity.
Horrible conditions, because Baja is probably one of the roughest races he'll ever do.
Yeah, big, ugly rocks.
For a car, guys, I can imagine it's bad. So just amplify that for a poor dude on a bike. So they, a bit of an off-road experience here going on. Once again, that happens if you're not settled into that corner and you hit that whoop, it bounces you up. You can either save it like he did, or like Lukey, clutched it, powered it, or it can boot you in the bum, send you over the bars, and you could be kissing the front wheel before you know it.
I wonder how much that breaks your mental train of thought too. Like, you really got to be able to shake it off, don't you? And just get back to work, because you know you don't want to be thinking about the last berm when you're going into the next berm, do you?
No, and that's where a rider's kind of mentality really comes into it, especially if they're coming out of a big accident as well. They may not risk it as much. Clearly Simon hasn't got that. He held it all the way through to the end, which was beautiful. He rides for a great brand and the class, and really showed just absolute control of the bike.
Absolutely. So still on single starts at the moment. Ray Cole on the 24 is off the line. So a nice ride there. We've also got Jesse Moore was off the line. And like you said, that Yamaha of Brad Wilkinson left earlier on the 22.
Yep. They got their first Sherco coming in across the line. He's looking really smooth. Taking it nice and easy, coming in quite low on the corners, not trying to get up high. Because this is where that throttle control really does take. If you don't take a high line, you've got to now balance the throttle control around a very slick corner so you don't step it out. You can see him, watch him fight it. He's trying to keep it nice and straight, using that weight, using the balance, but using the throttle a lot to try and keep that bike from stepping out and giving him a high side he doesn't want.
Absolutely. So talking about the Shercos, like Nathan Trigg, he's here this year.
Triggy,
and he's coming out of the pack because he didn't finish last year. So, you know, just trying to give some of that story that, you know, we're not necessarily, because we're looking at the top 30, top 40, you know, we could see someone at 2:30 this afternoon, you know, sneak into the, you know, maybe the first position, but more likely somewhere in the top 10, you know, give it a shuffle up. We've seen it many times before.
Absolutely, and Triggy's he's another beautiful man. He knows how to, and he's been on a Sherco for a very long time.
Another man with long locks.
Beautiful, beautiful locks. He's another man that is a massive name in the off-road scene. He has a renowned race at his property, and I think he's one man that definitely gets overlooked. He's got a great track record at Hatta.
Is he another Millicent boy? He's out of that area?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, or somewhere in Victoria.
Somewhere in that area, yeah.
Somewhere in Victoria.
He's a farmer. We know he's on a harvester every other day.
Absolutely. So for him to come here and step up to Fink again, I think it will be interesting to see how he gets that 500, because Shercos haven't always had the best record out here to get into the top 20. They do really well, and there's been a few riders like say Callum Norton who went on a Sherco a couple of years ago that did manage to have a great run. So let's hope that maybe he could be one of those dark horses.
Yes, absolutely. So James Heenan across as well, so that's awesome with that Sherco. And again, we've got all those guys still out there. In the time we were just having that conversation, Ray Cole's gone out, Jordan Stewart is out now as well, and Mitchell Outram. So we're going to throw down to the start line again to catch up with some of our fantastic competitors.
Yeah, no, so back in the comms box, it's great to see the top 30 bikes out there. Only 21 coming back this year, so that's why there's only 21 competitors that got this single run by themselves. And it looks like Brad Wilkinson, that was on the number 22, making his way across the line. Not bad at all. As the 23 starts making its way back in, that's Jesse Moore on the KTM. Wow, wow, wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the top 5. I wasn't expecting that whatsoever. I can tell you that with a little bit of an excursion for the number 23 up on the big screens. So your top 5 so far is Jesse Moore comes across the line, Liam Walsh, Callum Norton, David Walsh, Ben Grabham, and Corey McMahon. 3 KTMs and 2 gassers in your top 5. In your top 10, it just keeps getting better. Luke Hayes, Jack Murtha, Corey Hammond. The number 9 there is Brodie Waters, and then 10th, Brent Collins. But back down on the start line, Class 9, the girls. Looks like Danny Foote.
Yeah, Josh, interesting point, starting 2 at a time here as well now. So that's going to be a bit of a change here. So now that we've gone through our top 30.
Yep.
So again, a bit of a change over the years. They went from racing the top 20s as singles.
Yep.
Now they're racing the top 30. So it's a top 30 plate, which is a great thing. And now we're into those classes. So that's going to change. You know, we're going to start seeing, well, we really start seeing dust, don't we?
Yeah, no, we do. A little bit less of a gap between these competitors. And first out for the girls this year is Danny Foote and Amy Butler, 999 and 998. As the 29 makes its way towards us, that's Jordan Stewart on the Class 2 bike, KTM. I've got to say, ladies and gentlemen, making it into the top 30 is absolutely amazing. But while these competitors continue to make their way off the start line, we'll go down there and speak to some of them.
We've been having some tech issues, but we are back live now. Women's class underway. Our reigning queen of the desert, Taylor Maurice. Taylor, how are you feeling coming into this year?
Yeah, really good. All the hard work's done, so we just got to ride now.
I know you're keen to get out there. You did some pre-running on the track, exciting laps. How was that?
Yeah, really good. The Prologue tracks formed up quite well after the buggies, and yeah, I think the rain's been really good for it.
Wow, the reigning queen of the desert, the first one ever. What's the pressure feel like this weekend?
Yeah, look, a lot of it's coming from myself, and it's pretty intense. But I'm just going to try and act like, you know, what'll be will be. It's you know, it's fun, and that's the reason why we do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Go and have fun out there. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
And we might just take a walk back. Catherine Scoble going for her 9th Finke Desert Race this weekend. Catherine, ahead of the Prologue. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really good, really comfortable. Just try to go in calm and just have a good time, really.
Tell us what the sighting laps were like for you.
I really enjoyed it. I thought the track was probably better than it has been the last couple of years with all the different corners and things. And yeah, it looks really fast, so hopefully we do a good lap.
We look forward to seeing some fast laps out there. Good luck, Catherine.
Thank you so much.
We might just quickly see if we can grab a chat with Maddie Healy. Maddie, so good to see you here. Here we go, Prologue. What's going through your mind?
Yeah, I just want to go out there and, you know, ride it. I'm usually used to motocross, so I should do fairly well in Prologue. And then tomorrow, you know, just want to make it there and back. Got no expectation at all. Yeah, just want to have fun.
How's the body feeling? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel really good actually. My bike's been handling unreal. TuneTech and the whole Gas they've got it unbelievable. So yeah, body's unreal and yeah, I feel good.
Prep leading into this weekend, has it been everything you hoped for?
Oh, well, I had really no expectations. I didn't really know what to do, and so I've come up here for about a month ago for 5 days and had a little bit of testing and see what it was sort of about, and then got up here on Monday and yeah, just did a little bit of, you know, just see how it goes. So yeah.
It's awesome to see you here. Go and have fun. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, great to chat to some of the girls on the start grid for the Prologue. We might quickly see if we can get Letitia. Letitia, how are you feeling ahead of Prologue?
Yeah, I'm excited. I did it last year and went pretty smoothly, so hopefully the same thing happens again.
Pretty incredible. The grid has swelled to 20 females this weekend. I mean, it's so awesome to see so many girls out here.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it was awesome to be part of the first class last year. So yeah, it's really good to see.
Enjoy it out there. Good luck.
Thank you.
Our grid, all of the women here on the start line for the female class of the Prologue, all vying for that ultimate title of the Queen of the Desert. Such good atmosphere down here.
Yeah, it absolutely is a great atmosphere. I tell you what, it's great to see everyone duking it out in all the classes. It's absolutely amazing. And yeah, man, it has been a great race here. You're talking about all the fantastic compares and the times and the speeds that we're doing. And I got a couple of bits of information about track time. So like Bo Robinson time was averaged at 100. So he ran about a 4:46 there. And, you know, Liam Walsh, man, that was a stonking run. It'll be interesting to see. He's a smaller statute than his big cousin.
I'd actually love to know the last time that happened, where that a bike was quicker than a car, because traditionally it has been the cars that have been quicker than the bikes.
Absolutely.
So it's a real eye-opener this weekend. And off the line, since we went to those interviews, Hannah Georgia, Kira Garrett, Katrina Fry, Bonnie Chapman, Lauren Curd, Emma Haylock and Chloe Barton. They're all making their way, and there we go, the 999 bike. Danny Foote, the one to watch this weekend, proudly brought to you by Better Beer. Awesome for her to be sponsored by them this weekend. She's on the big 501 this year. We'll see how she goes as the next of our female competitors get their way off the line. And that is Meg Pitchford and Ashley Edwards, and that's the first of the beta motorbikes we'll see today.
Absolutely. Yeah, all brands well represented here this weekend. Again, all the way, Suzuki, Kawasaki, obviously all the Euros, they're all here. It's great to see so many different brands out and competing.
Yeah, no, definitely is. And we'll expect Amy Butler not too far behind Danny Foote, but let's see what she does. Oh! She somehow keeps it. Oh my God, Danny Foote. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That would have been a very, very, very scary moment there. Let's see what she does.
It was a great ride though, ran a 5:40, so congratulations on that, but my goodness, that was very close to disaster before we even started.
Yeah, not something we would have wanted to see at all.
Although it's so funny, Josh, we talk about it every year. It's interesting because whilst that looked wild, absolutely, I'm sure that once you start talking to all of the riders, everyone,
they all would have had one of those moments.
Somewhere down that track on this weekend, they will have a moment where they're like, how did I get out of that?
Amy Butler across the line there, 6:06, with an average speed of 78. So not bad at all. These girls are pretty evenly matched. Absolutely. As the 997 makes her way through, that's Georgia, and behind her, Kira Gilret. Great to see all these women out here. So Madam SA on a Yamaha YZ250 is the 996. we continue to let our competitors off the grid. So making our way from Class 9 back down to Class number 1 in reverse order. Got some massive classes here this weekend as well. Oh, we got the replay up. Watch this moment, ladies and gentlemen. She just has a quick look down. Oh, that's coming out of it.
Coming out of it, yep.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get to have a look at that again.
But that was a wild ride.
997.
Yeah, the 997?
Sorry, 997.
Right.
I apologise.
No. Georgia Hanrahan. So we're going to go back down to the start line at the moment. We've got Keziah down there talking to the racers.
I'm here with Warren Zerner. So this is the over 55s category, Class 8. How excited are you to get back out there?
Absolutely ecstatic. I can't wait. The year doesn't go quick enough to come around to do this every year.
Yeah, your 10th time. What keeps bringing you out?
I think it's just more the enjoyment, trying to stay young, to be honest. That's why I think we're in the old class. But yeah, trying to stay young and do everything you can. So yeah.
That's the best reason why we all do things these days. Try and stay young.
Try and stay fit, try and do exercise.
Absolutely. I might keep wandering up this way. We've got one first timer back here. So you've done it twice before. Tell us what's brought you back out again.
Oh, it's just a great race, just a fantastic race to do, and good one to finish if you can.
Absolutely. Did you finish last year?
I did it 22. So
22.
Yes. Yep, there and
So you've
back.
done it once before, there and back. And over here we actually have a first timer. What made you want to try this?
I don't know, I think I'm on drugs. Don't know. I was going to navigate for a side-by-side, but they pulled out, so riding it. I thought, what the hell?
Oh, well, perfect. So this is the over 55s category. Going out, still keeping young, keeping alive. We'll see how this one goes, and we'll head back to you guys shortly.
Yeah, absolutely amazing there, and they are complete legends. He's not wrong, on drugs. I tell you what, he'll be on painkillers come Monday at Lassiter's.
Yep.
At the casino. Because I tell you what, it's interesting to see some people hobbling around, but absolute legends. And I tell you what, if they get that spike, like they said, it's there and back. That's the key.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And as we continue to work our way through the women's class, I'll just quickly give you an update on timing there. Danny Foote currently in the lead, Amy Butler in second, and Georgia Hanaran in third currently.
I tell you what, a nice ride there from the 987, which is Emma Haylock.
Yep, well, there you go. She's put herself second in class there now.
Yep, 5:53. I was going to say she looked really neat and really fast through that stadium section. It was a great ride there. So Emma should be very happy with that on the Husqvarna.
Yeah, Lauren
in fact,
Kerr.
in doing that, she's passed, is that Bronnie Chapman or Chapman Bronnie?
Yeah, I think it's...
And Lauren Kurd. So there's Lauren Kurd through there.
But we are going to go back down to the Prologue start line with our lovely presenters.
We're just going to keep wandering through this over 55s categories. The veterans, Rob, how excited are you to get back out there and set up in Prologue?
The track looked really good from the sighting lap. So yeah, it's pretty exciting. First time out, so can't wait.
What made you make the decision to come out and race Finke?
We watched last year. We came up and supported some riders last year from Wangaratta and northeast Victoria, and I thought, yeah, got to get in on that. So it's good.
Absolutely. Well, good luck out there. This is what's so exciting. Over half the class, or half the competitors right now, are first timers, and it's just such an awesome opportunity to race Finke. You, how many times you've done it? 18. 18. So this is the 19th time. That's almost 2 decades you've been Finke. What makes you do that? Pardon? It's a habit. Well, good to have something to keep us going. So, well done. Good luck out there. How are you going today? Yeah, good. How many times have you done this before?
That's my fourth bend.
4 times? How have you gone before?
Yeah, I got there and back. 3 hours 30 is the best, but I'm more on getting there and back. It's not about the time, it's just about getting the job done.
And do you think much about where you're going to finish in Prologue, the time you get? Does it set you up for tomorrow?
not overly stressed. At our age, it's more about survival. So, yeah, no, just happy to get this done and then settle in for a good run tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I'll be down the other end, so hopefully I'll see you down there. Keep wandering back here. Let everyone here, you're starting to see some fresh faces here. Surely you can't be the over 55s category.
What brings me here, I'm a 55-year-old Fink virgin from southwest Victoria, and loving every minute of it.
And to come out here and do it for the first time, what was behind that?
Not getting any younger, and yeah, it was now or never.
Well enjoyed. How long have you been riding?
Riding competently about a year, but yeah, on and off them since I was a young fella.
These are the best stories about Fink. Good luck. Set up for the weekend. How are you going? So I love the colours. These are great colours going on. Have you done these before?
My fourth.
Fourth? In a row?
No, well, they had the COVID break, but yeah, pretty much. So I did my first one when I turned 50 and 55 now.
So is this the retirement tradition then?
No, not really. Something to do, it is. I just snuck into the veterans class because I turned 50 like 12 days ago, so I reckon I'm the youngest dude here in this class.
I love that, 50. Good on you. Well, hopefully that sets you up. You can get up the front then. There's no excuses. All right, guys, who's next? How many times have you done this before?
Never.
First time. So, what made you come out here?
Oh, I love the Alice. I love the Red Desert. I've been driven the track and four-wheel drive and stuff. So yeah, just wanted to ride.
And where have you come from?
Gippsland, a couple of hours east of Melbourne.
It's a pretty long trek to bring the bike all the way out here. We'll get out there and enjoy it. I'm going to get hustled along for holding all you guys up. No worries, enjoy. How are you going?
Good.
Have you done this one before?
No, first time.
And what made you come out here?
Bit of fun. Endurance, I like the endurance stuff, the long stuff. So.
Have you been riding much before?
For a couple of years, that's about it.
And is this again, and you were hearing lots of stories about it, so you're not getting any younger. It's a bit of fun to do to keep you nice and young.
Yeah, absolutely. Give it a crack, see what happens.
Oh, well, I hope you get down there and I hope you get back again. We're going to have some more categories coming up very shortly, but until then, I will head back up to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you kindly. Sorry, Dan, to cut you off there, but women's class has changed. Ladies and gentlemen, while we were in those interviews, your new leader, Maddie Healy, on the gas with a 5:33, takes over Danny Foote, and the reigning unofficial queen of the desert, Taylor Maurice, on the Honda, is currently in third. So those three were the women we were told to watch, and they have definitely shown us why.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely brilliant that that's happened. You know, just a good shuffle up. We always like an exciting storyline up here, and you know, those girls battling again, all smiles, they're all friends, but you know, at the end of the day, we're competitors, aren't we? Like, that's the reason we're out in the desert, that's the reason we're riding, and it's exciting to see those things happen. So it's really cool to see a bit of racing going on here, and those guys, or those girls, guys being non-binary. Is that the, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Anyway, the moral of the story is those girls are having a cracking run, and it's going to be a great battle. They're all going to be close together because, you know, they're all running in that, you know, 5:40, 5:30 mark. So, you know, like, they're all going to be starting off the line tomorrow quite close as well.
Yeah, so off the line since, we have Warren Zemmer, Warren Strange, Roy Chamberlain, Brad Raffin, Keith Clough, Gary Trapper, Anthony Blakely, David Cosalingo, Robert Sullivan, and Timothy Reed, all in the Masters class. So they're all out attacking the track.
Yeah, brilliant. And one of those guys was on a two-stroke as well. I'm sure I saw a bit of pre-mix oil in there, so mixing gas and hauling ass.
Oh, who doesn't love the sound of a two-stroke?
Absolutely.
On the bopper, hey?
Indeed, indeed. Have a look, there's a big 500 two-stroke. Oh no, that actually might be a YZ two-stroke. Wowza, 797, gonna have to check that one out. Because, yeah, that looks like an old 80s Yamaha.
That's Daniel Snelling on a YZ 250.
250, there you go, but it would be, yeah, it's definitely an older era. It might be a new one with some older style graphics on it, but a very classic Yamaha look there.
So yeah, just making our way through Class 8, our veterans 55 years and over, as of the 1st of the 6/24. So
funny as, because some of these guys are now running number plates and bits and pieces as well. So, you know, you do the pre-run on your registered bike and then race as soon as you're ready as well. So super cool.
8:99 coming across the line. It's Warren Strange, does it in a time of 5:25. Currently in 21st provisionally. So, well, we are continuing through the Masters, and we'll go and have a chat with some of our seniors in Class 7. So just a little bit of a technical fault there. Unfortunately, couldn't get the pictures there. But we'll go back down to the start line now.
And now we head into our second class, the seniors category. Nathan Brocktrop, your first Fink Desert Race this weekend. What made you to enter this one?
I wanted to enter another desert race and I didn't get in, so my brother and a couple of mates chipped in and said just go and do Fink. So 4 weeks ago we entered and I'm here now and just go and enjoy it.
Fairly last minute decision for a fairly big race, but you're not a stranger to the bike. Tell me a little bit about your background.
I raced Supercross, motocross throughout my younger years. I was top 10 in Australia for a few years there, represented Australia twice with it. So really, it's not a bucket list thing for me, but it's something to do, and I really enjoy riding. So to have this much time on the bike, I think it's going to be hard work, physically demanding and mentally tough as well. So I just want to finish it.
You got the right mindset. You guys are up next. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We might head over before the boys take off. Quickly try and grab a chat with our next rider up. Is this your first time at Fink, or you've been here before?
I've done a couple before. Yep. Yeah.
What brings you back every year?
Just a good event. The local community, the show they put on, it brings you back every year.
So what's sort of your goal for Prologue this weekend?
Just to finish safely and make it today, race day 1 and 2.
And whereabouts have you come from for the event?
For the top end, Darwin.
Okay, nice and local then. Yeah. Good luck for the Prologue. We'll see if we can get a hold of a couple of our other riders. Hello mate, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling awesome.
First time, or you've been here before?
Been here 19 years ago, 2005.
So you had a little break and you're back here again?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I figure if Will can do it, I can do it. He's still going.
Nice one. Are you feeling well?
Yeah, feeling fantastic. Yeah, good lead up. Haven't been up to pre-run, but done some stuff back home in Mildura, so it's been really good.
Sounds like a good plan.
All right.
Enjoy.
All right, we'll do. Thank you.
And we're in the O'Neill kit.
Unfortunately, lost Rihanna there.
Good.
As our veterans continue to make their way out on and through the the Prologue area. Andrew Nicholson out there, Leo Welch, Miles Nichols, Scott Kroshich, Christopher Long, Anthony Lockett, and Roger Allwright. So all out on track. Great to see the Masters up here doing
master type things.
Yeah, master type things.
I love it. I love it. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're following along at home, and I'm hoping that you've worked it out by now, but obviously with the 3-digit numbers, the first number is the class number. So when you're looking at an 881 or 841 or whatever that is, obviously it's a class 8. Again, if you've got your handy dandy Fink event brochure, which you definitely should, it is worth every cent of that $10. Make sure you grab it and have a look through. It's got all the names, all the information, a lot of stories in there, but again, you'll work out that it's got information on what all the classes actually mean, the ages, like class 8 is veterans 55 years and over, and masters and experts. I think, is there an expert? Women in there is class 9. So again, if you see a bike with a 9 on the front of it, cheer along for all the fantastic ladies racing here. You said there was 20 plus bikes this year in the female class, which is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, no, 20, I believe it's 20 on Putt Light, 20 on Bang.
Perfect.
for that one this year. And yeah, no, it's definitely mixed it up for the girls this year. It looks like it's going to be very, very interesting come race day tomorrow to see what happens with them. But it looks like now we go into the first of our Class 7s, which are seniors, 45 to 54, as of the 1st and 6th, 24.
So again, historically, there's, you know, we run our age groups first, so, and then we get down to, like, the Class 5 and 4, 3, 2, 1. And again, 1 is actually the open class, because back in the day 500cc two-strokes were the big killers, so 1 was the fastest class, but now either class 2 or class 4 for the last couple of years, the big 4-strokes, class 4 being basically 450s. Oh no, unfortunately a bit of a jump there. That was our motocross guy, I think. Just, again, there is something I remember a little bit unusual about the lights. Like, it's like 4 flashes or 5 flashes, and then a little break before the green. And yeah, again, if you haven't done a lot of Fink racing or a lot of enduro riding, it is a bit of an unusual flash every now and then. Gets a few people where they're ready for that light to go off and they just think it's going green, but we've got to wait for the amber flashes, essentially.
Look how
Look
good
at that YZ. That is a classic. It's definitely an older model. Got the old mono link. Have to get a little bit of information about that bike, because again, that is not, I reckon that's a late 80s. Again, I'm sure someone at home screaming on the live feed telling us exactly what model it is. Again, put it in the live feed.
Yeah, let us know where you're watching from around the country and the world if you're not here at this great event.
And what's cool, mate, is that's also a Class 7 bike.
Yeah.
So Daniel Snelling.
Yes, I believe that was him. Yes, Daniel Snelling. A few more of our competitors make their way across the line.
So does that make it potentially an over 40s rider and an over 40s motorbike? Is that what we're going for there?
Yeah.
That might be the... He might have misread that and said as long as the bike's over 40 years old. Is that what's going on here?
Maybe, as the 859 makes their way towards us. That's Andrew Nicholson on the KTM. And the 849 as well, Leo Welch. He did it in a time of 7 minutes 32.
Perfect. That's spot on time for what a lot of these guys want to be doing. Honestly, at this point, this prologue time doesn't add on to your overall aggregate. It just gets you a starting position. And honestly, we see another jump. Unfortunately, that's just something that happens with the guys that just misread the lights by 1. Happens to the best of us, they say.
Oh, don't worry, I've pulled a few too many cherries next door, so well, I know all
Where
about
else is
the
Josh? What are you trying
light.
to tell us? The red light on the drag strip.
Yes,
right.
red light on the drag strip.
I wondered for a second there where we were going, Josh.
Head out of the gutter, mate. I'm joking, Dan. I'm joking.
Anyway, back to the racing and lighting the bulbs. These guys are getting ready. I tell you what, you wouldn't mess that red jersey, would you?
No.
It stands out in a crowd.
Oh, the dust though is definitely out there.
Starting to sit around, is that so? The 820, I apologise, across the line now. Oh, and fist pumping, so very happy. They won 4. I reckon that's one of the Grabo's bikes. The 793 was it, or no? The 790. Jason Johnson. Just looking at the time. Oh no, sorry, I lied to you. It was Anthony Lockett that came. Anthony Lockett. I know that name. That means Tony Lockett is what it means. Had me tricked. They're trying to sneak me in, trying to hide. But that makes sense because he rode on Grabo's Trail and Track last year, didn't he?
Yep. No, it really is awesome to see that that Trail and Track team and how well they actually are going. How well they can set up a bike and get everything working, and majority of the time, everyone on the experience finishes. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, you've got the perfect mentor. I mean, your mentor is sitting in 4th overall at the moment.
Yeah, no better place to be sitting, I can tell you that. So the next of our Class 8s makes their way. Class 7s now we're also getting into.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting to slip down, and a few fast 7s coming through now. And again, historically, we've seen some very fast riders in this Class 7, so don't be sleeping on the Masters. Again, have a look at the 798, hanging it right out. Coming out of those whoops on a good line.
Yeah, Nathan Rock Trip there.
Yeah, again, I think that's our motocross guy said that he'd been up inside the top 10 nationally for a number of years.
Yeah, he got second in class last year here at Prologue. So it'll be interesting to see how he does. His time last year was 5:57. Let's see if he can get better than that this year.
Oh, sorry, so you were saying that he's been here before, the 798. There you go.
Yes, the 798. He came second in last year's Prologue. So.
Yep. Which makes a lot of sense, because I guess that means that, where was I going with that?
I believe.
Oh, sorry, that's where I was going. The numbers.
Yes.
It's very interesting. Like, a lot of these guys will choose their numbers. Like the 798 means that he'll start on the line early. The 799, 798. So they'll actually run them in a reverse grid order. So you see these guys, you know, they won't historically race under like a 98 number, but they'll choose like, say, 499 to get an early start on the Prologue if they haven't qualified, you know, they're not in the top 30. So yeah, sorry about that. I blundered it for a bit, but that's where I was going with that conversation.
And he's absolutely smashed some time off his last year's time. He'll be very, very happy with that, Will Grant.
Interesting, because a few of the people interviewed on the start line said that they thought that the Prologue track had gotten better from last year after the starting lap. I suppose you never know until you ride it, but that's an interesting assessment. And again, we're seeing numbers that show that, like, you know, this track now may favour, because of the conditions, a little bit more towards the motorbikes, because, you know, again, we were talking about it's got to be 20 years since we had a motorbike faster than a car. And this year we have a number of motorbikes faster than the fastest car.
No, it really is interesting, and those storylines we keep talking about, they are coming to fruition this weekend. It really is.
Fruition. Can you spell that? Because can you use it in a sentence for me? I don't know. What does that mean? I'm just a country boy from Central Queensland.
I was supposed to be a country boy as well, but apparently I'm all prim and proper now.
Very impressive. I like that. No, that's fantastic. And I totally agree.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right that the stories are amazing, and the way that that's playing out is interesting. Was that the 795 there coming through, I think?
I believe so.
So that's good shots there. So that looks like a YZ250 of Aidan O'Callaghan. Great ride in the stadium. So again, if you're cheering along for Aidan, make sure you make some noise. We've got plenty of riders out here at the moment. Jason Dybel, Daniel Snelling, Aidan O'Callaghan, Daniel Alomes, Josh Gillies, Jason Johnson, Andy Costco, David Singleton, Paul Murphy and Kane Roberts, Dominic Bryan and Rowan Adams and Sean Fraser and Terry Walsh are all out on the track now and racing as we jump down to Kazaya on the start line. Actually, we'll take it back, because there is some great racing action here, Josh. And, you know, it is so thick and fast here. Look at this, basically side-by-side riding here. This is a drag race.
Yeah, pretty much is. And you wouldn't want to be bar bashing in the whoops or anything like that.
No,
so,
that's right. You want to be out in front, because, again, you really can see now the dust is starting to linger. You've got to be up the front. This is another one of those beautifully turned out gas. You can almost tell when they come from Grabos, can't you?
Yeah, oh no, you definitely can. Just a couple of the riders there letting go and having a stretch of the hand. So obviously been holding on for dear life for, what's that, for 6 to 7 odd minutes. So
interesting choice too. That's an EX 350F.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
So the 350, it's probably a great choice. Wow, one of our very fast Class 7s.
Yeah, Josh Gillies with a time of 5:55. Yeah, not bad at all.
Yep, so
there.
that's fast.
On a factory bike there from Sherco.
Yeah, that'll put him sort of like in the top 50 for a starting position in the morning, so they should be pretty happy with that. The old foot drag, kicking up the dust. Christian Mingay told me that move. Being the brother of Matty Mingay. The stunt boys.
Yes.
He reckons if ever you need to get a new racing line, you just drag your toe in the ground. It's a Mingay special, just in case you never knew. Hope Christian's listening along today. He is a Fink demon. Hopefully one day we see him back out here and racing. Has a big trophy truck.
Continue to work through our Class 7s.
Is that the 779 there? Coming in now. Again, great bit of footage there. The 790 also looks like it just came across the line.
So Kane Roberts and Jason Johnson there.
Absolutely. And Andy Costco as well on the big 500 EXC. We're also looking for David Singleton and Paul Murphy out there. Bit of revving going on down on the line. I was going to say, I don't know if you guys can hear that at home, but through our earphones, we hear plenty of motor going on.
One of the competitors there getting lucky. Obviously, one of his partners there is probably, unfortunately, either pulled out of the event or
nice clean runner with a single bike. Absolutely. So, yeah, it's definitely amazing. Again, another one of our fantastic Grabo trail and track riders through there with the 779.
But I believe we're going to go down to the start line now and talk to our awesome host with some competitors.
All right, we're down here having a wander still in the back end of this seniors category. Tell me, you haven't done this since 2021. What brought you back this year?
Well, I had ankle surgery in 2022, so that took me out, and had a change job in 2023, so it's been on the agenda since. And yeah, finally got a chance to come out here and have another crack.
And pretty excited for the weekend. Is this something you're going to make a tradition?
Well, definitely this year, and definitely looking forward to the 50th. I think I'm put that in my calendar. I reckon it'll be a huge event.
I think that's what everyone's looking forward to, but good luck, get out there. I can see the bikes moving along. We'll keep having a wander here. Here we go. Tell us your story. You've done this before. I've seen your face down the other end before.
Yeah, I've done 7 before, 6 on this bike, so just hoping to have another good run and get back on Monday.
And tell us about the bike. What's behind it?
It's just a 17 model KTM 500 and it's standard and a few small mods like all the bikes here, and it goes really well.
Did you make many changes heading into this year?
Not really, just the standard things with tyre choice was a bit of a decision, and the things that you have to have, steering dampener and stake pegs. And that's standard other than that.
Oh, well, good luck. Go out there and get a good time to start off today. How about you guys? I've got a shaking of the heads. How about you? What made you come out here and do this?
Yeah, just a great event. Been here a few times before and done it. Just really enjoy it.
And the goal to get there and back, you want to be up the top, or not too fussed about that?
Oh no, I think priority number one is to make sure I'm walking when I get back here on Monday, and yeah, the result will be what it is.
Awesome. We'll get up there. I can see you guys starting to head off. There's still a number of bikes still lining up, and we've got a few more go. But that thing is pretty much the tail end of the seniors. I don't know if I can walk all the way up here. We're going to have a few of these bikes rolling down. Hello. Oh, brilliant. Beautiful sunny day. How are you going?
Yeah, feeling great.
Confident getting out there for Prologue?
No, not really. I find this the most nerve-wracking part of the whole weekend. So, yeah.
And how many times have you done this before?
This is my 4th.
Oh, brilliant. What makes you keep coming back?
I don't know, there's something in the dust, I think. I can't explain
It's
it.
infectious.
People think I'm crazy, but yeah, can't explain.
No, can't blame you. It's beautiful out here. I'll keep you good luck with your prologue. We'll wander up here. Just how you going? Is this the first time you've done it before?
Yeah, first time with my son. Yeah, we chatted last night at scrutiny, and yeah, I've just got to get out and do the prologue. He'll probably want to see what time I do beat me, of course, being a young fella.
Perfect. Full noise. I do remember. Is that the same goggles? I can see them. Where's Lucas' place?
He's in class 4, so even though he's 16, he's got to ride with up to 250cc. So yeah, what a great atmosphere, eh? Everyone's so friendly and happy, and just yeah, we wish everyone a safe journey, eh?
Absolutely buzzing. Well, I'm glad you guys made the mission to come out here. Thank you so much for having a chat. We're going to move up a little bit, but we'll head back to you just in the meantime, and we'll go have a chat to these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome action down there on the start-finish line, or the start line of Prologue. Again, Method race wheels. Fantastic to have them on board. Again, been a couple of years now, Josh, that Method have been the sponsor of the Prologue, so fantastic there. Really appreciate having them on board. And it's cool to see the Class 7s and 6s starting to roll out now.
Yeah, no, definitely is. They continue to put in some pretty good lap times, like Sean Cheatham there, just at a 5:44. He'll be pretty happy with that. That's well in the top 50 there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great position to be in starting out of tomorrow.
We do say provisionally though, so none of these spots are set in stone currently until we have everyone come through and do what they need to do.
Well, of course, we've got a lot of young, hungry riders on like the 500s to come up. So again, Class 2 is going to be one to watch out for, as is Class 4, those 450cc 4-strokes. Going to be a lot of fast bikes in that class as well.
Yeah, no, definitely will be, definitely will be.
Well, even interestingly, Josh, there's quite a lot of guys now opting for the 350 as well. So, you know, KDM, Gas all got a 350 range, and you know that they'll all fit into that Class 4 as well. So keep a good eye on that, because I think there could be a lot of guys that are, you know, really good top 50 riders looking for that 350, because they just, you know, I don't want to use the word the power is a little bit more mellow, but they are a bit more mellow than a 500. You know, they've got all the suspension, all the good gear, all the modifications, but, you know, it just doesn't beat you up for the 4 hours while you're riding there and back, you know. So sometimes, now, have we had someone, unfortunately, old mate, I reckon he's had a little bit of a bingle there. The bars looked a bit crooked, and the, and a wild start on the outside there was left on camera, big 2-stroker. But yeah, might have had a little bingle on the way back in. Did you see who that was? Was that the FE? Maybe Brad Nichols?
Yeah.
Not really sure. We don't, better not call it just in case someone's listening. But yeah, again, all safe and on the way, made their way through. But yeah, front number plate missing off that and just didn't look real good. So hopefully no big dramas there.
Yeah, well, with the dust that is sitting around at the moment, a couple of things may pop up out of places you weren't expecting. And it's really just about, yeah, being consistent on that bike and trying not to hurt your position in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, absolutely. The 750 was there as well. Johnny Beacon. We had Jason Gunther come through. Good ride there for Jason. Ran a 5:53. That puts him provisionally. Again, we use in 30th. So going to be a lot of changes here, but that's a solid, you know, he's probably looking at a top 50 start. And, you know, if you're wanting to go for a good ride and just get a good solid position, that is not a bad way to do it. .747 looks like they're having a good ride as well. That's Devon Brown on the big KTM 500. Look at that line. It is a straight tack now. No one's really doing the S.
But I think it may be catching a couple of people out as well, though, because they're thinking that sort of hard not as soft section there, but it is really soft. We saw Danny come through there earlier, and yeah, moment of the day on the bikes. So
yep, absolutely. Yeah, that got very wild. She did a big tank slapper there for a second, but got it under control. And like we sort of alluded to there, is honestly, that's probably, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it livened her up there for a second, put the blood pressure up a little bit. But, you know, if we talk to these racers, down that Finke track and back over the course of, you know, the 446 kilometres that they do, I'm sure that that happens more often than we think, so.
Yeah, no, definitely.
744 coming in now. Old Honda CRX.
Yeah, good to see one of the old Hondas out here. On that one, Nathan Kelly. 450X. Behind him was Mark Shepperson on a Kawasaki KX500 AF. So some lovely vehicles. But we've got, yeah, the top 10 currently is KTM, Gas, Yamaha and Honda. And there we go, the 742.
Is that the first Kawasaki we've seen, mate?
I believe so.
Yep, so the big quacker out there at the moment.
That's that KX500.
That's pretty wild. A 500 two-stroke.
Yeah, definitely a straight line through there now. Wow. Insane how a couple of vehicles going over a little bit of dirt can quite literally make yourself a new line.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, completely changed the line through there, hasn't it? 721 off the line now.
I believe that was one of the full noise boys.
Very good, David Eady, along with the 719. So that's Tom Kilgraff on his Honda CRF. And I tell you what, let's head on down to the start line again to have a chat with some of our masters.
And we're just about to click over to our next category, the Masters, and let's just have a chat with some of the guys who are about to take on Finke for the first time. Tell me your name, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, my name's Martin Convey, and yeah, I'm an arborist, and yeah, just here for the first time. Have a crack, have a go, yep.
What made you decide this was going to be my year?
Well, yeah, normally I go away on an overseas trip and get a bike and go around some different countries and stuff like that, but yeah, this time around Grobo's offered the opportunity, so I'm actually doing every desert race with him this year, and yeah, so this is my second race ever, yep.
Second race ever, and you chose Finke?
Yep, let's do it.
Go big or go home.
Hey, that's it.
Good luck, enjoy it out there. Tell me a little bit about yourself. Is this your first time here? Have you been here before?
First time to Finke.
Yeah.
Really excited.
What made you decide this was going to be your year?
Well, this is the year that let me in. I've been trying for years. It's but the numbers are down, so I got straight in.
Tell me a little bit about your prep. What got you here?
We've been from Queensland, Proserpine. We've been training hard all year in the Don. Exercising. Yeah, we're ready. Couldn't be more ready.
Prologue, what are you thinking?
Mate, keep it on the wheels, and we just want to roll along.
Perfect. Sounds good to me. Good luck. Enjoy out there. Tell me a little bit about your life story. What got you to Finke?
I guess what better way to celebrate 10 years living in Australia, so come out here and give her hell.
Is it first time here?
Yes, first time.
Okay, what made you choose Finke of all the races you could possibly do?
Speaking to a buddy that's done it years ago, he kind of convinced me and watched the doco, and I thought, you know what, cool thing to do, tick off the list.
Tell me, what are you riding? What's your bike about?
WR 450F 2012, and yeah, had it for a few years now and feeling pretty good.
I love it. I love the stories. Good luck and enjoy. I hope it's everything you wish for.
Thank you very much.
So cool just to chat to some of the locals, some of the guys who've come from all over the world to be here for Finke. One of the most remote locations in the world, and here we are just celebrating a great bike race. Looking forward to chatting to a few more people.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rihanna. It's awesome to get this insight. And back up in the box is someone with a little bit more insight on our top riders. It is very interesting to hear some of the stories about those top riders. And well, Liam Walsh, I wasn't expecting that whatsoever. I can tell you that, Jeremy.
Yeah, Liam Walsh definitely has a big past in motocross, and to bring that over into enduro and desert racing is something that is well needed. For him to come out though and set a blistering time of 4:36, just crazy, and to be 3 seconds in front of Callum Norton, which we kind of all had a bit of a peg on to see who's going to win. And then even we were just talking before, the average speed is 104 kilometres an hour is just so crazy. And then looking further a bit down, you've got David Walsh, who once again isn't always the best at Prologue, still coming through, bringing that third, and then Ben Graham turning it on. As we said before, he's always a dark horse. He's a very quiet man, but I tell you what, when he turns it on, he absolutely goes for it.
Yeah, no, he definitely does, and that is a really good position for the Gas team for the first time being out here on those bigger bikes. So.
Absolutely, we've got the top 10 is Phil, KTM, Gasser, Yamaha, Honda. There's no Husqvarna in there, which is usually something. I mean, that's always Jacob Smith or legendary Sam Davies as well. He's always brought the Husky into it. So to not have those two guys here, definitely now is just KTM filled. So and then to have a Yamaha and a Honda. I know Brody did just say just before that he left a little bit behind on the racetrack. He does have a lot to make up for now on day 1 and 2, so he will definitely be pushing harder, probably more than he was hoping for, but that's just the way the Finke track works. Yeah, no, definitely, and that's the thing, like sometimes you can go in with a game plan, and unfortunately it doesn't go exactly to plan. But like you've got Luke Hayes in 6th there, moving up a couple of positions from last year, and Bradley Greenfield as well, moving up into 13th. So like there's so many different stories. Simon Grauer in there, Cody Stevens in there, and that's like your top 20. So there's still a couple of Sherkos in the top 20 as well, Ryan Cousins and James Heenan as well. So yeah, heaps to talk about tomorrow. It's going to be very interesting to see how that first 100k is. Absolutely, and as we were saying before, the riding styles of each one of those riders you have pointed out is so different. We were saying, look, just between say 6th and 7th, Luke Hayes, Jack Menther, 2 completely different styles of riding, same bike, very close in the way they finished. I mean, it's so close. So to be able to see that just in this short track really makes you excited for what's going to happen over the entire distance of Finke. Yeah, no, exactly. And then when we go down into the Class 9, Matty Healy on the gas stepping up and taking over Danny Foot's position, and oh wow, Danny had a very big moment there. Yeah, look, down the bottom, having a look at the start line and watching the girls take off, which was absolutely awesome, and there's definitely some big ruts forming. So for Danny and for Matty as well, it's awesome to see them go that speed. No worries. Well, we're going to go back down to the start line and have a chat with our competitors.
All right, I'm here with Michael and Anthony. Now, I heard you guys are mates and you're doing this together, but you only just met?
Yeah, we actually crossed paths maybe 10 or 15 years ago, and then put the chance to line up next to each other at Finke Prologue, so that's pretty cool.
And that is the joy of Finke and, you know, fun of Prologue. You guys can go out and race together. But what made you decide to do this for the first time?
It's always been a bit of a bucket list item, and then Davies Motorcycles from West Island Man made me an offer this year to come on good reviews, so absolutely.
You can't refuse that, absolutely. We'll just have a quick, Anthony, you came here in 20, but you're back this year. What kept you away?
This year racing a bunch of different series and got to get out here again, so hopefully do some off there. Didn't get to do it on 21.
Absolutely, you've got to get there and you've got to get back, but go out, enjoy it today.
Thanks, guys.
The pace. All right, what's your story?
Second time, I had an attempt in 21, but yeah, thought we'd come back. I actually raced Speedway, so I've chucked the wheel to come and jump on 2 wheels.
Hey, it's more fun on 2 wheels. You got to take some risks in life. First time, what made you come out here?
I'm doing it for my boys, and all my mates talk me into it, so I'm like, right, I better do it.
So how many of you are out here doing this?
No, like as in they're all spectators. And they're all previous doers of it, so I'm just like, I'll do it myself. And I got talked into it, so I'm just like, okay.
You've got to earn your stripes.
Yeah, I do, so I might as well grow up and be a man.
Absolutely. Well, message to them all watching, they should be out here doing it with you.
Thank you.
Let's keep wandering back. How about you? Have you done this before?
No, this is the first time for me.
And why did you come out here?
One of those bucket list things that you got to tick off, so got the whole pass for the life, so here I am.
no, just keep it on the rubber side, and yeah, make it through the next couple of days.
Watch the whoops at the back. I've heard they're a bit rough.
Nice, thank you.
Enjoy. How about you? You're riding for someone special today as well.
Yeah, we are. Me and my partner, she's 975, raising money for suicide awareness, and yeah, her best mate that took her life a few years ago. Yeah. Anyway, this is my 3rd time back. We love coming back. It's good fun, good atmosphere. It's awesome.
How many times have you made it there and back?
All 3. Yeah.
Well, let's hope you can do it again and raise
hopefully.
some much needed awareness here. We've got, was it Emily, Amanda at the back? Duffy.
Yeah.
Well, remember that name, guys. Raising well awareness here.
Good on you.
Is there somewhere where they can support or get on board?
Yeah, there is. You have to look up on the Facebook page, the 975 Racing, and yeah, all the details should be on there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, good on you.
Yeah. Thank you.
This is my 6th go.
And what's the plan for this year? Obviously, get there and back, but
Yeah, see how we go. Just just have a good clean run and see where we go. Yeah.
I will get out there and have some fun now for Prologue.
Thank you.
How are you going? How many times have you done this, or is this your first time?
First time.
I was going to say, your suit's too white, it's too clean.
Yeah, nah, just always been.
What made you make the decision to come out? Obviously, you haven't done it before.
Yeah,
so.
my brother did it like years ago and did pretty good.
No, it's great to see all the timings and all our competitors making their way through. So the first of our Class 6s making their way out on track as we speak. I was just looking through my notes from last year, and Ben Grabham, 5:06.03 was his time last year. This year, his time was 4:46.63.
Yeah, I tell you what, when he turns it on, he turns it on. And it is always really exciting to see what he's going to do and what kind of mood he's in. We just had Anthony Wakeham take off the line, which you heard before. He's actually a great name that people should probably follow in the motorcycling world. He does so many series across. He does the hard enduro, the national terrain enduro stuff, AORC, Vic Off-Roads, and then he comes out here and races here. He also does a lot of stuff behind the scenes with Finance My Bike as well. So if you're looking for new bikes, he's the man to go to. And it's so great to see someone at that kind of professional level come in and invest so much money in the sport as well. So yeah, Anthony's definitely one of those riders that is really committed to the sport.
Yeah, no, definitely, and it's always good to get as many new people out into the sport as well, and with people doing initiatives like that and trying to help as many people as they can. That is great to see. Off the line so far with the 6s has been Lee Stevens, Martin Convey, Andrew Parkinson, Lincoln Villa, Caleb Day, Michael Kirkness, and as we just mentioned, Anthony Wackham. We'll give you the next one. That was Trent Headland off the line. So still going through them, but yeah, slowly making our way through each class.
And it's good to see Anthony and Michael both lining up at the start there. Michael on a 5:01 and Anthony on a 3:50. So that's a bit of battle, David and Goliath battle through the. So it'll be interesting to see who comes through out of that one, because you may want to write the 350 off. It's not a big bike, but it does handle a lot differently in the tighter stuff. And because it's getting really whooped out there when I kind of saw it out, it may kind of deal with that a bit better than say the bigger bike. But the big bike has the power to pop over it, so it's kind of David and Goliath for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. And with those two calipers of bike, your approach to the track is completely different, because yeah, as you said, some spots, yeah, you are going to hold it flat, and others you just can't. So it's yeah, it's really interesting to see how those different bike classes and yeah, the 2-stroke versus the 4-stroke and the 450 versus 3 and all those fun little stories. It's definitely awesome.
And the bike is ridden a lot differently too. Yep. So a smaller capacity 4-stroke, whoa, that is a very wide line coming into the stadium. Coming into the finish line, he decided he wanted to try and jump the tyres, I think. He is not backing off. Damn. That was beautiful.
Yes.
I think he's trying to go for P1. So, no, as we were saying before, the bigger capacity to the smaller capacity of 4-strokes get ridden a lot different. These 350s, you really have to wring the neck out of it to get the power out of it compared to, say, the 500 where you can kind of lug those bikes. That is the benefit of having a big 500 out here. It does help pull you through the sand. But, as I said, the 350 is a lot of fun to ride. It's a bit lighter. It is a lot more revier. So if you're a more aggressive rider that want to hear the scream of a 4-stroke, you're trying to send some valves to the moon, a 350 is a lot of fun to ride, whereas a 500, if you can get it screaming, you're doing something good.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. So the next of our competitors get off the line.
The ruts at the start line are getting very deep. As we said before, you asked if you start in the rut or do you start on outside of it. As you can see here, if you start out of it, even with the best clutch control, you're still going to get drawn into it. So sometimes it is better, especially for these ones, to start in that rut and keep that power all the way through. It also then keeps you on a straight line. As long as you can keep that front wheel just enough on the ground to grip, but high enough so you're kind of skipping over it, it'll give you the best start you can. Very motocrossy.
So 697 makes their way across the line.
Martin Covey.
Yeah, Martin Covey on that gas. 629, not bad at all. It's the next of our competitors makes their way. Fist bump in the air. Got to be happy with that. Andrew Parkinson on his EC 500.
Which is great to see so many of these 500s coming out, especially under the VIP experience, track and trail from Grabham. He really does provide one of the best services to come out here and have a race. But you also can jump on a Sherco as well and come out with the Outback Tour guys and have a great time there. So it's so good to see so many of these tours and kind of ability for anybody to come and have a ride.
And it's not just here in Alice as well. There's multiple different ones popping up around Australia for different desert races, and sometimes even just to go out and get on a trail bike and see regional Vic or regional New South Wales or whatever it is. It's awesome that there's all these bike experiences popping up.
Absolutely, it saves you a ton of money as well because you can come race Finke. You don't have to buy a bike and set it up with all the gear that we keep talking about. You don't have to do any of that. You literally can fly in, ride, go home. Real rock star experience. And
exactly.
I look forward to doing it at the end of the year with Grabham as well.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, man. So we're going to head back on to the start line for a chat with our competitors once again.
Let's get a chat and catch up with some of our other riders heading out in the Masters division. How are you feeling? Have you been here before?
I haven't been here before, first time, so feeling the nerves.
Okay, what's sort of the process of attack for you with the Prologue?
Just get it done. Get it done, come back in one piece and have a beer at the end.
Sounds like a perfect way to do it. Good luck out. Bike number 626, sir. Tell me a little bit about yourself. What got you here?
So from Tasmania, just decided to come up and have another run at it. This will be number 3, but haven't done it for a few years, so just set for another challenge. Be good.
The weather is absolutely spectacular. You had a chance to go out and do some siding laps. What was that like for you?
It looks all right. It was a little bit wet when we rode the mountain bikes around it the other day, but it dried out a bit this morning, so track should be good. Let's see how we go.
What's the mindset heading into Prologue?
I don't know, go as quick as I can.
Sounds like a plan.
See if I can...
Okay, are you mates?
No, just Matt.
Just Matt, love it. Let's quickly sneak over. Mate, tell me a little bit about yourself. What got you here?
Fifth Finke, probably a little bit addicted to it. I love coming up, I don't know why. My bike did 6 hours between last year and this year, and I probably only did about 6 hours in the gym, but the aim is get it there and back. I'm very much one of the survivors, not the competitors.
Preparation absolutely on song, because you know what, you're here and you're ready to go. Enjoy it out there.
Thank you.
No worries. Let's come back here. Who have we got here, mate? Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Hey, I'm Dave from WA, here racing with my wife, Lauren. Yep. So first time at Finke, and just want to get it done, keep it tidy and have fun, eh?
So your wife's racing as well?
Yes, she's racing, so she's had her Prologue and she's done really well, and
Awesome, enjoy. I hope you guys have a really great celebration at the end of it all.
Okay, thank you.
No worries at all. Let these guys move up to where they need to be, and then we'll catch up with some of the other guys. Here we go. Bike number 619.
Yo.
How are you?
Yeah, feeling good, yep.
First time, you've been here before?
Second time, I've done it 8 years ago and thought I'd give it another crack, so yep.
So what's different second time round?
I'm a bit more nervous now, I'm a bit older, it's going to hurt more if I fall off, but yeah, plan on staying on and getting there, so yep.
Tell me a little bit about your bike. What are you riding this weekend?
I've got a 2-stroke 300, the only beater that's a 2-stroke in the race, so we'll see how it goes. Hopefully she holds.
Unique and she's special. Good luck.
That's it, thank you.
Perfect. Well, guys down the end, bike number 613. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Scott from Newman, WA. This is my 8th Fink, so yeah, just trying to go a little bit better each time.
So tell me, from your first Fink to number 8, I mean, how different is it for you?
Not a lot. Track hasn't changed. It doesn't get worse, doesn't get any better. So yeah, just get up there and back's the big thing.
Just get smarter each time.
It does.
Tell me, as you head into Prologue, what's the mindset?
Just get through it. There's not as much dust, so might be get a little bit better run. But yeah, just keep it clean.
What's been your best result so far?
60th.
Very, very impressive. Well, I hope we go a couple better this time. Enjoy it out there.
I hope so. Thanks.
So good to chat to these guys, and it is just absolutely sensational weather. I know you boys have been up in commentary for the most part of the day, but absolutely spectacular here in Alice Springs, and it looks like it's going to get even better as the weekend unfolds.
Yeah, no, definitely, Rihanna. We are looking forward to the rest of the weekend and seeing how it all pans out as we continue to make it through our Class 6 competitors.
You can see the dust starting to kick up as well now as we've had a fair few bikes come through. That dust is starting to come. That's what we were saying about before. The track may be wet for the first 100, but once we get these cars and trucks and buggies through it, it's just going to start bringing it up, which can, as we said, it's either going to make a beautiful race, nice and moist and fluffy, or it's going to be dry, dusty, and very skatey. So a lot of guys, we're figuring out what tyres they want to do now. There's only really 2 types of tyres they will use on the bikes, but they'll also change the type of gearing they want to use compared to if it's going to be heavy sand or is it going to be light, fluffy, quicksand.
No, exactly. And all the team meetings that will be going on this evening and today.
There's going to be some late nights in the shed for a few teams, I think.
Yes, no, I definitely think so as well. And yeah, it's interesting because, as you say, like there's really is only 2 tyres that people tend to use out here in these conditions, but even with just those 2 tyres, people still don't know what to use.
Yeah, and then there's always the debate about mousse and ultra heavy duty tubes. And for those who don't know, mousse is kind of like a pool noodle inside the tyre. It gives a nice firm form. No punctures, which is what people are trying to avoid here. However, under heat with the tyre at speed, they are known to completely disintegrate and you have no tyre at all. So it is a very hotly kind of debated topic whether they run mousses or ultra heavies. And I guess if you want to look at it, some people just run a mousse in the front tyre and ultra heavies in the back. And that's the way they want to run. It's completely up to you. In other disciplines of racing, say hard enduro, mousses are really the only thing we use. And even then, the tyre pressure that we have in the mousse, say at a hard enduro, could be 4 psi, compared to when you come out here, it could be 18 psi. So it really does show the form of the tyre and how we want that tyre to react in the dirt.
No, yeah, exactly, and it's such an interesting thing because I've heard of many different stories of whether, mousse or that heavy-duty tube, or why don't we just get one of them and cut one in half and do this, or do something like that, and you're just like, really? But if that's what it's going to work for them, that's what's going to work for them. And I'm not going to let you in on their little secrets because they do keep them and they like to, try and hold them to themselves. But that's the thing, and that's what gives everyone a little bit of an advantage as well sometimes. Like, you just need to know.
There's so many things nowadays that people can do to change their bikes. It is quite ridiculous. You can have 2 bikes start exactly the same but be so far different by the end of it. It's great, and I think that's also good because there's so many Australian products out there who are now providing these adjustments to make a bike suit any rider. I was just talking to Lauren Curd, who's one of the female riders. Her husband just went off. She has to put a lowering kit in a WR450 just for her to step on it, but it makes the bike really balanced. Usually when you lower a bike, it can kind of change the geometry of the bike and how the suspension reacts. Somehow Lauren was able to get that 450 to sit perfectly, nice and flush. It keeps the sprocket angle the same as well, which is a lot of issues. Once you start thinking about sprocket angles and when the tyre gets sucked up into the rear guard, say when you hit whoops, what can happen is that can put a lot of stress and strain on that shaft where your front sprocket sits, which then can do a bearing or do your main seal, which can leak and then can fail. So when it comes to bikes, it's so great nowadays that we can make a bike, say a 450, fit a smaller statured person, and it's not going to affect the integrity of the bike.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that's crazy. That's not something I knew you could do on a motorbike. So, yeah, no, it's, as you say, it's all about that R&D and getting like with these new bikes as well, getting the years on them and getting the Ks on them and stuff like that. But yeah, no, it's very interesting to hear all the little things that people run differently on their bikes, and as you say, like some people even lower them. So no,
yeah, well,
it's awesome.
It's definitely common, and a lot of people you'll see will come out here at the desert as well. Another controversial thing I think is the desert seat. You may see them with these really fat seats, but you talk to guys like Lukey Hayes and other top riders. What happens is that then changes the center of gravity on the bike too. So I don't like it very much. Or the other issue is now that closes the gap between the top of your seat and your bum. So if you do come across some big old holes or some whoops, that seat's going to hit you a lot more, which then can push you forward. So desert seats, they've got their place for certain riders, but other ones just don't like it because of the way they make the bike feel.
Yeah, no, and that's another really interesting aspect that I was talking to with one of the bike setup people is seats, and it's insane how a seat can change so much, but that's just how these bikes are. And as you said last night, these competitors know if something's wrong in their bike, they can feel it straight away. So yeah, they've got to tune it to where they like it, and then go from there.
Absolutely. Not only they tune it the way they like it, they can change even just your basic thing, lever position changes a lot for riders. As we said before, we were very lucky this week to ride a whole bunch of bikes up and down, and we were able to ride a couple of race bikes as well. And it was very interesting to see the guys who are more attacking riders, their levers are a lot lower because they stand a lot more, so they lower their levers. Whereas guys who kind of sit back, hang off the back of it a lot more, their levers are a lot flatter. But then you have riders who have RSI and wrists and things like that, so they have to put their levers on an angle, so when they're holding on and they've got their fingers out, they don't start getting pins and needles, which can, be a big thing. So once you add grips and lever angles and bar angles and bar rises, it really does change the whole dynamic of a bike. And you could get onto someone's bike and feel like an absolute Gumby because it is just not set up for the way you want to ride.
No, yeah, exactly, and you can see, like, looking at the track conditions now, Jeremy, pretty hard to get out there and do something really impressive time-wise.
Look, it is. I mean, we've still got some kind of diamonds in the rough back there, which I'm excited for. And when Triggy comes through, this stuff, he froths over. He loves it rough. He loves it kind of whooped out. He is an absolute machine. And he's renowned at Hattar, which, to be honest, looking at this stadium section, has a very Hattar theme. Very deep, very big, whooped out corners. So it will be interesting to see how he goes in this. Plus, there are other riders that we may not see in the list yet. I am really impressed, say, in the 450 class, Ray Cole came out and took the win over Brodie Waters. Now, Ray Cole on the Yamaha, didn't see that one coming. I would have put my money probably on Brodie or Mitch Outram to come and get it. So for Ray Cole to come out and absolutely stomp him as well with a 2-second advantage, that's pretty crazy. These are names that, they're probably big where they are, but to come here and step over these two boys, something impressive. So we can't rule the day out. We can't rule out the track being too rough, because as we keep saying, the old school boys and the guys who are desert racers love it rough. Straight after COVID, it was the smoothest and flattest track I've ever been, and with speeds that were just terrifying. So now the track's forming up the way it was. Everyone's hoping that it goes back to the 2019 Finke, which has always been now known as the roughest year ever. So people are hoping that comes in, and with less grading on the track, I really think that in the next couple of years, maybe even at the 50th, when we decide to race Hondas, Honda Posties anyway, it's going to be a horrible year to do that. So that's
I might actually jump on one of them with you boys.
It may be a host race. How does that sound?
That'd be awesome. We'll strap a Starlink to our back and we'll do commentary on the way down as well.
So it's the track's definitely forming up worse and worse, which is great for the old school riders and the motocross riders. But I tell you what, I've taken my hats off to everyone in the field, because it's going to be a lovely thing to get back, and that getting home, coming through that finish line here is going to be something pretty sweet.
Yep. Definitely the emotions will be running high this year, so no, it's great to hear and see, and the insight we're getting with Jeremy up here in the box, we are really thankful that he gives up some of his time while he is here to come and give us some tips and tricks up in the box, because we love our cars up here, and I know Dan's done a little bit of riding over the years as well, so no, we're very grateful to have you up here, man.
Oh, it's great, and I think it's great because the bike scene moves and changes so much, especially with as we keep harping on, these new bikes have come out and really paved the way for how desert racing is going to form up. I mean, even at the Sherco launch, you know, they were talking that the 500 was made for Australia. Like, you know, Sherco doesn't really sell the 500s or race it anywhere else, but here, 500s, and that's where the territory is. So, you know, Fink and desert racing in Australia has a lot to answer for.
Yeah, no, and we've got such a premier event where brands want to build bikes for this style of racing, which is absolutely amazing, and it's something that the committee over the years have done so well with, and promoting this event and getting as many bike entries over the years.
I think it's great as well, because not many people know how much like KTM, Husqvarna actually put R&D into the bikes that go here that then they copy across to Dakar. So a lot of the Dakar 450s, yes, they're 450s, but they take a lot of inspiration from the bikes here, because no other race, maybe the Baja, but no other race has a bike on the limit for so long. You know, we are talking a 2-hour race for a 500, and the top boy's got that 500 singing for the whole way, and then the reliability to come all the way back. Not many bikes have that. And we were talking just before about electric bikes and potentially coming over. I just don't see it yet, not just because of the range, but because of the load that goes onto the electric bike over such a long time. The heat that gets generated from the electric bike is quite hard, and it's great for supercross, motocross, maybe some enduro. I think in hard enduro it's there, but for this race, deep sand, long straights, it just is too big for it. And to be honest, we don't really want to have a bunch of angry bees running down the course too. There's something beautiful about a four-stroke just absolutely sending valves that kind of gets us going.
Yeah, no, and exactly. It's definitely a cool thing to see, and you never know. That's the thing. We're open to new things. Every once in a while, we're a bit we're purists, you know. We love the sport, and we love the noise. We love the smell. We love all those factors around the sport. So, yeah, and like you look at the top 6 bikes, all were on par average speed-wise with cars.
That's
absolutely
crazy.
Insane.
It's crazy, and I mean, how crazy would the thought be that the bike could catch the cars?
Yeah, no,
you know, like that's a crazy thought too.
I personally have never seen it. I've never seen a bike catch a car. So like that's awesome.
And really that's just not that level of the bike, but the riders as well. So we all can talk about the first time the car overtook a bike, and you know, in time-wise. Could we be on the cusp of it coming the other way? I mean, the cars are great because you guys are pumping, 1,100 horsepower now, which is mind-blowing. However, these KTMs are pumping upwards of 60 horsepower. And if you put the power to weight ratio, and, you know, we could be looking almost of the same time.
Definitely. And I think it will probably become closer and closer as the years go on, with all the factory support and what these bike companies are doing for competitors out here.
So do you think then we could get Cybertrucks out here? That's the that's the big one. Could we run a Cybertruck Dakar truck?
I reckon. Like, see, that's the thing. I'd really love to see a Toyota come out and bring something out here with their Hilux range or their Fortuner range or something like that. In the next couple of years, because you know they they say they are the #1 seller here in Australia for desert operations. So why not come out and show us?
I mean, you've got that beautiful Audi electric Dakar car. That could be quite interesting out here. That would set a different time, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think the hype around it as well, you'd get, if you got one of those competitors here, you'd probably attract 5 or 6, if you know what I mean. So, like, that's the thing. It's such an awesome event, and hopefully throughout the years we can continue to see some bigger cars and bigger bikes and some bigger names as well.
Absolutely, and as we said before, it is great, even just for the outside of the bike stuff. When you go and have a look around Alice, you look at the car teams, and I mean, they're getting bigger. Like it is quite a comparison between the bikes, the guys, and the car guys, because you car guys have trucks and teams, and you know, when I saw the King Chrome guys and the side by side, and they've got a double-decker bus and this huge elaborate feed. And you go see the motorbikes, and you see a ute and a rooftop tent, and you know the difference is crazy in regards to setup, but it's great that we're still all here and you know appreciating one track, which is something you don't really get many places.
No, exactly, man. It's definitely interesting, and we continue to watch the Class 6 competitors make their way through, getting down to the the bottom end of Class 6 at the moment, and not much to report in the way of outright positions moving around or anything like that. These are our age competitors, so majority of them are fighting either for their class win or they're just trying to get there and back.
Absolutely. We just had a 5.25 cross the line too, so a bit of a classic bike to be out there, which is great to see these older bikes still popping around. We were just talking before about like seeing so many different bikes, maybe new ones, but it's great to see like a 5.25 coming out here and still having some fun round. It shows that you can bring them out here and have a crack. I'm interested to see if we have any old Hondas or even a DR again, because I mean it was always fun to see that last year at the scrutineering, but he went wide. Yeah, that was wide. I was like, oh, he's trying to go back down the start line.
I think everyone's getting caught out in that section now. It really is sort of not washed out, but yeah, very fine powder stuff.
Well, you could see when he was coming in, his back wheel was really locked into that rut, which was sending him wide.
Yeah.
He was trying to lift that front up to pull him over, but he was set in that way. And if he had tried to turn too much in there, he probably would have started getting a bit more cross-rated. So sometimes when you come in there and you're not participating, especially that corner, you're just going to have to hold that throttle on and hold on for the rest. And if he goes on an adventure to the start line, well, that's where he goes. You know, at some point you just say, Jesus, take the bars and see where we go.
Yes, no, exactly. That is a very, very good point there. It's great to see. We've still got a great crowd out here at the Alice Springs and here at the start-finish line. It's great to see so many people out here supporting family and friends as the Class 6 competitors continue to make their way through. And it looks like we'll start to see the first of our Class 5s making their way out shortly, if I'm not mistaken, because I see the X numbers. Yes, so the first of our non-aged classes, 251cc to 450cc four-stroke. There's quite a few out there, so definitely going to be some names to watch, I would say.
And as I said, these bikes will rev a lot harder, so you'll hear them a lot more kind of hitting those valves, trying to get it up and get it out of there. They don't have that bottom end torque that kind of the 450s and the 500s can rely on. So gear choice is a lot more kind of strict here. You'll hear them change gears quite quickly. At the start, they may even be able to take off in second or third, or probably most likely second but third depending on their gearing, and that's why you'll always see these riders at the start just moving their foot up and down, up and down, up and down, because the last thing you want to do is think you're in gear, then you panic because you're in third gear, and then you just slip and clutch all the way through.
Yeah, no, definitely. You don't want to be blowing clutches on start lines or anything like that.
And that's all that throttle control and clutch balance. You can see his front tyre lifting, and that's also then dependent on your body's position too. You'll see motocrossers when they start and supercrossers, they like to lock it in, get their elbows nice and high, get as far up the seat as when they take off, it try and just drags that front wheel across. You don't want the front wheel to lift too much up because you can't get that nice track motion that you're trying to get in the dirt. So it is a very fine balance, and that's why a lot of guys just practice starts. It's a very important part, and it's been slowly introduced into all kinds of racing. Hard enduro now do supercross starts. I mean, basic enduros are doing it. So I think that's a great part of the sport because it makes it more exciting. At the start of the year, there was a race at Kosciuszko, the Kosciuszko Killer, and I think it was a 50 wide start to a bottleneck at the top of the hill. So there was a supercross start for 50 riders up a hill into a bottleneck, and I don't want to brag, but I mean, I got the whole shot. I mean, we're going to brag, but it was probably one of the best experiences you can have on a dirt bike because it really, you felt this massive urge and rush to get to the top of a hill, and it was great. And here we go, old mate having another expedition, as I keep saying. Once you get in those ruts, if you're not tight,
he just took the old track. That's all.
Yeah, he just trying to.
He said
they're all going to do it.
Make it your own line, why don't you? The 609 coming down now. That's Matthew McCann on his YZ450.
And we just saw, even just in that little spot there, that dust that came up, that really shows that underneath that dust there are some good ruts forming. That dust is just kind of sitting on top. You're not going to see them. You're going to come through it. Even just then when we saw him pop up, he kind of unloaded the bike, sat back down, and his bike just kind of sat to the side. There's some good ruts that are forming in there, and it probably makes sense to maybe hit that corner a little wider than trying to take the apex. That way you can flow all the way through.
Yeah, well, you weren't wrong about the revving, Jeremy. They are coming thick and fast now. We've got the X99, Jake Cobbin, Levi Stevens, Jesse Bannister, Nathan Glider, Thomas Winter, and Luke Cousins all out on their bikes. Class number 5.
And it's great to see we're talking all these bikes. YZ, EC, MC, CRF. These aren't just enduro bikes. We're talking motocross bikes as well. So a lot of people are using different bikes, and it does work. A motocross bike has a different gearbox to an enduro bike. So it really does show what kind of bikes suit that person to come out here. You don't always need an EXC 500F to come out here and win. You could take anything you want. A YZ 450F. I mean, that's a crazy bike to think you're going to come out here and do this. Everyone would say, oh, if I'm going to go on to the desert, I'd take a WR. Not all, mate. YZ, here we go.
Because why not? Because why not? Prove some people wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, us three are going to do it on CT 110 postie bikes, so anybody can do it, right?
Yeah. I think we're all going to be very sore once we either get back or make it down there.
Look, if you can find a CT 110 that will make it there, that's the one. Then we'll be impressed.
Hey, I think Billy Geddes did unofficially get down there on a postie bike one year. The service road. Okay. I just got that in my ear. But still, hey, he rode 230 odd Ks on a postie. No fun.
No fuss. I like that. We weren't there. Yeah. We're saying no fuss. He probably was just... There's the only reason he went there. He never came back. That post is still down there at the shop.
Too funny, too funny. So Jackson Gould out there, as well as Matthew Treadwell on the X84 and X85.
Matthew Treadwell is a big name as well. We call him the Kardashian of the desert. He's renowned for his Instagram posting, and he's a great rider. Don't take that away from him, but he definitely has one of the best social media scenes that going on. So Kardashian of the desert is a great name for him, and he loves it. He made his whole merch line with that. So to see him out is great to see. And he had a bit of a rough run last year. He snapped a steg peg halfway up there through, which seems to be a bit of a common trend this year and last year for steg pegs, because steg pegs is just a brand at the end of the day. There's no real other name I don't think people can call them, just steg pegs. So a lot was snapped last year, and as I keep telling people, go check out the bikes, because the length of the steg peg now from where they used to get them out used to be quite short, so there wasn't that much material to kind of bolt to, whereas now they're a good 15, maybe 20, 30 centimeters long, and so that is putting so much more stress now on your bolts that are for your chassis mounts and things like that. So STE came out with a great set that you could buy from them. As I said, Matthew Treadwell's running a set of them. Go ahead, check them out. They are beautiful. Callum Norton's steg pegs are just art. Like, go check that out. Same as Danny Foote on the Better Beer bike. Beautiful steg pegs.
Yeah. Then your steg, for people who don't know what steg pegs are, something that you chuck on your bike to hold you up in a position that you feel comfortable in, really, or?
Yes and no. Steg pegs are, they look like little door stops on about halfway down your bike, where your air filter is, just in front of your rear tyre. They look like little door stops. What they are is that you rest your boot into them, and that then takes the pressure off your arms to hold yourself in, because a lot of riders, we lock our legs into the bike to keep stability. We then turn our toes in as well. So when you turn your toes in, that keeps your knees in, that keeps everything central in the bike, and pulls that bike in to give you more control. It's really only for the desert though. No one else uses them, because, say, hard enduro, we let the bike move a lot. Our knees are quite wide. The bike is all over the place because we don't really know what we're doing. But in the desert, it's because of the speed. We're trying to keep that bike nice and central, standing up tall. So a steg peg looks like a doorstop on the side of the bikes. A lot of extensions are out there. Desert extensions make a really, really good kind of rubber grommet that you sit and which you lock your legs in. And we keep talking, some people like them really wide off the bike. Some people just like a little one just to be able to lock their leg in so they can move their leg on and off. They are for more the motocross riders who like to sit, drag a leg in the corner, put it back on, because they can get caught on your boot sometimes.
Have heard.
Yeah, look, steg pegs are probably one of the most necessary things here in the desert, because it takes the pressure off your arm. It helps you lean back as well more on the bike if that's what you want to do. And to be honest, it's just one of those things that steering dampeners and steg pegs are just the first things you want to do.
No, exactly. And like the steering dampener is something I've heard significantly improves the arm pump and helping stop vibration through the bike and stuff like that. So
it stops it being more violent. Yeah, you're right about arms, but it stops the bike from when you're coming into, say, this deep sand and your front tyre wants to go on one right and your rear tyre wants to go another. It keeps that bike true. All it does is it just slows the turning of the bike down. You can turn it up very, very resistant, and you almost can't turn the bars at all. All it does is take that initial shock out of the bars when you come into it. That then slows down the reaction of the bike as well. So it keeps the bike true, gives you enough time to get back on the throttle to lift that front tyre up, because a lot of people know that when you start getting those death bobbles, they may back off, and then that just puts more weight on the front tyre, which then can get that back to slap around more. What you really want to do is get that power back into the rear tyre to lift that front up and tractor through.
Gotcha. No, it's a great insight we're getting up here in the box. And back off the line as well, since we have been talking, Matthew Treadwell, Jack Colbert, Jacob Wilkinson, Ryan Conray, Joel Paxton, Will McPaul, Toby Morgan, Joshua McDonald, Edward Hampton, Jamie Leon and Aaron Hunter, all out there currently trying to set the best pace. As you look up on the big screen, the X84 goes for a bit of a wide line.
Ooh, he was
that was
stepping
Jackson Gould. 5:19, so not bad not bad at all. Provisionally 23rd for Jackson. He'll be pretty happy with that.
Absolutely. But I mean, look, we're looking at, say, 23rd, even 20th from X99, Jake Cobbin. We're looking at a 14:42.
Yeah.
Our fastest at the moment is 4:36. You know, that's a big spread from first to 20. You know, so that it will be very, very interesting to see how that plays out just for the top 50 alone, and that time spread, because 10 minutes isn't that far over a 20 position race.
No, exactly. As the next of our competitors come through, whoa, the X77 on the bopper, Jake Colbert. What does he do? 5 minutes flat. Good enough for 11th for him provisionally.
Yeah,
that's
very
really good.
Yeah, Kardashian came through as well, quite good, 14:45.
So here we go, ladies and gents. This is where we're going to start seeing some times pop up into our outright positions, and our classes are going to start to get really interesting as well.
Very interesting. I mean, we're still in, 11th. That's crazy to come out, and as we said before, it's these diamonds in the rough that we don't know are there. They just come through and surprise us all and keep pushing everyone out. You know, we set the top 20 out, and they kind of have a very nervous wait now to make sure they actually still get the position they want from the start of the day, and it shuffles around so very much.
Well, you look at Callum last year, he wasn't in that top 20 single rider situation. He was out in the pack and then came through and did what he did. So it really is anyone's game, and just depends on how you like the track and how you're going to ride it, I guess.
And the big thing you take away from Prologue as well is some riders are sprinters, some riders are endurance runners. You know, we can't always take away what's going to happen on the Prologue front road to what's actually going to happen down the track.
Exactly.
We've got here Liam Walsh and Callum Norton in front of David Walsh. Probably where David was expecting to be, being coupled back, because he's, as we keep saying, he doesn't have the best track record here. He would have gone out for his best, and to sit third is very, very good. But he's still in a great position to be able to catch Callum and Liam.
Well, and exactly. There's only a couple minutes in it, and once that gets corrected for tomorrow, and they start sending them, it is really going to be anyone's game. And if Liam's really going to have to get out there and get a lead on Callum and David to have a good spot going into tomorrow afternoon, where they ride into Finke. So,
and I mean, I think it was last year Callum started a row in front of David as well, and was still caught within the 60. I think that was where he caught him. So knowing that David's now with him, that will put a bit more pressure on the Callum, because I'd be expecting that Callum was having a bit more breathing room, but Callum has stepped up so high now that he has that skill and that track knowledge to really push David. So for them two to be starting so close, I think it's going to be a great battle. And it'd be kind of one of those battles you want the helicopter to follow, because those two battling down the track, the two names that everybody's been seeing for the whole year, putting in the time, that's going to be the battle to watch.
Yeah, no, definitely will be. it's going to be very, very interesting. So since the last little call out of riders, you got Tate Prime out on track, Julian, Galindo, Samuel Currell, Brett Bell, Jet Hicks, Ben Bertanazzi, Matt Eason, and Sam Harmon. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologise if I am butchering anyone's names. Just a little country boy from Alice Springs, so I am trying my hardest up here. But we are trying to bring you all the action here from the start-finish line for the Method Race Wheels Prologue. We're currently in Class 5 for our competitors. That's 251cc to 450. I keep getting those two mixed up. 4-stroke. So not too many competitors left in that class, but yeah, slowly getting through them. And as we go down to the start line to speak with some of our competitors once again.
All right, I have Jemo here. Jamison, this is your first time racing out here. What made you want to come out and do Fink?
I've been coming for the last, 3 years, and yeah, every year just wanted to come do it, so finally come did it this year.
And in terms of the setup, talk us through your bike.
It's pretty stock really, just got the bigger tank and seat and a bit of suspension, but yeah, that's it really.
Perfect. Well, good luck out there. Hope you get a good pace today. Can you talk us through, is this your first time? How many times have you done this?
Nah, first time at Fink this year, so yeah, it'll be all right.
What made you come out?
Just thought I'd see if I could hold on for the ride.
Hold on to get down there. Don't come off. It hurts for a ride back if you fall off. I've heard that one. Good luck. All right, how about you? Have you done this before?
Yeah, I did it last year.
How'd you like it?
Yeah, it's very hard, but I enjoyed it, so I'm back again.
And you made it back to Alice Springs?
Down and back, so I got a dog's bike, so I was happy.
And today, heading out there, Prologue, what are you expecting from the track?
Just try and get a good time, but get around it and not crash or axe myself, and I'll be right.
The key is stay on the bike. And what kind of bike you got here?
YZ 450 FX. So, yeah.
Had a bit of a practice on it?
Yeah, I've had the same bike as last year, so I've ridden it a few times.
So it's a well-oiled machine. All right, we'll keep wandering back here. How about you? Have you done this before?
Yeah, I've done it probably 12 or 13 times. I lost count.
Insane. Sorry, I should be keeping up.
Yeah.
And what makes you keep coming back over and over again?
Well, I had 7 years off, and then kids got a bit older, and it's good to get them involved, and they can come out and watch you and be involved in it.
You sound like I remember last year this dad's club that came out and did it. Is it a bit like the escape from the kids, do something for yourself?
Yeah, kind of. It's good to have them involved in, and yeah, it's good.
Perfect. Well, enjoy. Good luck out there for Prologue. We might come for a wander sort of over this way. How's it? See if my cameraman can keep up. How are you going? How many times have you done this?
First time.
And I can see these really cool gloves here. Is this Mario Kart?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
What's the trick? Is that the lucky gloves to make sure you stay on the bike, make sure you can hold on?
Yeah, hopefully that's the plan.
And what made you make the decision to come out, bucket list item, what was it?
Yeah, bucket list, and come and watch it last year, so I thought, well, it's fresh in my mind, but to come and do it and get it done.
It's addictive. Once you smell the dust one time, you've got to come back out and put it to the test.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there.
Thank you.
No worries. How about you? Have you done this one before?
First time.
What made you become a first-timer?
Don't know, a bit of a challenge, a bit of excitement.
How'd you hear about it?
Everyone knows what Fink is. It's one of the bucket list things. Why not do it now? Never get any younger.
And are you an experienced rider? How long have you been on a bike?
Riding for a while and done a little bit. Nothing like this, but this is very different to what I'm used to and what I've ever done before. So looking forward to it. Just excited.
And the bike, talk us through. This is your trusty beast that's got to get you back down to Fink and back to Alice Springs.
Yeah, not too crazy what I'm usually done there. Just some wider steg pegs and change the bars a little bit and just hope for the best, really.
Well, good luck. We hope for the best for you as well. How about you guys? Who's up? Jared.
How you going?
You've done this before, haven't you?
No, I haven't. I've only had it twice. A bit of motocross racing, regional stuff, but it's all new to me. So I'm looking forward to it. Something different.
What made you want to take on the Fink challenge?
Just the challenge of it. Just the mental game it is, the speeds, the distance. It's just a whole challenge on the body. So I just want to give it a go and just get back there and back, and I'm happy. One piece. So that's the goal at the end of the day. So here to have some fun.
How long ago did you start preparing for this and making the plans to race here?
3 months ago. So I've only just started riding again 3 months ago. So I had 5 years off, and here we are. So, yeah.
Oh, well, good luck. We love the spontaneous decisions to do, Fink. There are so many cool stories down here, but we'll head back up to you guys for now.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are loving hearing these stories up in the box, and I hope you're loving them at home or around the venue as we continue to go through Class 5 since we had the last call out of our competitors out there at the moment is Matt Easton, Sam Harmon, Jet Williams, Ada McKenzie, Benjamin Dixon, Jethro Duffy, Jalen Botstinski, Gary Burns, Clayton Snelling, Dwight Haken, Jamison Snelling, and then Fraser Della Bosca on his Huskies FE 450, the X19. Everyone just cutting that corner, as you can see on the big screen, the X47.
That corner doesn't exist anymore, mate. We're trying to mould these old two tracks and the new tracks together. It is more exciting to watch the start because you can really see these bikes lifting up in the front wheel, dragging it all the way through, and the dust is now really starting to kind of set that haze. I remember last year that dust only pretty much set straight away from the first couple of bikes. Now we're a good way back into the pack of bikes, and that dust is starting to settle.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. It's going to be very, very interesting to see. So we've gone through our X's in this class, and now we make our way down from the 500. So we are still in the Class 5, just with the 5 in the front instead of the X. Jethro Hilton and Thomas McKenzie out on track now. Currently 3 p.m. in the Alice.
It is quite good to see once again so many names come back and race, but it is missing a lot of names as well, which is sad, and it'd be better to kind of see these names come back. Where, as we keep saying before, Ivan Long didn't make a return, Sam Davies. There's so many names that would have been really cool to come back. Jacob Smith as well is another one, but you never know. Maybe they're saving themselves for the 50th, and we never know. Maybe even get Pricey back for a 50th. How good would that be?
Hey, I think that would be absolutely amazing if we could get him back. I'd also think, it's just, I think that 50 years is a big thing for so many people around the sport, and I would say that there'll be quite a few bike competitors that will try to come back out for it. Hopefully we see some Kings of the Desert come out.
Yeah,
and
Bradford, that'd be sick, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Jump on, throw the leg over the bike again. It would be great. But off the line once again, this time round, we have Justin Simpson, Timothy Walker, Xavier Oatley, and Stephen Morfitt. Jack Colbert has gone quite well there, behind Brady Waters in Class 5 currently. Don't know where that puts him outright currently. Oh, 11th, yeah. No, it's quite literally right behind him. So, see, it's ever-changing, and it's going to continue to change as we get to some of these younger competitors that will make their way through. As we were talking about last night, there is a contingency of young Alice locals that have finally been able to step up and get on the bike.
This is a good shot too. Now you can see the two style of tyres that we were talking about before. That's a great shot. Right there you can see two very different tyres, very aggressive tyres on one hand and one very longevity style tyre. That is a great shot to show exactly what these competitors are going to be doing to try and get the most out of the terrain and how they're going to make that last. Now obviously from the back half, the weekend warrior style of racing, they don't have 4 or 5 tyres to choose from, so one tyre may be what's going to get them there and back. But right there, you know, everyone talks about the Michelin Desert tyre, like they are the Michelin Deserts are just renowned. But Motos have been creating some great tyres. Pirelli have come out and set some really good tyres as well. So as you can see, there's so many different types of tyres, and nowadays the front tyre is also getting a lot more attention than it usually did. For most of the time, people will just get the front tyre from standard and just run it. I think we're all probably guilty of just running the same stock standard front tyre all the way till it dies. tyres, whereas now guys are putting way more investment into the front tyre, whether it be tyre pressure, tyre placement of the tread as well, how wide the tread is, also how fat the front tyre is. It's been really interesting over the years to see that development with riders and how much more emphasis they are putting on that front tyre across all disciplines.
Yeah, no, and that's a really good insight as well. With the tyres there, it's ever changing, and there's, as we said, like Michelin were the tyre for out here for so long, and now there's these new brands coming in and trying to bring some competition to them, and it gives other riders and other teams some more opportunity to test with these things and see what works best for them. So,
and with all these FIM rules in Europe coming in as well, which is changing the tyre industry as well, it is great to see that there's still tyres here made for our conditions.
Yep.
Hadar and things like that, those kind of desert races are leaning away from sand scoop style tyres.
Yep.
You can't have a paddle type tyre, which is good and bad for riders. I mean, motocross they have them, supercross they have a paddle style tyre to get through the deeper sand, whereas Hadar don't, because it does wreck the track a lot more.
Yep.
Here they go for a desert style tyre with different treads, but as we keep saying, because the dirt out there is so unknown, we don't actually know what kind of tyre is going to run best. Are we going to need a close tread? Do we want something that's a bit more open but a bit higher in the knob? So it definitely will play into advantage of someone's tyre choice, but at the same time, for the guys in the back of the pack, it doesn't really matter. Just get there and back and have a great time.
No, yeah, exactly. Out on track at the moment, Stephen Morfitt, Ryan Duffy, Graham King, Joshua Griggs, Nathan Levy, Riley Dubox and Joshua Granger. They're all out on track making their way around. As we have a look at the 580 bike. Young fella in his fast house gear. As they wait for the ambers to drop. And the green light to come out. They go racing. So off that start line grid was Dylan Vivian and Jared Blackman. One on a 450, one on a 350. So not too much between those two, the two KTM boys.
But then we see the 350 is an XCF, the 450 is an EXCF. There's also crossover bikes between, say, the Supercross and the Enduro bikes. A lot of times the manufacturers will do two. Beta is well known for this. They have a cross trainer, which is a blend between an Enduro bike and more of a trial style bike, because Beta are known very well across the world as a hard enduro and trial specialist. However, we've seen a fair few beaters here as well, and the four-stroke beaters, which you don't really see, the I think it's a 480, a 350 or 390. They've got some weird models. But it's great to see them here, and I remember a few years ago, Ben Grabham actually came out here on a beta to try and have a run there. Didn't go the way he wanted, but it's still great to see him being an ambassador for so many different types of bikes here at Alice, but also across the kind of world as well. He kind of rides a lot of things in his flat track career. He's got some amazing fire breathers there. So it is great to see so many manufacturers, but also so many different models come through, not just the enduro bikes, not just the motocross bikes. Sometimes it can be a blend of both.
The boys are racing to the line. You love to see it.
Oh, there'd be a lot going into camp tonight about who got who, and everyone's already over at the timing boards. When I went and got some food, they were quickly all looking, and you could hear them laughing and hollering. So it's definitely a race for your mates as well. I mean, there are some great events in Australia where we can do that, say Transmotor, where you can just go and race your mates. I think here isn't always going to be about winning. Sometimes it's about racing your mates as well, and it is really cool to see that camaraderie as well, because we are racing at the end of the day, but we're always going to be there to help everyone, and especially this week alone. If you looked at all the forums coming up, people were needing parts or tyres, or even there are feel-good stories of some local guys coming up here and racing and needing parts, and the Finke community got together and fitted out bikes and sticker kits and clothing. So it's really, really cool to see what desert racers can do when they put themselves together.
Oh, and you've got to love the Northern Territory just camaraderie. Like, they're more than happy any day of the week to help you out, and especially when it comes to racing, because this event is synonymous with Alice and with the NT. It's something that that everyone will get behind. So that's a great thing. As we continue with our 5 our Class 5 competitors. And we have out there at the moment Ryan Whitehatter, Daniel Allen, Hamish McGarth, and Jay Smith-Lee. Jackson Tyson Spears and Jason McMillan off the line there. The Yamaha and KTM. As we continue to welcome all our competitors back across the line here at the start-finish line. Come through the straight chicane.
It's also interesting this year looking at bikes, the way the tank setups have come on. If you want to start talking even more finer, we can see the two bikes on the start line now. One of the bikes has a long-range tank on it. Now, if for those who want to go check it out, go check out the 627 crew. They have a bunch of Yamahas with long-range tanks on them. The Yamaha's actually tank sits, if you actually see a WR, it's quite far back on the seat. That's because that's where the tank, and then the air box is right at the front. On these bikes, you can see there's quite a large, whitey, yellowy, kind of creamy thing that pops up. That's your long-range tank. All riders kind of have it if they're being serious out here. They really want to get as much as they can out of the bike, but they also add a little bit of weight, but also the ergonomics of the bike changes because you can't slide up as far, and a lot of people have incidents where they kind of slide up and there's a big old bottleneck right there, which is not very good for the lower appendages of a rider. So it can be a good and a bad thing, and we were talking to some of the team managers before about where their fuel stops are, and we were saying that some riders like to go out with a little less in the tank, so it makes the bike a little easier, a little lighter through the tougher stuff to then get ahead, not carrying an extra 3, 4, 5 kilos, which can be a lot for some riders. But it looks like this year all pros, all teams are going to be fully fueled, going as far as they can to the 80, and then I think the 160. So it's really showing that the bikes and the riders now are trying to push as far along as they can without getting that refueling.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that was something that I was thinking about last night, was fuel stops and whether the teams are going to underfuel bike riders or they're going to overfuel them to get them a little bit further into the course. So yeah, another very, very interesting spot here when it gets to fueling. It also then runs on the bike too. So here it really depends on how the mechanics and the engine builders have built these bikes. Are they overfueling just to try and keep them cooler in this deeper sand? Are they going to run them a bit leaner to get more power out of it? But that then creates more heat. Say, go look at Callum Norton's bike if you can. He's got an amazing kind of thermo wrap now on all of his radiator tubes. I was looking through that. It looks beautiful. It's all gold and sparkles and looks amazing. But that's to help stop that fuel line, the radiator lines getting hot. Then take that away, you start looking at some of the other bikes, you can see that inside the fuel tank they get thermo wrapped as well. That means that the fuel doesn't get as hot, which means it's a lot easier to burn when the fuel is cooler. So a lot of these times, these bikes, you've got to look at these very small details they're running because you'll miss them. But that thermo efficiency on a bike, especially on such a long race in this sand, is key to keeping that bike tip-top performance. Yeah, very interesting, Jeremy. Very, very interesting on that.
I read that on Google. You know?
No, so we're still in the thick of our Class 5 competitors making their way through. So out on track since I last called them out, you have we had Daniel Piggott, Dion Nagaruri, Harry Elbox, Max Kurtbertson. Wow, Josh is absolutely butchering these. And Lachlan Morton and Jack Knight. I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen, if any of those are your family members. Dusty Clem and Adam Dutton also out on track now. And as you can see under that Method Race Wheels banner there, the dust is slowly starting to sit here in the Alice. So, and as Jeremy said to us, reports from down the track is it is pretty dry, but that's all I'm going to say.
Look, and it is dry, but you also can tell the difference in the dirt that we're riding in. The dirt here in front of our box is that kind of whitey dirt that you can see through, which is the dirt here. If you look over in the stadium, it's a little redder. It is starting to settle, but the dirt there is a lot heavier. So what's happening down the track, because the dirt is moist, probably a word not putting used, but is moist, it makes the dust a little heavier too. So the dust does come up but doesn't settle as much as this drier dirt here, which kind of can float in the air. Good and bad. It does put a lot more strain on your running gear when the dirt is just dust and wet dust. It can do things like wheel bearings, chain guides, stuff like that, which wear out. Many years have been where chain guides or sliders, whatever you want to call them, wear out. I know a lot of the KTM crews were changing out chain sliders every run. So as soon as they get there, new one, come back. And that's crazy to think about, seeing as most of us trail riders can probably never change a chain slider. It's just one of those things that never happens. But then that also can equate to chain wear and things like that, because that dirt is getting stuck up in, whether it be an O-ring or an X-ring style chain. A lot of these things and the dirt have just so many damaging properties to a bike, and it is interesting to see. I mean, it only is a 2-hour whatever they're going to run race this year, but the amount of work that goes on to the bike once it gets there may be little or maybe so much.
Yeah, no, definitely. And air filter wise, is that an issue in the dust, or
not if you're at the front?
Not exactly.
If you're at the front, no issue. I've never known what that's like, but definitely a lot of guys nowadays will run chucks. So what they do is they'll oil your filter, and then what you do is those chucks, the bench washers, you put one of them on, put another coating on it, and then what you can do at a fuel stop, they'll quickly rip open your air cover, pull off the chucks, and throw it back on.
Gotcha.
It does restrict the motor a little bit, and that's a controversial topic too, because people say it won't, but you're reducing the amount of air going into it.
Exactly.
A lot of guys will, once they get their bike, they rip the mesh out of their air filter skeleton case, so then the filter sits on it. You want to get the bike to breathe, but you don't want it to be sucking in too much air. He is absolutely hauling.
Yes.
What was that?
That was the 552 of Dion Nagaru, CRF 450. Puts him in the top 50. He'll be happy with that.
It was awesome. Yeah, so the dust is bad. I mean, you don't want to dust the motor, which is becoming very common, especially on the adventure bikes. We are seeing a lot more adventure bikes getting dusted out because of the seals. They're putting aftermarket air intakes in, trying to open the bike up, but that's causing it to get dusted, and that's a bad day in anyone's field. But on the enduro bikes, I mean, previous years, absolutely, the top 20 may have a bit of issue with dust, but not as, say, 100, 200, 300, 400 back there, they have a real issue with dust. And you know, we always talk about trying to keep that bike longevity for the whole race. So the chucks trick is one that gets used quite a bit.
Yep, no, that's very, very interesting to hear, because I know a couple of different manufacturers do different things with their air filters, and there's a couple of brands out here in Australia that offer a dust-free solution and all this fun stuff. But yeah, no, it's interesting to actually hear, and I'm actually putting an extra layer on one as well. That is really, really interesting.
I said that's just so you don't have to pull it out, change it. You can literally just open the airbox when your bike's getting filled and pull it off. As you wouldn't use it if you're looking for horsepower and that initial kind of power on the bike. But if you don't want to pull the air filter out, put a new one in, it's just a very quick and easy way to do it. I mean, we don't want to get into the topic of how you oil an oil filter, because that is a kettle of fish I'm not brave enough to open. So we'll leave it there. But it is one of the tricks that a lot of riders use. Whereas, if you are one of those riders, and you have to be honest with yourself, if you are one of those riders that are going to be further down the pack, it probably would be an idea at the 2 fuel stops to do a complete filter change. Well, air filter anyway, because it just protects the bike, and you don't want to risk pulling that chucks off and you break the seal on the airbox and get that and suck that air in, because the previous years it's been so thick and dusty that some riders have stopped because they just can't see where they are. So you're not only able to breathe or see, but your bike is also breathing that in.
Exactly.
It is a very fine balance, but it's also one of those things that don't really gets looked over very well.
Oh, bump and bars. Very close to there on the start-finish line. You love to see it. The Kawasaki comes flying through.
That was it was a Suzuki and a Kawasaki, 2 great bikes you don't see many of, but they're both coming in.
No, you love to see that. So that was Max Cuthbertson and Dusty Clem on their Suzuki and Kawasaki respectively. as we continue to work through these Class 5 competitors. 5-4-3 making its way across the line. That's Jack Knight. 6 minutes 38. So yeah, getting to the pointy end of the 500 class now. Not too far away from our 400s. I know I've got a couple of mates sitting on the live stream that are waiting for that class to come out. It'll be great. As the 5-3-7 Oil Pitchford makes their way across the line. That's good for 24th on the Husky. Gotta be happy with that one, Will Oil Pitchford.
We're still looking top 20 too. We're getting 20, 24th. Ollie and Dusty both coming in just in the 20s. That's awesome to see.
No, yeah, and Dusty Clem really put a stonker on that Kawasaki. So, yep. We still have a couple more classes to go.
Absolutely. I mean, Kawasaki's have actually had a really big resurgence at the moment in the off-road scene. Empire Kawasaki down in Victoria run with on-point motor and suspension. They've really come out of nowhere and really put Kawasaki back on the enduro map. Not many people kind of gave them the time because you don't really see Kawasaki here in Australia. But if you actually go overseas, especially in America, Kawasaki have a massive following. Yep. And we've got amazing Australian riders riding Kawasaki's over there, like Strangy and all those kind of guys. Yep. So it's really cool to see Kawasaki here putting in a top effort as well, 20th, but also in the off-road scene they've really come a gutser and put everyone in their place, I think. You know, this year they've got some amazing riders like Rolston and Will, so for them to come back and show that Kawasaki's a brand to kind of watch.
Yeah.
I'm hoping then transfers over here to the desert, because if they're having great success in Enduro, you know they're going to come over here. And I think that's also how KTM really started in the desert. They were having great success in Enduro, especially in the European scene. And then they came to Australia, really grew in the Enduro scene over here, and then they came to the desert and just exploded. It could happen with so many other manufacturers. If we can, here in Australia, we don't have that pool of bike sales that the rest of the world has. Yep. So we always kind of get looked over. But if we can show that these manufacturers are very competitive over here and have a place, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. It's such an open field, and hopefully, these bike manufacturers really do try to start pushing for, another brand to get out here and dominate, you know. So, no, it would definitely be great. Out there on track at the moment is Jordan Glover-Smith, Matthew Secret, Tate Nettle, Brooklyn Bulmer, Lindsay Cock, Liam Dinage, Tyson Goodchild, John Folty, Jack Brown, Peter Ten Brink, and Nicholas Panagolis. They're all out here in Class 5 on their bikes respectively, holding down the bopper. Hayden Dybel and Richard McCann on their Honda and KTM coming out. So we have these great shots up on the big screen of these competitors making their way through. I'm just having a look at the different lines there.
Trying to find somewhere grippy, trying to find where they can put the power on. He's doing really well, but you can see it's still trying to step out on him, and he's controlling it really well for where it is. And as we keep saying, sometimes that high line isn't always the fastest, but he's going to go inside to outside, try and find some grip, get back onto the power and line up for the next corner, which if you've walked the Prologue track, you kind of know where that is. He's coming in now to the bit of the chicanes. We'll see how far he blows that corner, or he's able to pull it all the way in.
He's done very respectively there.
That's it, leg out, holding it out.
And like with these riding styles, the majority of these guys are standing up a majority of the way, or
That's a good question.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, no, it's
look. I think for the first maybe 50, 60 Ks, if they're good, they will.
Yeah.
Fatigue to sets in,
Yeah,
though, and we all like a
exactly.
little sit. We all have to put our hands up, and a bit of sit down time is good.
Yeah.
And even some of the pros like a quick 30-second sit down, because a lot of that force and a lot of the pain will actually start in your lower back.
Yeah, okay.
So sitting in that prone position, putting all that weight through your pegs, because that's where you're trying to get that rear down. Now the suspension systems we have nowadays, say like a track shock or something like along those lines, in the rear does help with that, because what it does is it primarily sticks the rear straight down. So even when the rear wheel will come up, the force of the rear will actually push it down. You want to also then use your feet to push that weight down and keep that rear wheel down. The longer that rear wheel is down on the floor, the more drive you've got. As soon as it steps up, you're losing drive. You'll then maybe get on the throttle, create some wheel spin, slow you down. What these guys are really trying to do is put that weight through their feet, and that different riding style also shows how these riders are putting that down. If we're leaning all the way back, you're not just using your legs, but you're also using that weight to compress the spring to put that power into the rear wheel. So standing up, ideally what it was. And you know, when I was younger, one of the guys I used to ride with, he would train us to ride without a seat.
Yeah, okay.
So we'd do single track training, and we'd have no seat to keep us standing. Yeah. I didn't like him.
Yeah.
I mean, Macca is an amazing guy, but I didn't like that training. But then you go talk to other guys, and you know, we talk about Ben Grabham.
Yep.
He has a brother, Brock Grabham, who is even more in the shadows, but an absolute maniac. Another one of the fastest guys that you just don't hear about. He sits. Everywhere he goes, he's a sit-down rider, but he does hard enduros, 4 days, everything, and he is still one of the fastest riders out there, but he's renowned for sitting down.
Yeah, no. Awesome. Like, yeah, just another good insight to see what these riders are actually thinking about, what they're going through, what's going through their heads, and as we continue to see these riders through. You've got Tyson Goodchild, who was out there, John Folke, Jack Brown, Peter de Brink, Nicholas Pogularis, Raymond McCann, Hayden Dybel, Liam Faulkner, and Nathan Scott. And I think that rounds out a majority of our Class 5s. Just wait to see the first of our next class to go, but I do believe we're in Class 4 now, which means up to 254 stroke.
The other thing with sitting down, and as a thing we can really talk about over the next couple of days, it's called fast eyes. I'm not too sure if many people have experienced it, but fast eyes is a thing you have to train yourself to be able to actually look at the track at the speed that you're going. What's happening is you have to remember the vibration that's coming through the bike, through your handlebars, through the pegs. Your eyes are pretty much just juddering. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been on one of those weird boards where you stand on it, it shakes or vibrating, and you know, I think they used to lose weight for people back in the day. But to keep your eyes focused is impossible. Like even when you go over a bump in a car, you lose focus. These guys and girls will learn a thing called fast eyes, where even when you're coming at top speed, your eyesight is so blurry, you can't see what's coming up. And even the pros will say it takes a couple of days after being off the bike to get those eyes back to the speed that you're going, and also to be able to keep straight. Your eyes have to be on a gimbal. It's all good to be able to hold the throttle wide open, but it's to be able to see where you're going and then be able to predict shadows, because shadows can hide massive holes, whoops, the start of a whoop. Square edges. And so fast eyes are a thing that riders have really started to develop. And once again, we talk about riding style, which is all about motorcycles, but it's also where your head is, how far ahead you're looking, how far your shoulders and your elbows are back to give you the best view. If you're looking too close to the wheel, and you're not going to have enough time to react to things. So once again, fast eyes, and we'll talk to some riders after, especially after today or tomorrow. You'll be able to really see what it's like.
No, it's going to be awesome. Jet Bryan, Lewis Moghanen, Daniel Briggs, and Jesse Hansen all out on track in the Class 4s. We're going to go down to Rihanna for a chat with some of our competitors.
And we're moving up to Class 4 now. So we've got the 254 strokes, and bike number 445, Benjamin, you look like you want to have a chat. Tell me a little bit about your story.
This is my first time doing Fink. My brother's done it twice, and I've come watched him, and I thought I wanted to give it a go. So, I just set the bike up, and we're here.
And how's your preparation in the lead up to this being?
We came from Gas, so we got over a bit. We came up about a week ago, or like a little bit before a week, and we've just been doing some pre-running back and forth, and that's about it.
You're about to go on, so good luck out there.
Thank you.
No worries. And I just want to chat to biker number 15, Lucas Eddy, 16-year-old. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So I am told you're the youngest here this weekend. I mean, what does that mean for you?
Oh, you know, it just means, well, we've got to focus on making it there and back because it's a big achievement to do it at my age. And, yeah, just having a red hot crack.
What convinced you to do Fink? Have you got friends and family who have done it before?
No, my dad just wanted to do it with me and it's a mad race, eh?
So has your dad raced before?
No, this is his first year as well. So.
Awesome. And whereabouts are you guys from?
We're from Victoria.
Okay.
Yeah.
And any pre-running, how's your preparation been?
Oh yeah, pre-running was good as we did about 100k a day. Okay. And yeah, we just worked on consistency because, you know, it's good to be consistent out here and just bike setup and suspension settings, and now we're ready to go.
I'm loving the Chicago Bulls style jersey you've got there. Just tell me quickly about your bike.
It's an RMZ 250, 2018. Yeah, stock suspension, mostly stock, just the classic desert add-ons, you know.
Yep. Here to have a good time. Enjoy. Good luck.
Thank you.
No worries at all. And over here we've got bike number 416. Tell me a little bit about your story.
Oh, this is my third Fink that I've done, so haven't had much luck really. Pre-running and blew the bike up, so this is a brand new bike from Jetcore. Done 2 hours on it, and hopefully it holds together. So yeah, other than that, it's been pretty good, pretty smooth run. So.
And I noticed you've got a nice little message on the bike here. Who's this from?
It's from my partner Sophie. Yeah, she's done pretty good. She's made sure I've been eating the right stuff, make sure I'm doing the right things, and yeah, hopefully we'll do well.
Well, we wish you all the best. Good luck in your Prologue.
No worries, thank you.
Bike number 414, you're looking suave, out there in the colourful get-up. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, first time doing Fink. Will Depler, 17 years old. Can't wait to just hold this pink bike flat out, went for a unique design for this gas, and just thought, you know, bring the colours for Fink, go pink for Fink.
I'm a pink gal and I'm loving the colours. Pink for Fink, that is an awesome, awesome saying. Now tell me, given it's your first time, what's your strategy?
Trying to just go for a clean prologue, even with the dust coming up and with how much more rougher it's going to get. But been up here pre-running and feeling good on the bike. So got to say thank you to Jonesy from TuneTech for helping us out during the week. And looking forward to it. Just going to try and do a clean run on the way up and a smooth run on the way back. So,
Sounds good to me. What convinced you to do Fink?
I've been watching a lot of boys from town, like Tweak Performance, Ryan Cousins from there. Watch him come up to Fink and pre-run and tell me all about it. And I've been watching like since Toby Price and all that. So this is a dream come true to finally race it. So yeah.
Go pink for Fink. Good luck.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
And over here, bike number 401, buddy. Just tell me your name and a little bit about yourself.
Blake from Sydney or Hawkesbury, and it's my first time at Fink.
What convinced you to do Fink?
I came up last year in Spectator and I was like, I just got to do this. This is gnarly, you know.
Just give me a bit of a rundown. What bike are you running here?
Just a Husky FE 250. Had the suspension done and a little bit of motor work, and yeah, that's about it.
Who are you here with this weekend? Have you got friends, family that are helping support you?
I got my mum and dad up here helping me, supporting me in that, and then I got some mates doing the fuel stops. So yeah, a bit of a crew together for this. It's a bit of planning and that. So.
Absolutely. And Prologue for the first time. And what's your strategy to get out there?
Put in a solid lap, but also a clean lap. You know, if you stuff this up, it kind of puts you behind the 8 ball for tomorrow. So yeah, just a clean lap also.
Keep it clean and good luck out there.
Thank you.
So cool to have so many first timers here at Fink. I mean, loving the bikes, loving some of the setups. You know, they've got the real, you know, soul of the earth type people. Then you've got the guys that are a little bit more out there and just really want to stand out here in Fink. Just loving it.
Very much once again, Rihanna. These insights that you're getting us are absolutely amazing. So for the people that are watching intensely at home, Daniel Briggs out there, Jesse Hansen out there, Austin Shaw out there, Adam Young out there, Jet Hansen out there, Bryce Sloan, Matthew Gray, Aaron Berthlot, Brendan Rose, Frank Wilson, Jesse Ryan, and Tyler Colwyn, a couple of Alice Young locals there. So had to get them out for all the parents and family members watching, either here at the venue or on the live stream. I know my mate in Queensland's watching for a couple of his mates. So I hope you're having a good time and enjoying the live stream. Make sure to let us know where you're watching from as well. Hit like, hit share, get us out there so this great event gets out to as many people as we can. Andy Brack and Benjamin Lachlan out there as well. as the 4.93 of Austin Shaw. The Alice local makes his way across the line. He was under the wing of a couple of those bigger boys. Let's see where that has put him.
22nd. It's been great to see these 250s come in. We had Louis Monaghan come in at 21 and then Austin come in at 22. That's great to see. You can't rule out these little bikes.
No, you can't.
Saying that, it is a shorter track and we don't know how they're going to go, but 450s, 250s, 350s, I mean, they all have such a great chance out here to win. It's just the guy behind the bars who's twisting the throttle, which will determine where they go. And if it doesn't blow up. So, and we were just saying before, Andy Brack, WA boys, come over with 627. Absolute legend of a rider, so it's cool to see him back over here.
Ruts on the start line really becoming an issue for some of those competitors. They're really getting thrown out where they don't really want to be.
Yeah, it takes them off their line. They're trying to hold it, and they're also trying to keep that front down. So there's a lot going on. You can really see them battling the bikes.
That was Arthur Radford and Sam Smith that went out there. So coming in towards us now will be Adam Young, and then Jet Hansen shouldn't be too far behind him. He's another local rider. There he is, the 492. He's on the YZ 250 this year, so he should be able to ride that thing solidly as he makes his way down through the next section. As the 494 makes its way through the chicane, or the non-existent chicane.
Yep, the straightaway now.
Yep.
The dusty straightaway. Once again, it's great to see so many bikes come through. Just in this 250 class, you've got Hondas, Gasses, Quackers, KTMs, Yamis, and Suzukis. It's a great way to see the bike kind of community still there and supporting so many different manufacturers. It's not just KTM out here or Husqvarna. There's so many, and I guess that's a great kind of fortune telling for the future to see exactly where we are going to go, and people still loving their brand of bike all the way through, because I think what happens when you talk to some people, they're either KTM all the way through or Yamaha all the way through. So it's great that these manufacturers are still bringing bikes out that can be raced everywhere.
Yeah, no, definitely, and it's so good to see as James Waldhutter and Lucas Eddy make their way out onto the track. Oh, the 414 had a moment there.
He was trying to go all over the shop.
That was Willie Depler and then Dylan Growley on the 404, the Honda. He's another young Alice local that I reckon will do pretty well this year. So hopefully he can get around this Prologue track in the best time possible. As next across the line is, I believe that was Aaron Berthlot. Yes, it was 616. Puts him in the top 120 so far. The 486 making its way to the line. That's Matthew Gray. 640 time there. Under that iconic Tatts Finke Desiree start-finish line. You love to see it. This bike is on song, making its way towards the line. Let's see what they do. It's the 470. As Brendan Rose does it in 557. So that's in the top 100 provisionally. No changes to your top 20 though since Jack Colbert jumped in there. So the 450 makes its way across the line. That's Jesse Ryan on his gas. 31st for him provisionally, so not bad at all. So majority of these competitors in Class 4, if they either crack the top 50 or top 100, I'd say they'd be pretty happy with their Prologue efforts.
Oh, look, even if they were to follow this through and go day 1, day 2, top 50, that's an amazing effort to get a 250 over there.
Yeah, definitely, and that was Frank Wilson, I believe, across the line on the 480, 6 minutes 41. And then Tyler Kuonen on his Kawasaki did it in a time of 5 minutes 52. So a lot of these competitors Yeah, tracking around the 5 minute, 6 minute mark here, which is still very respectable time out here on this Prologue track. I can tell you it'd probably take me 15 minutes to get around here on something. Just great to see the caliber of people out here.
I think it's also one of those things to see these riders come out and not blow up so soon. I mean, it seemed to be quite a good, consistent amount of riders come through and finish. It's, you know, sometimes they get a little excited and come out and maybe even whiskey throttle at the start. We haven't seen much of that.
No.
And if there has been, they've been able to catch it and keep going. Or there have been some stories of riders out the back sections that have gone and got the bit of the willies and kind of pulled themselves back because they know there's 3 days of racing. So it is great to see so far, touch wood, all the riders coming in.
Oh, the 445 apparently has had a bit of a spiel.
Oh, as we just said that.
Yeah, so yeah, it does look like he's got a little bit of dirt on him. So hopefully he can get that thing back to the start-finish line.
Oh, he's coming in hot. He's coming in very hot.
The 421. Who's this? Hanging off. It's Arthur Radford on his KTM.
He is not letting that thing breathe at all.
Yep, well, it's good enough for the top 40. Well, we're going to go back down to the start line for the Method Race Wheels Prologue with Keziah.
500s, 4-stroke. I've got Eli here. Eli, this is your first time doing Fink. You're just 17 years old. What made you come out here?
Oh, just always wanted to race Finke. Want to be like Toby Price. That's why I got the mullet.
Pity he's not in it this year, hey?
Bit sad, but yeah.
So how long have you been riding?
Since I was 2, started riding. Been riding a fair bit. Yeah.
And you said you've mostly ridden 250, so what made you choose the 500 for Fink?
Just a bit faster, a bit easier. Not using your arms as much, I guess.
Perfect. Well, enjoy it. Go have fun out there. Get a good time. How are we going here? Luke, is it? What are you, planning to do out here today?
Hopefully just complete it, do it safely and get ready for tomorrow.
And how important is today to sort of get in the motion and prepare for tomorrow?
Yeah, it's pretty important, so you just don't want to be fighting all that dust tomorrow, so try to get a good time in.
How many times have you done it?
It's been 7.
7?
Yeah.
And why do you keep coming back?
It's addictive.
What's the best thing about Fink?
Probably just all friendly competition and, yeah, just a week long with your mates.
Awesome. Well, go have fun out there with the guys. All right, here we go. Can't see a name here. What's your name?
Tom.
Tom. Well, Tom, is this your first time? Have you done this before?
Second.
And how'd you go last time?
41st last year.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Are you racing against yourself to beat that, or is it about just being out here with the mates?
A bit of both, really. Try and beat it, but also out here with the crew of the boys is good.
And talk us through your bike.
It's just a KTM 500 EXC. Nothing too special.
Quite powerful, though.
Yeah, they do a little bit, yeah.
I'll hopefully get you there and get you back again. Thank you so much for having a chat. Where should we go wandering here? How are we? We're brilliant. How are you?
I'll be better in a minute.
Once this is over?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
What's the preparation that's gone into this? Have you done a Fink before?
This is my 4th or 5th. Yeah.
And how do you prepare? How long ago did you start getting the bike ready and start the preparations?
Definitely start at the start of the year, and we've been here already pre-running for about a week, a month or 2 ago. So, yeah, a fair bit of effort and work goes into it.
And is it the same bike last year?
Yeah, everything's been rebuilt and redone and everything before the event. So, but yeah, we do what we can.
Perfect. Well, I can hear the bike starting to rev up. They're going to start getting going. We might just have one more. It's between 7 and this flashy pink bike here. I love this. This is an awesome look. Talk us through your bike.
Yeah, we're raising money for breast cancer. Me and 2 other boys. Lee's gone through a lot of work and hard work and raised a lot of money and just over 10 grand now. So big shout out to Lee and the family and all the help and the supporters and the sponsors. Absolutely incredible, and you definitely stand out there. Where can people go to sort of get behind you? Yeah, we've got a GoFundMe page, Leroy's Earthworks. It's all over there, and just click the link and $10, $20, whatever it is, goes a long way. Absolutely, and a great cause. Have you done Fink before? Nah, first time. The other boys have, but yeah, it's the first time for me.
All right, we'll go out there and enjoy it. I'm going to get told off for holding you up in a second. We'll be back very shortly. We've still got the rest of this category go, a few more bikes to come through. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much once again. Off the start line so far we're in Class 3 now, the 398 of Reece Cole. You've got Jacob Russell, Tallis Little, Walter Giddens, Doug Hayden. As my screens go black, I'll just get that back for you. Levi Van Pujas, Billy Johnson and Liam Jenkins on their Yamaha. So, yeah, getting into Class 3 now, and that is up to 250 two-stroke.
And we could hear the difference on these bikes taking off. The smaller capacity two-strokes really struggling to get up. Choosing that right gear to get off the line without it bogging down was definitely a trick. And if you haven't done it before, you could tell the bike's really trying to get that revs up to get it into the right kind of power band to get that bike up and going.
Yeah, no, definitely. As we look at the shots of the start line, look at those ruts.
It's soft, and we can see here in the whoops as well, in the back by the gate, by the fence, sorry, and they're starting to really form up. You can see all the lines, all the square areas just starting to come up in here. And I mean, this is just the Prologue whoops. We're not even in the big whoops out the back yet.
Yeah, the 398 making its way through. That's Reece Cole.
That underclass gear that he's wearing looks absolutely phenomenal.
Oh,
that underclass stuff from, I think it's local guys out here as well, underclass. They make some sweet gear.
It's awesome, and like you look at the holographic stickers on that bike as well.
Yep.
Extremely good-looking bike, and the way that's turned out. I believe Rival Income were the ones who started off with that holographic stuff, which is really, really cool to see. I may be wrong there, but yeah, it's just awesome to see bikes being so well presented. And as we spoke to the breast cancer awareness guys as well, that the pinks on those bikes are absolutely amazing. And you saw them riding out earlier in the week, Jeremy. Said they were pretty quick. So
yeah, we had the privilege of watching them ride a couple of sections as I was poking along, and I tell you what, that team, go watch them because they are absolute screaming demons. They do it for a great cause, and it's really cool to see. They've made some great footage as well with Jaden from once again Jay Edits who's out here. But that breast cancer team, holy moly, they know how to ride. And watching them in some sections, it is interesting that we always think you got to ride a corner a certain way. Well, these boys came out and blew my mind and were jumping the corner from rut to rut. So it can be done. Definitely not at my level, but it can be done.
So Reece Cole just came across the line, 5 minutes 25, puts him in the top 40 provisionally. He'll be happy with that as the first of our two class start getting out there, and in that class that is 451cc and above 4-stroke. So that will be interesting to see who will come through there and whether we have any changes to our top 20. As that was Campbell Hall and Eli Engelbrecht on their 500 KTMs. It's a lovely noise comes across the line of Jacob Russell on his 250. Does in 6:33, not bad at all. As the 364 makes its way, that's Tallis Little, otherwise they're 250. Just lifting that front wheel through the chicane section there. And not too bad at all. A little bit of a swim through the finish line.
I tell you what, these guys also have been waiting a long time to get out there to this Prologue. I think the first ones went off about 1 o'clock. I think Walshy left about 1. You know, it's been a long day for them sitting around, and it's hard not to get too excited and use all that adrenaline that you had from the Riders Brief and getting G'd up to now sitting out the back just waiting and waiting and waiting. Because I mean, for some of them, that could have been 4 hours of waiting.
Yeah, no, exactly.
That's a long day for anyone to be sitting around. I mean, they've probably been here since I think it's 10:30 the sign on as well for these riders. So it's a long day for them to be sitting. Luckily, the weather's beautiful. It's not too hot and not too cold, so they get to sit in the sun and enjoy beautiful Alice and watch all the other riders come around the track. But, you know, if you're lining up now, that's been a long day for you to get here.
Oh, yeah. Yep, definitely has. And I believe, once they get off and are done and dusted for the day, they'll definitely be looking for a cold beverage, and they will hit the reset button and go back for tomorrow as we watch some awesome bar banging.
All the way to the corner too.
Yeah.
That was great. They were really, and then it was kind of who was going to back off first before getting to that first corner. Neither one did, but it was great to see that. And that's what we'll probably see a lot of tomorrow as well.
Yes, yeah, no, definitely. Looking forward to our starts tomorrow. It's always very exciting with the bike category. We love to watch it. Yep.
Yeah, all the loop outs, all the real close, because once those ruts start forming from the front rows, it comes back, the back of the pack start taking off. They get caught up in it. Before you know it, you're kind of locking foot pegs with the rider next to you, and you're really trying to share your hydration pack water as well, because that's how close you get sometimes.
Yeah, no, I remember stories of, you know, air filter socks back in the day being sucked up by other bikes because they were barring, you know, that close. So,
mate, there's been some great crashes on start lines like this where they get their handlebars intertwined. Some guys get their levers caught around like a brake line or something like that, or even your throttle cable, and they come off. So it does happen, and it's always a scary thing when you're lining up next to someone else, and you're really hoping that the position that you've been put in from Prologue has put you with a rider that's the same level and capacity of you, and so that's why you can kind of take off. It doesn't always happen with Prologues, and that's always the hard thing for racers, because I mean, you can always be a great, as we said before, great sprinter in the Prologues, but when you come to the actual race, it's
the 3-2-2 that's Liam Jenkins. I don't know whether the bike's just no longer playing the game, or
he wants to really do it. He's doing another sighting lap.
Yeah,
he's really trying to discover the track. He's definitely putting in the hard yards. He wants to make sure this lap counts, and so I do respect him so much more for pushing it around the entire track. So
good on him.
He's
he
got
wants
a long
to
way
get
to
the
go.
finish. Oh, God.
He's not going to worry about grip on this track at the moment. He's got all the grip in the world.
Yep, the Foot Falcons are out.
Once again, we're seeing the top speed of a Yamaha being reached, so well done, sir.
Oh, the shade has been thrown out here in the commentary box.
I would assume that he could probably straight line it.
Yeah,
I think
if he
could hear us, he could probably just cut across the track because he's on the track, but at the same time, who are we to stop a man who's got a desire to walk the track?
He is determined to get all the way around.
I'd give him more credit if he tries to walk the bike around the berm. Like, I want to see him push him through every bump.
Oh, Campbell Hall, though, he's on the pedal hard. Sorry, the throttle hard. I apologise. The 298. What has he done there? Wow, ladies and gentlemen, Campbell Hall puts himself into 11th position with a 455. Told you not to sleep on these guys.
No.
They're still out there.
And you have to also remember the track is now the roughest it's been from when the first bike went out. Now, not taking that away from Walshy and all that, because the track was rough from all the cars and bikes, but it has absolutely been destroyed. And old mate here walking the track has definitely put a few more footsteps in it, which has slowed a lot of the bikes down. But for him to set a time like that now, this late in the day, absolutely spectacular. He will be one to watch tomorrow when the track does get rough and he kind of might come into his element.
Yeah, no, these Class 2 riders really look like they're taking the speedway approach to things.
These are the 500s, so they're the guys that have stepped up onto the big bikes. They've got that power. You know, the smaller bikes have been up and had their run, but now we're back onto the big boy bikes, the real big king of desert style bikes. So it's great to see the skill level that have stepped up onto these bikes and to still come out for an 11th. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. So out there on track, Luke Thompson, Rise Brown, Thomas Livesey, Tyler Radford, Declan Gibbons, Ben Stevens, Bailey Wallace, Matthew Anderson, Thomas Kruger, Billy Walsh, Brock Ritchie, Nicholas Thorley. The majority of them all on KTM 500s, literally everyone but Matthew Anderson on the FE 501 on the Husky. So definitely still some big caliper bikes out ready to play this afternoon. And then we've still got Class 1 to go, which is our 251cc and above two-strokes. So you hear the revs building on the line. 295 making their way. That's Tyler Radford. Oh, no, sorry. Rise Brown there. 5.55, not bad at all from him. As the 291 makes their way in. That's Declan Gibbons on his 500. So the 322 is still walking their bike. That is Liam Jenkins.
Oh, YZ250X. What an absolute legend. Really putting in the effort.
Once he gets closer to the start-finish line, ladies and gents, you really, really have to give him a massive round of applause. You'll probably see him now. Anyone still in the chicane club that is enjoying that, come on, give him a round of applause, guys. Give him some support. He's almost home, almost home.
Tell you what, he'll be looking at the lounge going, I want to be there.
Yeah, yep.
I want to be hanging out there.
Yep. He may need a couple of sugarcane champagnes a little bit later on, I think.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't ditched the bike and started walking over. But I tell you what, he's taking the inside line too. So
no ghosties either.
No, he's taking the inside line. He wants every bit of that track.
Oh, yep, they're giving him a round of applause.
That's it.
You say something, they will do. Thank you very much, Fink. You guys are absolute legends. Give him a big round of applause. That's Liam Jenkins. It's a good effort. He's walked the bike. He's got a lovely mullet hanging off the back of his head.
That is that's a Fink spirit. If you want to see a Fink spirit, walking your bike through the most public part of the track, that's the way to do it.
And he has crossed the control line, yep.
Blistering time.
Yes, unfortunately for him, it's one of the slower ones today. But by foot standards, very quick.
Very good. Big round of applause.
Yeah.
Though. He's absolutely killed it all the way here.
Great work. His friends aren't going to let him live down that one, I can tell you that. All the people watching on the live stream at home. As we continue to look at the start line, the 251 getting ready to go. So since we last spoke, who is out on track? We've got Cullen Whitelaw, Gary Crow, Nicholas Boyd, Colby Hurft, Samuel Lachlan and Stanley Crow all out for class number 2. As these competitors really pushing the capabilities of the bike and track at this point in time.
And it's such a big class. It's class 2 as well, because there are a lot of 500s out here. We even just see some of them come in before Ben Stevens on the 290 machine, came in 91. Oh, that was a big takeoff, trying to fish tap him in. As I was saying, Ben Stevens come in at 91. Ben Stevens is a big fella for the Kalgoorlie Desert Race, so it's really cool to see him come over here and race so many different disciplines, but then be able to go back and implement that at the Kalgoorlie Desert Race, which, if you haven't heard, is one of the best races out there outside the Fink.
Yep.
It brings together both the cars and the bikes at another great event, same as Gas Dash and Don River, that's right, yeah. So Ben Stevens is one to watch, because not only does he race, but he also then creates an amazing event. So he's definitely one that I take a lot of time for.
Yeah, no, awesome to hear. So next off the line, we had Daniel Crombie and Hayden Lillis-Jones on the 248. So we continue to have these competitors storm through to the start-finish line here, the very iconic Tatts Finke Desert Race. We're here for the 48th running of this great event, and we're proudly brought to you by Method Race Wheels today for Prologue. Massive shout out to Method once again for sponsoring this part of the event and putting up prize money for not only Prologue but the winners of the event as well in classes. So no, it is absolutely great to have Method on board once again. As we had Christopher Morgan and Darcy Stevens off the line. Still a fair few of our class 2s to go, and then we go into class 1. As we see the next of our riders over, that's the 289 of Matthew Anderson on his bike, I do believe. Yep, 7 minutes 37.
was getting skaty on that start line.
Yeah.
We're watching them zip, zap both side way, trying to keep that grip, trying to find that grip too.
Yeah, Jacob Sortel and Michael McAllister off that grid. So the 2.44 and the 2.38. And they get out and attack the Prologue track. Great shots once again. We really do thank our production team for bringing us these awesome.
Oh, that was a big head shake coming across the line. That was a big moment.
Wow. Ooh. I really do think that that speedway line, as we're calling it, is getting a bit dangerous out there.
He came in really hot.
Wow.
That front tyre was just a bit too low in the dirt and he couldn't get it up in time, so he was getting head shaken.
We've got another one going for a real excursion out there, almost taking out the tyres.
Dora the Explorer's heading on an adventure. Swipey don't swipe there, mate. And but as I said before, that was a good way to see as he came around that corner. His front tyre was just a bit too low. It started getting that mad shake. He did the right thing. He kept on that throttle, kept that front up. But oh, mate, he was having a moment for sure.
Is it when in doubt, power out?
Yeah, when in doubt, keep it flat out. That's the 100%. That's the only way to do it sometimes. And you hear it, especially when Dukes talk about the hitting whoops. You know, sometimes you can get a little bit off camber or even just a little bit squirrely. You try and keep that bike nice and throttle as much as you can. Keep that inertia in the rear wheel and it will spin it up. As soon as you take it and stop it, that will really stop the bike and flip you out. So, he did perfect. He didn't slow down. He just thought, well, guess what? I'm in front of a crowd. They're either going to get a great footage of me crashing or great footage of me pulling through. So he did well.
Zach Meyer, Bailey Clare with the last off the line and right off in to the afternoon as the next group of bikes make their way off. That's Blair Outram and Brock Parker. Still bikes coming through as our next competitor makes their way.
So Blair Outram has a brother, Mitch, that we were just talking about before, coming out of nowhere. Blair's another great rider out of WA, comes through the 627 crew, an absolutely outstanding rider. So for him to be stepping up this year and pushing it, hopefully we can see him do the same with his brother, because once again, the whole crew from WA who do come over, they are a bunch of talented riders.
Yeah, Nicholas Boyd across the line now, does it in 6 minutes 25. Not bad at all, as the next of our competitors points out one of their followers in the crowd, Colby Herft, on his 500 factory. Sherko was the next couple get off the line. Just pushing them through quick and fast. Kai Conaway and Timothy Alcock out there now, as the 255 makes his way across the line. That's Samuel Lachlan on his KTM. Not a bad time at all, 6:13.
It's great to see these times so low. You know, even with the track deteriorating, these bikes are still pushing those envelopes to keep it well within a 10-minute point, which is exciting. Hopefully that means the caliber of riding this year going down the track is going to be incredibly high. Yeah,
no, definitely. It's all to play for tomorrow. It's going to be very, very interesting once we get down there, as we have a look down at some of the riders. Chucks the goggles on, gets in the mode to go. A lot of these guys running that outside line coming in there. And cutting in, we got the 222 and the 223. That's Matthew Lowell and Christopher Jones out there. And they're on their Class 2 bikes. I do apologise. So great to see the 251 across the line there. Great to hear from a couple of mates watching around the country. Got some in Adelaide, some in Queensland, some in New South Wales, some over in the States. I know this morning we had a couple of Mexicans in our YouTube stream, so I hope you're all enjoying it from wherever you're watching around the world, or if you're here at the track, you're enjoying it, having a great time. As that one comes real close the 247 of Darcy Stevens, I do believe, Sam Palmer and Benjamin Debono out on track, and Darcy Stevens, that was the one who got real close to the fence here. So the next of our competitors makes their way towards us, the 248. That's Hayden Lewis-Jones on his FE 501. Not bad at all. And then the 238. That is Michael McAllister. And is KDM making their way through. The start line as we look again, green light, and we are racing.
The bikes are definitely getting further apart at
Yes,
the start line.
yeah,
They're
they
not trying to be as
definitely are.
close. We had a moment before where the bikes are pretty close together, and I think I missed it, but I've been told that they almost touched. So they are getting further apart at the start. I'm just trying to find a nice clean line to get out. This late in the day, you can see that dirt has just been chewed up.
Yeah, no, it definitely has been, and for these last couple of competitors, I think they'll want to get it over and done with, and yeah, get a cold one into their systems. The 230 making their way towards us. Last across the line was Michael McAllister. Jacob Sortel as well. He did a pretty good time there on the 244. He's made it in the top 100 so far. The 234 makes their way across the line. That's Zach Meyer on his 501. His Husky. And then we continue to look out at I believe we've got a couple more riders in Class 2, and then we have Class 1. And I believe we've got Rihanna down on the start line with a couple of them to have a chat.
And we're coming up to our last class of the day, the 250 and above 2 strokes. It's been an awesome day so far for Prologue. Class 1. You boys have had to wait around all day, but you're finally getting your time to shine. Kyle, tell me a little bit about yourself and what you got here to think.
It was actually a mate last year who said it was ran at the motocross track. He's like, do you want to come do Fink? About 3 hours later, bought a bike and we're here last year. So unfortunately, he's not here this year. He's injured. Yeah. So
You were telling me last year you had a bit of a bingle, so just looking forward to a nice clean one.
Yeah, I crashed at about the 120 off a drop-off, hurt the shoulder and whatnot. Finished, but hopefully can have a clean run there and back this year. So
wishing you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
No worries. And bike number 197. Tell me a little bit about yourself, buddy. How'd you get here?
Just up from Adelaide, second time having a crack, and yeah, just looking to get there and get back. Really, better me time from last year, and yeah, stay upright.
How was last year for you?
I got there and got back. It was a bit rough now that I know how to set a bike up, or someone helped me, but yeah, going good.
Go and enjoy the Prologue.
Cheers, thank you.
No worries. I'll let these guys get up to a little bit closer to the start line, and we'll have a bit of a chat with bike number 163. You got Benny there on the front plate. How's it been for you so far?
Yeah, no, it's been real good. Bit of a holiday and get to have fun while you do it, riding and that. No.
Nice, relaxing holiday at Fink. Tell me, have you done this before, or is it your first time?
Yeah, I did it last year, and this will be the second run.
Always on the 250 bike?
Nah, this is a 300.
Always on the 2-stroke?
Yeah, for sure.
And the mindset heading into this one?
Oh, just keeping it casual, I guess. See how we go.
No worries. Enjoy it out there. Who have we got here? Bike number 157. Tell me a little bit about yourself and what got you here to Fink.
Just a 23-year-old from Melbourne, Victoria, out here second time round, just to get there and back under my belt.
Was first time last year, or was it?
It was 2021.
And how'd you go then?
Yeah, I did all right. I'm pretty happy with where I was last time, so I just want to stick to that and get there and back and enjoy it.
And the plan for Prologue this afternoon?
I reckon just take it easy and just see what the track's like. It's probably changed since lunchtime, so yeah, we'll just stay on 2 wheels and keep it upright.
Sounds like a plan to me. Good luck. Enjoy it out there. Bike 122. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Reece Parlavite from Murchison, Victoria. Riding a 300 YZ.
First time here, have you been here before?
I was here in 2019 on a 252 stroke, so going up a class this time and see how we go.
And how was it for you the first time round?
Yeah, good. I didn't have much experience. I think I pre-ran about 60 Ks and that was it. And I think I got about 8th in class and 100th outright or so. So see if we can push a bit further up this time around.
That's a pretty impressive result for you. Well, how's the preparation been this time around?
Yeah, a lot better. Feeling a lot more comfortable. Got a few more things set up a bit better. And yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Enjoy it out there. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Bike number 111, 111. Tell me about yourself.
I'm Adam from Melbourne, Victoria. First Fink, so see how we go.
What was behind the decision to do Fink?
I bought this bike about 18 months ago, trying to get back into trail riding. One thing led to another, and now we're here.
Tell me about your bike.
This is a Husky TX 300, 23 model. That's about it.
And who have you got supporting you and crewing you this weekend?
I'm my own major sponsor, but my recently new wife Ellie's my #1 fan over there somewhere. So we're on our honeymoon.
Beautiful, incredibly romantic of you. Good luck out there.
Thanks for that. Cheers.
Who we got? 582. Couple of lucky last legends out the back here. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, not the best. Didn't have a very good day. Blew up a bike before I even got to the start line.
Okay. So, are we good to go for Prologue?
Yeah, went back to the caravan park, got me on the bike, so I should be all right to go now.
Okay, tell me a little bit about yourself and what got you here to Fink.
Raced last year and just want to do it again. I love it. Love going fast.
And where have you come from?
Newcastle.
What's the plan for the Prologue?
I don't care now. Just don't blow up another bike.
Mate, go after it. Good luck and enjoy it.
Thank you.
And that's it. Our lucky last in the Class 1. What a massive day of Prologue down here at the start-finish line, boys. Looking forward to getting these last few runs getting on.
Thank you very much, Rihanna, once again. Very interesting to find out that that poor young fella blew up his bike before he even got to the start line.
It happens.
Yeah, it does.
It's been a week. It's been the last 2 weeks of blowing bikes up. I can definitely put my 2 cents in that the last 2 weeks I have not seen more bikes blow up, whether it be because of the dirt or whether it be because the bikes are just getting faster and faster and they're trying to push as much as they can. It does happen. So yeah, I feel for that little fella. He definitely would. It would have been a very stressful time to get his bike back onto the line.
Yeah, no, definitely would have been. So the last of our Class 2s out on track now. Jack Cook, Ethan Cluis, Jaden Watkins, Zeke Norford and Ashley Stokes.
Ooh, you can see that was a great little image coming in on that start, well, the finish line, what it is. Those ruts are starting to form. Even just coming out of that corner, you get braking bumps and accelerating bumps, and you can really see those accelerating bumps really playing a part. That front wheel is dancing all over the place, so it will be interesting how those lines form up tomorrow as well.
Yeah, got to be very, very careful. Class 1, though, action now. Cal Johnson, Damien Jones and Elliot Webb, the first 3 bikes off the line. And just off was Judda Burney and Luke Nixon on their 300, so they're off now.
2 strokes just absolutely smoking out, mixing gas and hauling ass. It's just actually cool to see them do that and pull it all the way through. It's going to be a long day for them on the bike. 2 strokes, especially a little 2-stroke, isn't the most fun to hold on to for that long a time, but it's dedication, and you must really love running Fink to want to do it on a little mosquito.
Yeah, no, definitely. And some people really hate the sound of those bikes. I personally love it.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's a love-hate thing.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
It's you either love it or hate it, and the groups between 2 strokes and 4 strokes are definitely there. There's a lot of rivalry.
So the 201 crossing the line, that there was Ashley Stokes on the Husqvarna. Good to see the Huskies getting out. Haven't seen too many of them today, but they are out there, I will tell you that. So Nicholas Cookie and Jason Bridges off the line. Then probably halfway through this group of Bike 1, Class 1 bikes. Jack Cook through and Zeke Norford through as well.
look at that start line. That's a great, they're great images of the start line and what these riders are having to go through, why they're so wide on the track. You can really see that sand. It's starting, as I was trying to explain before, you can get the sand to go quite fluffy. That is what it is. It's just a very fine talcum powder on top, very soft, and underneath all that, another beautiful shot. You can really see those ruts forming, and those rear tyres trying to find some traction, sitting in the rut, pulling out of the rut. It's that's pretty much what Finke is.
Nice and close into that first corner, but someone does decide to let the other go. That was Rise Pavlit and James Nichols. The 214 having a chat with family and friends. As the 111 is on the line and raring to go. Right behind the 111 is our comm box. So if you're wondering where we are, where our advantage is, that's where we are. You can't see us not too clearly, but yeah, that's where we are for the weekend. Bring all this awesome action to you. And a massive shout out once again goes to all our camera crew and all our production people for bringing us these awesome, awesome shots. Without them, we wouldn't be able to bring this awesome live stream out to you all.
Absolutely, one of the cameras right in front of us is up the top of a scissor lift. So big props to that one. Out in the weather all day, just sitting there swinging in the breeze.
Yeah, no, they definitely they do the hard yards so they can provide an awesome, awesome package for you guys at home who unfortunately can't make it out to the event, or even the people that are out at the event, you get to watch it on the awesome big screens that are around the traps and the venue. Off the line then was Josh Harris and Adam Corey. As I believe this one might be our last grid of bike competitors for the day.
You know what, they have an empty stadium. There's no one around, so if you make a mistake when you come back in, no one's going to see you. So it's all up for tomorrow, though. If you get a good time now, you're going to be right in the eye tomorrow. So
192 making their way. That's a really good shot of seeing how hard it is to get out of that start-finish line section there. And these two are going at it.
He had to cross over to try and get that inside line. So he made the move. It did buck him a little bit, but he was able to keep the power out to keep that bike straight and get straight back on it, pull him through the dirt and keep that bike straight.
Kevin Johnson and Reece James on those bikes.
That start line looks absolutely ruined, especially from now, from this morning. They did put a grader on it after the cars went, but looking down and looking at everyone try and walk across it, that start line is absolutely torn. Which is a great. There we go. That's perfect footage. That is exactly what you want to see. So many lines. That's why you see those bikes really skipping and dancing all the way across when they take off. It was getting wider. Some of those ruts look super deep too. So you have to imagine that's a motocross style rut as well. You can get them in any kind of AMA kind of supercross. That's what you're looking at. So for them to start off like that, something real sketchy, but it makes it even more special. When those bikes come together, that's the reason why.
Yeah, massive shout out to our production crew. We asked
good work,
they
cameraman.
deliver. Yeah, got it. Yeah, he'll be very, very happy. I have to buy him a sugarcane champagne at presentation night, I can tell you that.
He may have also been listening to what we're saying, so it's even better.
So yeah, I believe that is where we're into our last pairing out on track at the moment. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So around about 10 or 12 bikes still out on track at the moment, not too far away from finishing up proceedings here. A massive shout out to Method Race Wheels once again for coming on board with Prologue today. We really do appreciate it. Massive shout out to Jeremy as well for coming up in the box and having a chat with us during the bike section of things today. We really do appreciate it. It's been awesome to have him up here, and he'll continue to join us in the bike section throughout the weekend whenever he can pop in. So, no, it's been awesome to get that little bit of an insight on the bike things as well, Jeremy.
Absolutely, it's going to be exciting tonight. We'll try and be running around to the teams, trying to get some info, some of the secrets. Not too many that we can spill, but at least a bit of knowledge of what's going to happen. I think the bikes are definitely going to change from tonight
Yes,
to tomorrow.
yes, definitely.
And then obviously it'll be more exciting tomorrow in the morning when you guys are focused on the car. It's the paddock out there where everyone's sitting around starting to get ready, starting to get warm, and that's when all the real information and the insight will start to spill out. So no, it's been awesome to be here. Thank you so much for the time. I think it's cool that we can share what we know about the sport that we love and everyone else seems to love, and to be able to bring it as like you guys are able to bring the car knowledge and share it with the people who are just enjoying Fink. I'm happy to be able to bring whatever knowledge I've heard through the grapevine to this great race.
Oh, the 163. Something's happened with his wheel there. The 122 making his pass.
That may be broken spokes by the look of the wheel. It happened last year. A couple of bikes end up smashing spokes, which is a big issue. You may not think about it, but I think, yeah, that looks like. I think that's broken spokes.
Oh, yeah. We're trying to work it out here. It's definitely got a massive wobble, does the 163.
It doesn't look like a buckled rim from the side.
Yeah,
it could be some smashed spokes, but...
That's due to Benny on his 300 SX for anyone watching at home. Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
No, he's got to baby that thing home to make sure that...
he may have had an off because that front fork guard is a little loose, but it doesn't seem that the pipe and the radiator guard and shroud look together. So he may just be having a bad day and broken a couple of spokes, which is okay. It's fixable. I mean, a lot of the top guys go and run aftermarket spokes and rims and wheel hubs. So, and that's because they do flatten out. They get buckled. Rims get buckled so easily out here, especially when we start talking on the track after the 80 or the first fuel stop where the track crosses over. We're talking rocks and bundies, anywhere from a golf ball to a watermelon that we'll hit. We were just laughing about it before off camera because it is an absolute gnarly part of the track, and if you hit one of them white rocks, it is a game over for your rim. So he's coming in now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're just broken spokes. It doesn't. The wheel looks pretty round. Yeah, broken spokes. Unfortunate. Oh, that's a long ride with.
Yeah. No.
And we're lucky he didn't collapse on him because that would have been even worse.
Yeah, definitely. Don't want that front wheel coming out from under you. But as we wrap up, we look to wrap up today, I'll just give you a call out on our top 10 so far. Liam Walsh in first, Callum Norton in second, David Walsh, reigning King of the Desert, in third. In fourth, Ben Grabham. In fifth, Corey McMahon. Sixth, Luke Hayes. Seventh, Jack Mantha. Eighth, Corey Hammond. Ninth, Ray Cole. And 10th, Brodie Waters. That's your top 10. And then even just our top 20 is still stacked. You've got Campbell Hall there, Declan Gibbons, Jack Colbert, Mitchell Outram, Kent Collins, Bradley Greenfield, Jay Simster, Tyler Radford, Ryan Cousins, and James Heaton rounds out your top 20. So
and looking at the
plenty
times,
of names.
Yeah, plenty of names, good names too. And as we said before, even the times we're looking at 4:36 from Liam Walsh to the 10th place Brodie Waters 4:52. That's close.
Yeah.
The top speed, or the average speed, though, is 104 for Liam Walsh to a 96 from Brodie. So that in itself indicates where even just a couple of kilometres an hour over the average can really put you back. And I know, talking to Brodie, he wasn't happy. He left a little bit out there, as all riders do. But for Liam to come through and absolutely smoke it is something really cool and something special for him, because he's had such a great year. And I can see him standing over by the podium now, getting ready to take it out. So massive congratulations to Liam, mate. You've absolutely killed it. Well done.
Yeah, no, he's definitely done a great job there. He's going to be very happy about that. And it sets up the grid tomorrow perfectly. There's going to be so many different talking points. And yeah, that first 100 Ks is going to be so exciting.
Oh mate, I'm excited to see the first 40 Ks. I think if you guys want to see a battle out there, and if you are able to get to the side of the track, 40, 60, 80, go check that out, because it is going to be intense.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. David and Callum may get the jump on Liam if he doesn't hold him off, and then that battle all the way through will be intense. I'm really hoping that Liam can battle them off and hold them both out, because Liam does know the track almost as much as Callum and David. But even after that, you've got Grabber, you've got Corey, you've got Hazy, Jack Menther as well is another guy that I would put money on. He's going to be hungry as anything to come in. So not only are we got Liam absolutely smoking it there, now he has a very hungry pack behind him.
Yep, no, definitely. It's going to be very, very interesting as we have a look at some of the lovely shots that we're getting from checkpoints. Rodinga. We've got a camera set up there, and it looks lovely out that way. And we had one at Finke before, so no, yeah, absolutely amazing. Great to be able to bring you these images from out at the start-finish line. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much for joining us today. We really do appreciate all your time and staying with us and watching the Method Race Wheels Prologue. Absolutely great to be back here. And yeah, we have the presentation coming up very, very shortly for our Prologue for the bikes. And then tomorrow morning we get underway. Looks like the first car departs around about 7:30 a.m. And then, as usual, the bikes will depart around about lunchtime as well. So a massive, massive day full of stories, both in the car categories, both in the bike categories. So it's going to be an action-packed day, I can tell you that. And I believe the winner of Prologue for the bikes gets a handy check of $1,000 and a pretty cool trophy from the guys at Method.
Absolutely. I think it's great that Method Wheels have come along and given so much money for Prologue winner. It really does show that, you know, Method Wheels get behind all the motorsports here, I think, not just the cars. And that's also a big win for Liam to be able to walk away with that. And Jacob Smith has taken it for the last few years. So for them to give it away so much money, but then for Liam to come and take it, it's great for him, but also great for the sport. Yeah, no, definitely. And I know he said he came out here to try and one up his cousin, and he's taken that first step this weekend. So it's going to be, yeah, I cannot wait to see this Welsh battle out on track A. Look, Liam and David spent a lot of time on the track together, I know that, and they also developed the bike a lot together, so they kind of know each other's strengths and weakness. I know Liam will have that kind of, that intensity to get behind him and really want to push it, but David's just got that knowledge, he's got that old dog bite and fight. So him, Callum, Liam, that's a great battle to have. But then to have, as I said, Grabo, Corey, Lukey, Jack, it's just such a condensed group and not what I was expecting for the top 20. And if Brody can get up and get into it, he'll be another one that'll be right on their feet. He's got a lot of ground to make up, but I have that faith that man can pull it through. Yeah, and well, like you look at that second grid, David Welsh, Ben Grabham, that's like close to 8 or 9 Finke King of the Desert crowns between the two of them, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm not going to do a disservice. There would be a lot, and for them to be able to pull that together, as I said, Ben Grabham, I had a little speak to the man who's very closed off. You know, he was excited for a new track, and he wanted just to see what the track was going to show and be up for. So he really hung it out there. And Corey was another one that really pushed everything out of that poor bike as he could. And you know, these are the gases. You know, gas come out swinging. First year out here on the track, so I think that's what Grabham and Corey really wanted to show, that these gases are competitive. They are great bikes to be up there, and they can potentially be up on the podium. Yeah, no, definitely. And like you look at 6th place there, Luke Hayes behind those two gases, the next grid. Primarily a slow starter in the prologue phase of things, and can get up and ride that bike. So yeah, whether Lukey gets out there and really pushes from the start tomorrow, it's going to be interesting, because you know he's got that track knowledge, but that's the thing as well. So does Ben, so does Corey. It's going to be very, very interesting. But then we say that Ray Cole, Class 5. I mean, that was out of nowhere. No one expected, nobody expected that one to come through. And, you know, he's a name that maybe we haven't heard about very much in the Finke scene. But for him to come through on a smaller bike too, that's absolutely awesome. And I think for him, that will be a big confidence booster going into tomorrow's race. Yeah, no, definitely will be. And I think that's also the great thing about this year with missing a couple of those names, that it does give these competitors that don't have that big social media following, or don't have the
team help or the factory help, they can get out here and you know, push it into the top 10, top 20. And like Ray, that is an absolutely stonking effort for a Class 5 rider.
Absolutely. You know, these 450s, as we said before, they're not bikes that you mess around with. No. You know, the 500s, yes, they're up there, but these 450s, they'll come out of nowhere and absolutely snake you. So Ray Cole, Brodie Waters, both on those 450s. It's going to be a close race for both of them, but then also the rest of the pack better watch out because they know they're coming.
Oh, yeah, yep. It's, wow. It's going to be very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait. Make sure not to go anywhere. Yeah, if you're out here, out the track, just a reminder, if you're heading out camping along the track, just a reminder, ladies and gents, 30 metres at all times when vehicles are out on track. All your shade structures, all your vehicles, all everything. Please, please, please make sure that you are 30 metres behind the track. Otherwise, we will stop the race, and you could be the reason we end this great, great race. So please, ladies and gentlemen, think about it. Do all the right things this weekend, and let's keep this great, great event going. It's a great event, and we don't want to lose it. So,
you keep saying it, don't be the reason.
Yeah, don't be the reason. That's all we're going to say. Listen to our safety marshals, listen to our officials, and yeah, we'll be all good to go for the rest of the weekend.
You'll have some very angry riders and racers come to your house, I think, if you're the reason the race gets cancelled.
Yes,
I tell you what.
Mate, I would say half of Alice Springs, or a majority of Alice Springs, would show up to your house, and I don't think that would be very, very nice.
And you wouldn't want to be the one that cancels the 50th either, because then you're going to have 50 years of Fink people coming to you and finding where you are.
Yeah, no, definitely. We're not too far away from our presentation of the Prologue winner. But yeah, just getting those things sorted out. But yeah, the first car, well, the cars get underway from 7:30 tomorrow. So I'd say we'd be live from around about 7 o'clock is normally the way it runs here. And yeah, make sure to hit like, hit subscribe on the live stream if you're still watching, so you don't miss any of the action tomorrow or Monday, and as well as presentations on Monday as well. That is live streamed out there to all these great people. So not too much longer until we go down to presentations. But yeah, just looking at these outright positions, it is really, really going to be
all the way through. As we keep saying, the top 50 is always going to be stacked, and in that top 50, there's so many groups that battle, and then down the pack, there's always fun little groups. You know, riders who've never done this before, they end up getting lumped in with 5 or 6 other riders. They have no idea who they are, but then they kind of enjoy the race together. They ride together in a little pack, and there are some riders out there you've heard that may not see a rider for the whole race because they kind of get in their own little groove and they're between 2 packs. So it's always going to be exciting to see not just the top runners, but then also the all little packs that go behind that.
Yeah, no, definitely. We are ready for our bikes presentation now, though, with Rihanna down on the Method wheels.
Yeah, thanks very much, Josh. What a fantastic day we've had here at Alice Springs for the prologue of the 48th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. And it's now time to announce our winner for the outright prologue, and that goes to Liam Walsh with a time of 4 minutes 36:28. So congratulations, Liam Walsh.
Congratulations, Liam. That's a pretty good feat for you. You're up the top of the ladder, but right behind you is 2 blokes, Callum Norton and obviously your cousin David Walsh as well. How are you feeling about that 4:36 time today?
Yeah, it was great. The game plan was just to go out and get a clean lap, and that's what I'd done. So, yeah, fortunate to come out on top and ready for tomorrow.
And in terms of the track tomorrow, what are you expecting? It's quite a lot of heavy rain recently. How are you preparing for that?
Yeah, it's been quite a lot of heavy rain. It's going to make the track a lot heavier than usual, but yeah, everyone's got to race it, so just go out and do the best you can.
And you're definitely not a Fink first-timer, but is it going to be different to last year when you went there and back?
Yeah, I think I'll definitely change my plan up a bit to what I do and have a bit more of a go on the day one and see where I end up, I think, so it should be good.
And obviously, I have to ask the obvious question, David Walsh going for that record 5th back-to-back. How heavy is that competition going to be between you two?
Yeah, it's gonna be good, but yeah, I can't wait. I'm gonna have my review mirror out waiting for him, but yeah, it'll be cool to do some battling with him along the track.
Beyond that kind of rivalry, how special is it to be able to do this as well, both with KTM?
Yeah, it's awesome. Look, without them, I wouldn't be here what I've done, so I can't thank them enough.
Well, congratulations. Rest up tonight. I know you said you're going to hold off on the celebrations till Monday and see where you finish up. But massive thank you to Method Race Wheels for making this prologue possible. Rihanna, it's been a huge, huge day. We've seen so many cars, so many bikes going through, so many great stories. But the day is over, and tomorrow's going to be a big one as well.
Yeah, it's all about tomorrow now. Our prologue winner, Liam Walsh, congratulations. The girls behind you, $1,000, a Method Race Wheels check and some champagne. Bring it forward. And a trophy to take home as well. Huge day today of prologue running, but tomorrow it's all about the race. It's all about the first person to get down to Finke safely and the fastest. So thank you very much for tuning in to the live stream and everyone that's stuck around all day here at the start-finish line at Alice Springs. And we look forward to bringing you all the action from bright and early tomorrow morning. Josh and Dan, thanks so much for all of your hard work as well.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, ladies. You have done all the running around today for us. We've been up in the comm box having a bit of a relaxing day, but yeah, all of the action coming to us today, and we really cannot wait to see all the storylines from tomorrow, both in the cars and the bike stand. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, mate. As you were talking about before, you know, we've got two guys that are young and hungry off the start line, you know, with Liam Walsh and Callum Norton. You know, neither of them had a Finke win yet, but right behind them, David Walsh and Ben Grabham. I believe it's 4 and 4, boys. Yep. So there's 8 kings of the championships on the line right behind these two young wolves. So it's going to be a great day as Liam sprays the champagne over there and enjoys his, you know, spoils of war. I tell you what an amazing thing, because the other thing is, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time since 2001 that Finke Prologue has been won overall by a bike. And I tell you what, it wasn't just won by a bike. There's a number. I think it was the top 6 were all faster than our fastest car. So just shows you how crazy that was and how much the bike boys really wicked it up today.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on the live stream today for the Method Race Wheels Prologue. We'll be back tomorrow morning, I believe, from 7 a.m. The first car leaves at 7:30. I cannot wait to get back in the commentary box with all the stories tomorrow. My name's been Joshua Graveling. Alongside me again, Dan Curran. We'll see you tomorrow.